Hey guys. So that was a tribute to the Tater Tots. A lot of people have reached out to me and they said, Themis, you are not fair. Andrew Tate was released from confinement and you did not put it out there. And I felt bad. So I said, how can I show how much I care? And so that's how I did it. Correction, he's not free. He was released from a particular confinement and he was placed on another kind of confinement, house arrest. Now, obviously, he has a big home, and good luck for him as the case turns out. Please note, I talk about what I want to talk about, not what you tell me to talk about. So, because you pressured me here, I just wanted, I wanted to take the, I wanted to take the opportunity to just make sure that I was able to highlight that I do care about what he says. All right. So, welcome everyone. Did I want to be did I want to be here today? Yes, I absolutely did. But the YouTube streets are red hot. My skin is giving. I had some weird ingrown hair situation happening, but they're gone. I was gonna do laser treatment, but I don't have to get laser treatment, so I'm very excited. They're just fading on their own. So, period. Because vanity. Vanity. Today we're going to be holding Black women's accountability. You heard me right. I said today we're going to be holding Black women's accountability. Someone said, Themis, did you watch? Yes, I was watching. Girl, I was watching Yanni and Sinji all at once, and I was just like, what to do? So today we're going to be holding again Black women's accountability. Accountability is a noun. We are holding Black women's accountability. We're not holding Black women accountable. We're holding Black women's accountability. So, okay, Themis, sir, I'm submitting to you. So I wanted to, first and foremost, I'm going to post the link. I'm posting the link in the beginning of the show. I have an entire show set up, and we're going to go through the show, because what I know is that these people aren't going to come, right? And when they come, they can come up. This is not for my subscribers. Please note, this is not for my subscribers. This is going to be for people who want to come and hold Black women accountable. What we are doing is we are holding Black women's accountability here. But the link is for people who want to come and hold Black women accountable. All right? Please note, I will not, I'm trying to be like not be super nice, but I have to. So when I post the link, again, it is not for the subscribers. It's not for you to agree with me. It's not for any of that. It's not even for debate. The only people who should click that link are people who want to come up and hold Black women accountable. That is it. That is it. So to all the people in my comments, here you go. Purple Lover 77, welcome to the membership. All right, let me post the link. Please, please, please. Like, don't, because like I don't want people who come in late to know what we're talking about. Because I wanna be able to talk to them as if I don't know what they're talking about in the beginning. So please, please don't come up. Where is it? Not it's a trap. I don't set traps. All right. So now that that is out of the way, welcome everyone. I am so excited to have you guys here. I'm thinking about taking next week off. If I'm off next week, I want to go traveling and just like to decompress. YouTube, not just YouTube. Um, Everything has been a bit stressful, and I think I need a moment to escape from all of it. But this weekend, I've been working on a really big video. I will drop it instead of my live stream next Friday. So that will be there. And I'll try to have the podcast happen without me. There'll be announcement about the podcast later. All right. Let's warm up. Let us warm up. So there is this young woman on TikTok who she was on a dating app and she does not know this man, and this man decided to leave her a voice note. Let's listen to this voice note. Demas, tomorrow is my birthday, so I'm super excited. Happy birthday. Oh, happy early birthday. Happy early birthday. Um, Someone said, not Themis being a passport bro. I'm not leaving the country, I don't think. I mean, I'm going to have to buy tickets and all of that this weekend. And so set up some plans. So I'm going to vlog. I'm going to do it. I'm going to bring a camera and I'm going to try to like take why am I setting myself up? I'm going to try to take videos of things that I'm going to be doing and all of that. And hopefully I can come back and piece together some kind of vlog and then I'll just post it and see. But I want a moment to rest. Everyone needs rest. All right, let's get into this. This is not the show. We're in the pre-show. So let's watch what this man had to say to this woman on a dating app where the woman don't even know who this man is.
Hey, so I wanted to say this to you. I feel led to say this to you, and because you're really one of the few young women I've run into on here. You're 23. I'm 31. It's a lot of time in between that, and navigating this romance shit is it can be a rough ride because there's a lot of factors and things to consider. So I feel that as an older man, I might be able to have something to offer to you to kind of help you out with this because I was looking at your profile and I noticed you was like, I want a relationship. I don't just want to fuck. So what I'm assuming is that you're running into men who simply just want something physical and don't want anything substantial long term. Um, and so again, everything I'm about to say to you is purely out of love. I hope I'm not offending you. I hope I'm not, hurting you. But I just, again, it'd be better you hear this from a kind voice than to experience uh, a dark path on your way to your 30s. So what happens with men often, whether you a man with a good head on your shoulders or you an asshole, we all kind of experience the same thing sexually because the sexual domain is its own domain. It doesn't care about logic. It doesn't care about reason. It is what it is. So what happens is man puts you into two categories. Either you're somebody long term or you're somebody short term. And a man will typically use a woman for sex who he doesn't see a future with. And when I looked at your photos, I noticed that you were overweight. Um, and for the average man, he's just not attracted to that. And so if you continue down this path, you're going to continue to put yourself on the path of undesirability, and men will continually put you in the category of I'm not that attracted to her. I'm just going to use her sexually, and then I'm going to get on with my life and you know be with somebody who I find more desirable, even if you may be the better woman on the inside, because when you're talking about monogamy, like the foundation of monogamy is sexual exclusivity, and a man has to be satisfied with what he looks at, or he's going to be tempted to cheat. So, what I would suggest to you, since you are 23 and you have a lot of time ahead of you, and you can get a lot done in 3 months, 6 months, a year, I would suggest you focus on taking care of your body. I'm sure you're a wonderful woman. I'm sure you have a lot to offer a man, but you are going to continually find yourself in a lot of frustrating situations with men until you work on that part of yourself, because romance is not just about being a good person and being fun. There's also that sexual part of it too, and attraction has to be there, especially for the man because we're a visual. So again, I don't say this to offend you. I don't say this to hurt you or anything. I'm really saying this out of love because I see the frustration in your profile, and I already know, like as a man, you're going to continue to face that frustration if you don't handle that problem of the overweight. Um, yeah, so um, you have a lot of time ahead of you. I would suggest you work on that. Continue to keep your femininity. Continue to be a good woman and be the whole package. And you're going to once you take care of that, it's not to say that it's gonna completely go away, because you can't avoid fuck boys entirely. You can't avoid niggas with no intentions entirely. That's just the name of the game. Just like I can't avoid women with nothing going for themselves, or women who may be useless or whatever. But it'll lessen your chances that you're going to run into the type of nigga that you don't want to run into. So um, yeah, I'm sorry for the bluntness, but I just felt I wanted to say that to you because you're a young woman, and I hope you avoid this nasty romance game.
Who asked you? Like, I there is a premium being placed on lowering people's standards, lowering their expectations for other people, lowering their self-esteem. I'm not going to drag at all tonight. We're going to have a conversation, and the conversation is going to extend through the lens of accountability and who should be accountable. Because the kind of audacity one must have to sua sponte, go out of your way to express to someone on a dating app that the reason they shouldn't essentially look for a committed relationship right now is because they quote unquote need to lose weight, essentially. Right? So you are going to sit there, see someone in a dating app who says in their profile that they're not looking for a hookup, that rather they want a relationship. If you look at this person and you think to yourself, this is not aesthetically someone that I want to date, do you reach out to let them know that you don't want to date them, or do you just continue to the next person? Or do you see this person and think, I would like to date them, but let me go tell them what that but is to see if they're willing to cooperate and change that? And I think this is testing the waters. I don't know this man. I don't know this woman. It feels like testing the waters so that you can see how much control you can have. Because it feels like you are waiting for her to respond to you, right? Like, why interact with someone at all? Like, what is the reason for any of this? And we're going to talk about accountability because I think it is important to talk about accountability and who should be held accountable. How should women be held accountable? How should men be held accountable? Who gets to hold the other person accountable and when? Because I think accountability is a framework that includes planning ex ante and then action, failing, and then deciding how to move forward, which is the accountability bit, right? Responsibility is taking up a task and deciding how you're going to go through with it. Accountability is ownership, even when it fails, about how you move forward. So we're going to engage in this conversation a lot because what I've come to realize is relationship is being weaponized. And it's being weaponized because it's the one thing I believe that the manosphere has right. It's the one thing I think most people have right. What I mean by this is it feels like most people want some kind of connection and some kind of engagement in an intimate way. Because of this, they can dangle it over people's head even when they have nothing to give. As I was thinking about the interview that I did with Ivy yesterday, right? I thought I've been thinking about that literally all of yesterday and all of today, and just the kind of space where I am able to really internalize and understand some of what was being said. And one of the questions I asked was, what value did this person bring? And hearing essentially, there were, outside of being a chauffeur, there was no value at all. I am now perplexed, right, as to why it is that we as human beings, I think, crave this kind of interaction with people, even when we know they bring absolutely nothing to this proverbial table. Let's talk about this table. Let's talk about what people need to bring to a table. Let's talk about what you have to bring to this table, because at this point, the idea that you men or women get to set the full standard for how relationship operate is an absolute lie. Companionship is not enough, particularly when their presence is dragging you down. GSS predictable. We should come up with a dusty bingo game card. Wade, single mom, weave, passport should be some of the choice words. I agree. I agree. If I ever make another milestone, we're going to play this game together, because exploiting the human need for connection is a problem for me now. It is a problem because the human need for said connection is real. And we cannot move around and pretend like it's not there. Part of why watching all of this is so fascinating for a lot of people, and we engage in media that is ultimately abusive, it is not good for our psyche, just as a general matter. The reason I believe that we do that is because we are, on some level, even when we are watching and laughing, we are looking for some kind of truth that will lead us to some kind of connection. I don't like this. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's right. So let's kind of now expose what it is that we're looking at. Also, to the people in my inbox, I'm going to get more into this after we play Mahogany Pink's video. But after I had a conversation with Sinji the first time, I got an influx of um, emails telling me, why would you talk to Sinji? She wants to abort you. First of all, I'm already here, so I am not the one being aborted. And I have overtly said to her many times that her and I disagree on this. I'm going to get into her talking point later because it feels like you all, men talking online, do not understand the position that you're putting Black women in. When you blame Black women for how the community is, because we look at 5 police officers who were Black who beat another Black man and took his life, and you blame that on single mother, when you say Black women don't know how to raise sons, when you say the problem in the Black community lays at the feet of Black women, when children cannot read beyond what was it, a 4th grade level at this point, you are saying it is Black women's fault because you're not teaching them. When you do all of that, and then you say, oh, who told you to have kids? When you diminish women, and we are literally I'm going to repeat all of this again later. When you diminish women who have carried a child, literally put their body through so much trauma, when you diminish their value, right? Because they birth life into this world, when you do that, please tell me what you are telling them to do. She is saying it explicitly. You are implying it. You all are saying the exact same thing. And I know you are not telling them to stop having sex with Black men. I know you're not doing that. And even if you're doing that, Black men are still trying to have sex with these women. So if you don't want them to have sex, you would be telling Black men to not try to have sex with these women. You would not be engaging sexually at all with these women. So you are having sex with them, then you are telling them that they are the reason that the community is why it is the way it is, and you think Sinji is wrong for saying abort. Like, you are saying the same thing. You are literally saying the same thing. I can sit here comfortably and say, absolutely not. I don't agree that you should be aborting Black male babies because I think Black men can change. And then she's going to slap me in the face with a million examples of them not changing. All right, fine. I'm going to stick on my ground for hope, whatever I'm going to do, right? But you don't get to do that. You do not get to do that. You can say she's evil. I need to stop talking to her. Someone had the audacity to say, as an intellectual, you should, as an intellectual, what? What should I do as an intellectual? I should know better than you. I should do better than you. Because you don't get to weaponize me being a quote unquote intellectual and then you being able to be degenerate, knowing what you're doing is degenerate, but saying, I get to do this, but you don't. That is a problem. So, yes, we're going to talk about accountability. I don't know if I should put her name on this. This is one of the things. I was watching too many live streams today, so I didn't get to wipe out people's name. I won't show that. Um, Someone named Omega Magic is in the back. Can you type in the private chat if you have something you want to hold Black women accountable for? If you say yes, I'll put you up. If you say yes, you have something that you would like to hold Black women accountable for, I will put you up. But I won't put any of these. I don't have to show any receipts. I'm going to leave that alone. All right. So on the other side of this intro, we're going to get into it. That was the intro. I'm getting really annoyed with all the foolishness happening, so I'm going to do that. Why are Black men acting like they don't have a high obesity rate? Right? So I'm going to roll the intro and then come back. And then we'll start the discussion with people in the back, and then, yeah. All right. So I have two people in the back. I'm going to add them, and we're going to hear the link is for people who want to hold Black women accountable. So let me add you both now, and then before I continue.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Doing well. How are you?
Let me raise my volume a little bit.
Hey, TT, it's been a while. You probably don't remember me, but it's been a while.
Hey, no, I remember your voice. I don't remember fully who you are yet, but we'll get into it. All right, Afro Butterfly, let's start with you. What should we be holding Black women accountable for?
Keeping it super brief, keeping it super short and to the point. I think we were all in that same live earlier. I get frustrated when women keep subjecting themselves to these very toxic spaces over and over again, especially after people have demonstrated their mindset or their behavior and they keep going back. I actually had a discourse with a young lady in one of the chats earlier, like, hey, there's a lot of people in here telling you that you keep going to these spaces is traumatic for them, or people watching you re-expose yourself to trauma over and over again, even though you don't perceive it that way, can be very perceived as very toxic or damaging for people consuming the content. And their stance was just sort of like, oh well, it's entertaining for me, so I'm gonna just keep going. I'm not going to concern myself with what me being in these spaces does to other people. So I'm not necessarily trying to victim blame, but when people are aware of exactly how toxic a situation looks, and then they still choose to go and show up over and over again because either they get clicks and views from it, or I think it's the other side of Black male worship, where it's sort of like you actually like the attention that comes with the negativity from continually reinserting yourself inside of these spaces, even though you know you might not get a genuine conversation, or somebody's being intellectually disingenuous with you. You're still going just because it's a good time on a Friday night. Like, we need to be held accountable for going for that. That's my 2 cents.
Awesome. I actually have no pushback. There is some nuance, but I think I'm in general agreement with you on that. So thank you. Have a good one. All right, Omega.
I mean, I just wanted to add more to what she was just saying, to be honest with you. I feel like that most of the women that are in these spaces, they probably actually legitimately believe this stuff that they're saying themselves. You know, it's either for clout or they're trying to chase it back, because there is like a high market for women just to say, just to regurgitate all of their talking points and whatnot, you know. And I only say that because I don't know, like I'm a single guy, and I've been dating outside of YouTube, you know, and I'm running into women outside of YouTube, and like I don't care what these red pill dudes say. Like, I never ran into a female that is like, hey, before we continue to state further, I just got to know, are you red pilled? Because I just have to have a red pill dude. I love the way they treat me, all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the closest thing I've had of a person reference me, the red pill thing is them saying, oh my God, I hope it's my phone girl. She was gonna date with some other dude, and she was like, oh God, I hope this dude's not an Andrew Tate fan. and but that was it. So it's negative. So as far as so yeah, I just wanted to add that part to it too. I don't know if there's a way I could hold women accountable, but yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, you and Afro Butterfly agree on what. So, well, if you think of anything else, because I want to hear from the men's or the women about what it is that women should be held accountable for in the community, because the community is made up of multiple people. So, I do want to hear that. So, thank you.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, all right.
Have a good one.
You too, man.
All right. So the guy who did the 7 baby mama thing, he made a follow-up video. And the people on YouTube are so weird. But anyway, he made a follow-up video and no one did anything until Sinji made a response to it and he took the video down. But thankfully, Sinji already made the response to it. So let's watch what he had to say. Since we're talking about accountability, let's start with the men who all came out and said, this is an example of the person in the back. Could you let me know in the private chat if you have something you would like to hold Black women accountable for? And you will get the space to speak. The one thing I say is do not like curse or get bombastic, but you will get the space to speak. But type in the private chat if you have something you would like to hold Black women accountable for. All right. Before we go to that, let me, I'll add you in 2 seconds. Silence on obvious issue is an endorsement, just like peace under oppression is. Thank you, Base God Fleshy. I actually do agree with you. One small caveat is there might be a fear to speak up as you might be putting yourself in more danger. So, agreed. Mr. Bombastic. All right. Q. You're muted. Hello. Jamaican says boom, not bum. All right, Q. All right, I'm gonna remove you. Let me know. You can leave and come back. All right. So let's continue. So this man came back, and I'm concerned because everyone had these videos about how this is a problem. We had someone come up on my panel talking about how these women were bad, and he said in the back chat that Black women were bad, and how this is an example of how we should be holding Black women accountable. So I'm gonna need all of those people to come back. Hey, Q. I don't know if there is any connection. Can you speak? I'm not sure why. Are you talking? Do you have a computer? You can. I mean, you can try again. All right. I think I'm going to remove you, and you can try again. I mean, I guess you could keep trying. All right. So thankfully, Sinji did a response. And so let's play Sinji's video so that we can hear what his follow-up, because everyone was like, see, this is what Black women do. They don't know how to vet. And everyone had all this energy for Black women. And I said at the time, specifically, how do we all know this is about Black women? Because like, he never said it was about Black women, but everyone just assumed it was about Black women. But apparently, the 7 women he had children with, none of them are Black. Pause. let me clarify. I don't believe the story one bit. I don't believe any part of his story. This is someone seeking attention. That is it. That is all.
Hazmat suit on. Why would I want black babies? Mamas.
But I want you guys to listen to this video where this bandit is sitting here talking about who his baby mamas are. And then I'm going to come back for final commentary.
Hey, let me address something right quick. Why y'all keep thinking my 7 baby mamas are black? I wouldn't fuck a black woman with a hazmat suit on. Why would I want black babies? 9 times out of 10, they gonna be aborted. And 10 out of 10, that black baby ain't gonna have no married black parents. So why would I even try to procreate with a black woman?
Someone over on the dusty side of the internet told him that he was an idiot and he needed to remove that video. Because, look, say what you want, but this makes no sense. On one hand, you're going to come out and you're going to say, these 7 women were jump offs, you didn't want them, they got pregnant, now you're not going to take care of your child. And you told them to have an abortion. Now you are, sorry. Now you come back and you're telling us that one of the reasons you wouldn't have it with a black woman is because they would have an abortion, but you literally told them to have an abortion. You said 9 times out of 10, they wouldn't be married. You weren't married to any of these 7 women. In fact, one of them you claim was already married. What are you talking about, sir? All right. Q.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah. You want to come back on camera?
I'm a guy, so I don't know if I need to be on camera. But anyway.
Oh, no, you don't. I just wanted to see if you were black because a lot of people are trolling.
Gotcha. I'm kind of on 2 mountains with this. I am very, very critical of men, especially men that don't care for their kids and don't properly take care of their kids. I'm proud to say that I don't have any friends, I don't have any associates who are not active in the lives of their children. I make it a habit of that. And if I'm able to witness anyone of that stature, then I will call it out. But one of the things that I see that is very, very popular is that women are dating men who they've done absolutely no background on. I've said before that the average grandfather does not meet the father of his grandchild until the baby shower. Okay, I've worked in and out of the prison systems with the Accountability Project, and one of the things I see a lot is a lot of women that are flocking to marry men who are incarcerated. Can't do nothing for them. I have a niece who has 5 children. Each one of those children represent each time her boyfriend has went to jail and got out. Okay? Mm-hmm. That man has never lived underneath the roof of the mother of his children and his children. He's always went to live with his mother. So I'm not sure if it's one of those situations of what to deal with first, but in my opinion, in my honest opinion, I think that women as a collective needs to put this wall up and have men vet men for them. But when you say things like that, you have women that go on the defensive that will say, well, you know, I don't need any man to select a man for me. But when when things go wrong, they expect for another man to resolve it.
All right. So can I ask some questions?
Go ahead, sure.
So Black women should be accountable for the kinds of men they choose.
To a degree. Yes.
What should they look for in these men?
If you really want to know the truth, it's very, very basic. If you are a child, if you are a teenager in high school, the thing that you want to look for
No,
is,
no, 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 no. I don't think about teenagers in high school looking for men. I'm talking about grown people.
hear me out, because it's a process. It's a growing process. But nevertheless, if you're in high school, you look for a young man who has good grades and who has good stature in high school. When you get to college, you look at the same thing.
Wait, stop. All right. If you do that, you do realize you cut out a lot of black men. But that's fine.
Well, okay. Well, we'll skip that. We'll go to what.
Why would we skip that? Because it's going to cut black men out. We shouldn't skip that, because if that you're setting standards, and I think it's good to set standards, right? So, are you okay with like cutting out a bunch of black men?
I wouldn't say necessarily say cutting out black men. It gives other black men a goal that they need to attain.
All right. So I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to say. So, like, are we going to cut out a bunch of black men if they don't meet the academic standard?
I'll put it to you like my wife.
No. No. This is what I don't really like. I don't mind setting standards, but it feels like you're setting standards, and if black men don't meet them, then you're like shifting it. If you're saying academic achievement is something that black women should use as a barometer for who they date, I'm not fighting you on your standards for these women. I'm saying set the standard and then say, okay, you can't blame this woman because you said you should have at least an A- in high school. If you can't make an A-, no woman should date you. If you don't have a certain amount of money, no woman should date you. Even if that cuts out a lot of black men, say it with your chest. Like make the standard. The women are listening.
Okay. Well, so do you want me to finish with my analogy, or do you want me to jump to yours?
I want you to answer the question. So jump to mine. What are the standards? Academic achievement?
Well, no, because if I'm jumping to yours, then we surpassed the analogy I was making for high school. So now,
are you no longer, is academic achievement no longer a requirement?
I was giving my analogy.
Yes or no? Just yes or no. Is academic achievement a requirement? Like, should women only date men who can achieve academically?
If they're in high school, and college, then yes.
All right. So go ahead. Continue. So what's the academic achievement level? Like A's, B's, C's? What?
No, I wouldn't necessarily say that. I was trying to give you an analogy and you cut me off.
Well, yeah, because I'm trying to understand. You said, hey, black women in high school should only date men who do well in school, I'm assuming. Is that your sense?
Please allow me to give my analogy, and then you'll understand what I'm talking about.
All right.
My wife was one of the prettiest women on campus. I was a bum in high school. All right. I cut class. I ran around campus. I didn't do what I was supposed to do at my last year in high school. But in order for me to get her attention, because she was a very smart woman, I had to then straighten up and fly right. Okay. Once I decided to date her, she asked about, well, your grades, are you graduating this year? Even though I ended up graduating a year after her, but she asked me, she took an interest in those things that mattered to her, which was my education and getting out of high school. Now, do you get where I'm going with this?
So the black woman you wanted had a high standard, so you now had to meet that standard.
Correct.
All right. Go ahead.
So I didn't get A's and B's. Some people graduated magna cum laude. I graduated thank you, Lord. But nevertheless.
So what is the standard then? Just graduating?
No. Okay. At that level in your life, yes. Once you become an adult, in my opinion,
so this is the thing. I told you initially, let's not do high school. We then go to high school, and now I feel like there is a bit of tension because you don't like the fact that I'm questioning this.
No. There's no tension. No, we're having a conversation, and I'm enjoying the conversation. There's no tension.
All right,
Okay.
before you continue, why are married men getting with women who are not his wife? Do you want to? You can answer that.
Why are married men getting with?
Women who are not. Why are they cheating?
Why are married men not
Cheating.
getting? I don't
Why
get.
are married men cheating?
Why are married? I don't know. I've never cheated. Um, I could say that they're unhappy. Um, I don't know that would be on the man that decided to cheat. I in my honest opinion, I think that if he's a married man who cheated, he shouldn't have gotten married in the first place.
All right, got it. So we in high school, you say get with men, boys when you're younger who are graduating, because to set a grade level would not be what? Why can't you set like an A, a B, a C?
Because I wasn't an A student, nevertheless,
Yeah, the
because
standard is not, why are you setting yourself as a standard? If you're thinking about that, well, what I want from you, by the way, is for you to set a standard that is what you actually believe, not whether or not you meet it. So we work backwards from I am the good guy, therefore I need to set a standard that I can meet. But if you can't meet the standard, then they shouldn't date you, but that shouldn't dictate the standard. What should the standard be for young women looking to date in high school? I didn't care about this, but you brought it up, so I'm trying to understand it.
well, I thought I gave a complete thought on that relative
All right, so
to.
graduate. So you first, the man should graduate high school.
Mhm.
All right, continue.
Okay. So once I got to college, the habit continued because I knew that was the woman I wanted to be with, and I knew what the expectations were. So I had to meet those expectations. You
You're
follow
not
me?
helping. What are the things women should look for in a man?
Oh, I mean, there's two different things you asked me. Initially, you asked me about the grade level. Now you ask me what should a woman look for in a man?
That's the
Security.
question. That's the question.
Security.
The question you came up to answer is what you said black women should be held accountable for the man they choose. I'm
Mhm.
asking you to help the black women listening choose a man. What should they look for? And I don't want to seem like I'm being mean because, like, I want other people to feel comfortable to come up. But
Understood,
I'm trying
understood.
to understand what else. They graduate high school. Is that it?
I really think that what you're taking what I said out of context horribly. And I understand, but nevertheless, let me try to answer your question.
No. Wait, didn't you say you should? So should should black women only date men who have graduated high school?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No,
I
I'm asking you.
okay. No, well, no, absolutely. I wouldn't say that. No, I wouldn't say that. My father didn't graduate high school
Like,
and was a
yeah,
very
good,
successful
good,
man.
good. So what is the standard about high school? You literally just said that you're not going to set a grade for what they should attain in high school, but rather they should look if they graduate and then they can date them. Now you're saying not even if the man doesn't graduate high school, you can date them. What is the standard?
Okay, I'll try this one more time.
All right.
In the different levels of courting in your life, you have some people only have two, some people only have three. So you have high school, college, and then you have when you're out of college, right? You agree on that?
Sure.
Okay. So when you're in high school, the thing that you look for is achievement, either academics or academics associated with some type of, I would say, sports achievement. All right. Once you're out of high school, it continues into college. And if, in my opinion, once you're in college,
Sorry, I'm
pardon,
stopping you. We are talking about what a woman should look for. And you said you were going to talk about grades in school. Then you didn't give a specific grade. You said just look if they graduate. But graduating is not the standard, because you're saying they should date men who graduate, and also men who didn't graduate, because your father was someone who didn't graduate. Again, you're personalizing the standard. I don't think that is a good approach to creating a standard. But even if you're doing that, you still haven't given us a standard as it relates to high school.
So you want me to say that a man should have a particular grade?
No, I'm saying, what is the standard rule? How should a woman look at someone they're trying to date to figure out if this person is dateable, if this person is good? I told you, someone saying, allow him to finish. I'm trying to understand what is happening with high school. What is the standard around high school? Is there a standard around high school? What is that?
Okay. In high school, the standard should be your aspirations of graduating. Does that help?
So if someone has an aspiration to graduate high school, then you can date them.
It will be better than someone who doesn't go to class.
Can you answer yes or no and then explain? If you have a plan to graduate high school, then that person is dateable.
Yes.
Even if they don't graduate.
Yes.
Just the aspiration to graduate is enough.
Yes.
All right. How do we know if they have an aspiration, by the way?
I gave you the best analogy I could.
No, how do we know if they have an aspiration to graduate?
That will come from the Q&A from the woman that he's interested in, correct?
So if the woman says, hey, do you want to graduate high school? And they say yes, is that good enough?
I can repeat it again. So just so to be clear, I cut a lot of class. I didn't do what I was supposed to do in high school. My wife, my now wife, was a very beautiful woman, and I wanted to be with her. I had to then straighten up my act. The Q&A that I got from her made me get my things together to get out of high school and then get into college and get out of college as well.
Wait, so the Q&A with her is what made you do it. So you didn't even have the aspiration until you talked to her.
No, indeed. And I had to meet her father. Once I met her father, the Q&A continued. And those were the things that put me on a path, in my opinion, that put me on a path to where I am right now.
All right. So I'm going to take a breath and we can read the super chats together and then I'll come back to you, right?
Okay.
Let's take a breather because I don't want this to be like antagonistic. I'm really trying to understand, and I apologize. I have a bias, I think.
I know you do.
Yeah, and I'm sort of protective of women, and I don't want that to cloud my judgment. So if at any time I'm speaking to you and you think you are not letting me finish, let me know. Because while I'm admitting to a bias, I don't want it to control the conversation we're having. He said we should get men to choose better men, yet he can't even set a basic standard to choose by. By the way, Finji seems right, but you'll get an opportunity to prove her wrong by setting a standard, right? Why can't this bandit just directly answer the question? When I do ask a yes or no question, please answer directly and then explain. And if I don't give you enough time to explain, let me know I didn't give you enough time to explain, but you also don't have the right to filibuster.
Gotcha.
I think he's saying if Black women had standard, Black men might feel moved to meet it. I think there is a lot of value in that. Thing we can't vet is a cop-out. Do you agree with this?
The cop-out thing, I don't agree with it.
Ignore the cop-out part, but are you saying that if Black women had higher standards for Black men, they might feel moved to meet it? That would be helpful to help them meet, to motivate them.
I think so. I've seen plenty of examples of it, mainly recently. One of the things that we have with Black men that is atrocious is them wearing their pants below their behind. But if
All
they,
right.
if,
Wait, no, wait. Before we continue there, it admittedly bothers me when this is the approach, where it feels like you're saying, because this comment seems to be suggesting that women control men's ambition, and therefore men are not themselves leaders of themselves. Because if you need a woman to set the standard, it's odd then to then claim you are or should be the leader, because it, like, you're being told what to do essentially. Does that make sense?
it's not so much as being told what to do. Right now, I think that if most men want to do anything that is helpful to them getting the woman that they want, okay? I'm a firm believer that if women collectively say, well, we will not date men with eyebrows, men will start cutting off their eyebrows left and right tomorrow.
So does that mean, who is the leader in that situation?
I would say the woman.
Do you think women are?
That's kind of problematic for me. It's kind of hard to pull out who would be the leader, but I would say the woman. She's given a lead after what her expectations are, and he's following.
Yeah. So men change to fit women's needs, so therefore women set the standards and thus the leaders.
I consider it so, yes.
All right. She has to become his mother as a teenager and make sure he did his homework. Y'all are being mean.
You know something? If that's their opinion, that's their opinion. I'm telling you, I bust my ass to make sure I got the woman I wanted, and I got her.
Yeah. The bare minimum should always be set to where you are in life, ladies. Yeah. Thank you, Brown Barbie. Let me read a couple, 2, 3 more, and then we get back to our discussion. I'm in tears. Boys graduate high school. Period. Actually, if that was a standard, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I mean, there would be special circumstances and exceptions, like everyone doesn't do well in like formal education, but that shouldn't remove them from the dating market. So even in high school, we have to save you. Y'all are gunning for him. Why can't men motivate themselves to do better? I think this is a question I have, so we'll keep this in the back of we'll keep this for a moment. And then the last one, I feel like Mr. Q changed his stance once you reminded him that certain high standards would most likely disqualify a majority of Black men statistically. Does he agree? He doesn't have to agree to this, but yes, you are correct, Braun Barbie. And I usually wouldn't have said that up front. I would have waited until he's done setting a standard and then point out who wouldn't meet it. But I'm showing my hand because I actually am curious as to what Black women should be held accountable for from a man's perspective outside of weave, or maybe that's it. But thank you, Braun Barbie. That was, thank you. And Katie says, so if he did not fall for a young woman in high school, he would not have straightened up and focused on graduation. Can you answer that question?
Probably not.
You would not?
Probably not. Who knows?
All right. So that's what I was saying. Your motivation came from this woman. All right. Let's continue. I think we should leave high school and speak more generally about adults. What should the standard be? Security. How do we figure this out?
As a father and as a husband, my number one responsibility is to make sure that I have the necessary components in place to care for my family. One of the things that come to mind is Hurricane Katrina. When Hurricane Katrina happened, there were so many young women, some I knew, some I didn't know, so many young women that were left on rooftops behind men who they thought they had, when in actuality, most of those men left with their mothers.
Would you say hard to determine if someone is going to protect you physically if nothing happens that you need the protection physically in the relationship? Would you say that's like a hard thing to figure out while you're dating?
Give me that one more time. I missed what you said. I'm sorry.
Do you think it's difficult to figure out if someone would protect you physically when y'all are dating?
As a young lady, probably not. Unless she's one of these young ladies who has a bunch of brothers and a bunch of uncles that are constantly pressing her on what men should and should not have.
What if she doesn't have the male figures in her life?
Well, I would think that her responsibility should be to find someone of a male stature to vet this guy and ask the tough questions.
All right, here's a good one with security. Do you think financial security is necessary from the man?
Yes, Lord.
All right. How much should a man make before a woman start dating him?
I don't think that, to me, I don't think it's a set amount. I just think that because there are men who make $60,000 and $70,000 a year, but they manage their money very well. That's just my opinion.
But how much? Because if we're thinking about a family, let's say drop it in DC. You live in DC as a woman, and you're trying to find a man. What should they make? Like, how do you determine if a man is financially capable of making you secure?
It's not so much about what he makes. It's about if he loses, what's the probability of him putting that money back? Does that make any sense?
But there has to be some level for security. Like you can't. The problem that is I think a lot of women face is people are saying vet, and we are now at the point we're talking about financial security, and they are like, okay, what should women look for to feel like, even if they change later, what should they look for in terms of money to say?
And this is going to sound pretty shallow, but a man's credit could tell you a lot about whether or not he's financially capable.
What should the credit be?
Pardon?
What should the credit be for the man?
At least late 600s, early 700s.
Late 600, earlier. So if the average black man's credit score in 2019 was the last time it was done, is like under 670. You do again realize this rules out a lot of black men.
That's between them and their Jesus, in my opinion.
So that's the hard line you're setting then. Good. Well, not good, but like at least we have a hard line. So credit score.
If you don't have the money to get into the party, then wait till you get in.
All right. So the credit score is one thing that you would look for financially, and it should be over, let's say, 650.
No, I would say closer to 700.
All right, let's just do 700 then. All right. So the credit score should be 700. Financially, what else?
Job stability.
Job stability. What do you mean by that?
Job stability or job security, rather. Because there is this fixation amongst men that just because you have a pocket full of money, that you have money. I think Jay-Z said it best, that he said that we don't call it money over here. It's about your the probability of you putting that money back in the event you lost that money.
Gotcha. All right. So job stability, a good credit score over 700, and there is still no amount of money. Like you're not willing to say
No,
over 50K, over 55K.
no, I
Why?
can't say. Pardon?
Why? Why?
I don't know. I mean, it's. I guess different areas have different requirements for finances
Oh,
for people.
I
I,
said in DC, like what should, like if your daughter is in DC dating, what would you say in terms?
actually in DC, but continue.
Huh?
My daughter is actually in DC, but continue.
Exactly. So perfect. This is real life for you then. What would you say? How much money should the man make for her to be secure?
If I had to call up for my own daughter, at
Mhm.
this point, if someone is coming out of college at the same time that she is, I would have to look at his job offers, the money they're offering him. I would say 80 to 95 grand.
All right. 80 to 95K. You said should they graduate university, or that doesn't matter?
No, it doesn't matter.
All right. So in terms of what you're saying over 70, over 700 for the credit score, job stability, so a career maybe, and make 80 to 95K a year, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
I don't think these are bad standards. I just know very few black men will, you would know this, but like the median income would be like 47,000 for black men. And I'm assuming you don't care about race or anything like that.
I do.
Wait, you do?
Yeah.
You know that if this is the standard for your daughter, it's going to be hard for her to find a black man making this.
Could be. Yeah. Could be.
Period. But that is a standard. The standard is, I like someone who sticks by their principles. So I'm not even going to fight you on this. So you think financially, this is what women should look for, particularly DC for the 80 to 95.
In my opinion.
Look, I'm not disagreeing with you. Period. Period. I'm here for this. So I agree. Well, I don't know if I agree with you fully, but I'm here for this as a floor.
So
So I appreciate that.
let me get my position, and I think because I'm gonna have to chime off a little. I have to get ready for an event.
Yeah.
But my position will always be that we have to create a better breed of men.
Same.
I think that it's unfortunate that we have to go my route that I went, where we actually seeing what we want and working and changing our persona to get the woman. But I'm very, very difficult on black men.
Yeah.
I'm difficult on my black son.
Wait, before you go, I agree with you, but I was just made aware that most of the super chat are questions for you. So I know you have to go, but can you answer some of these questions real quickly?
I can try.
All right. Sinji says, does he not know that meeting the cost of living is based on a set amount of income?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Mm-hmm. All right. So why can't men motivate themselves to be better?
Well, and that's the thing. I think that we can, but it's kind of difficult for us to coach men into what they need to do, what they should not be doing, what they need to have when someone is accepting them as they are.
So you think black women should not be accepting black men as they are?
No, I mean, for example.
Wait, no. I don't want you to, because I want you to be firm in what you're saying. I don't like it feels like the sympathy, throw the sympathy away, throw the sympathy away.
I don't want to be taken out of context, and
No.
and you know the way that you ask the question, you know, could easily be taken out of context.
Yeah.
But if there is a standard that a woman sets, I think that there should be, I don't know, some kind of way, by vetting for herself or someone vetting for her, to know whether or not this guy has the potential to be a bum or a good man.
Yeah, well, I don't know, like the seeing into the future bit, but I do agree with you. Women should have standards, expectations, and boundaries.
Mhm.
Right?
I agree.
All right.
That that is my platform.
Period. Why did your wife have to pull you up by the bootstrap? She had her own weight and yours too. I hope she's living hypergamously now after muling. So they're saying they hope. This is terrible. 2 L's. You guys are being mean. But
No. Hear me out. We have 4 children, 2 in college, 1 is in the Air Force, the other one is out of college. Okay. We reside in 2 different. We reside in Everett, Washington, and in New Orleans. We keep a place in both of them. She works for Boeing. I own my own 2 companies. Very simple.
yeah, period. So she does. Yeah. So you are able to do well now thanks to her motivating you. Why did a woman need to be a thing that made you want to do better? So these are other questions, all of them. I see you, Keon, in the back. Let me know if you're here to hold women accountable in the private chat.
Okay, so yes, why did I need a woman
Mm-hmm.
to motivate me?
Yeah.
Lost my father at 6 years old. I had 3 brothers that were all 3 were murdered in the streets of New Orleans before the age of 13. Had no uncles. Only male role models that I had in my life were at school, with my teachers. Very good principal who I'm still good friends with today, Dr. Lindsay Moore. And
by the way, well, I'm going to stop you because I don't disagree with you. I don't understand how the chat disagrees. I don't disagree that women should have.
I want to answer the question. I want to answer the person's question. So now, when I saw this pretty young lady on the campus of Carver High School, New Orleans, I went to that principal, and that principal told me what I need to do to get to her. You know what I'm saying? He looked at my grade. Hey, man, you don't even go to class. That's a smart girl. So I hope that answers her questions a little bit.
Yeah. It's interesting to be told to choose better while simultaneously being told our standards are too high. Make it make sense. Make up your mind, man. I'm gonna go and defend Q here and say Q is telling you to be hypergamous and have high standards, and I'm here for it.
But not just have high standards, but try not to waver from those high standards.
Yeah, do not lower your standards for anyone. I'm here for that. A lot of men in his generation, I'm assuming he's 44 plus, believe this, including my boyfriend, but I explained to him how this is flawed. You need motivation outside of women. He gets it now. Yeah, I think he and I disagree here that I don't think women should be the motivating factor for why a man does well. But I think it was his, and I'm gonna try to give compassion on that because ultimately it worked. But I don't like that as a stance.
Well, I mean, I can understand what you're saying, but you have to understand that much of what men do, much of what we acquire, is for the purposes of getting the attention of a woman. Be it the woman that we want to spend the rest of our life with, or just a woman who we just want to talk to. It's a reality.
Keon, you're in the back. Can you type in the back chat if you're here to hold women accountable? This is only for men who wanna and women who want to hold women accountable. And Q is doing a really good job of telling women to raise their standard, make sure they don't change, have standards, expectations, and boundaries, including financial ones. And I'm here for that. Would you let your daughter date Andrew Tate? Do you know Andrew Tate?
No.
All right.
Who's Andrew?
Not important. Sorry. I mean, it is, but not for you. Ask Do he expect the wife to be traditional with that money? Do you expect your wife to be traditional?
Traditional as in what respect?
I'm assuming submission and all of that foolishness. I mean that.
My wife and I have a much different method of operation when it comes to our marriage. Our marriage is more based around being a business. We make, my money. I hate to even deal with my own money. I'm very bad with money, and I don't give a damn how much money a man makes. He'll never be able to out count and out save a woman. It's just not going to happen. So I know what my weaknesses are. You can get a woman who has 4 kids, give her $1,000, and she can dress those kids to death. Give that same man $1,000, and it'll be gone in an hour. He wouldn't know where the hell it went.
I'm going to ask you this question, CJ, but I'm going to ask a different version of the same question. Does he believe in the starter wife phenomena? You don't believe women should date men who have nothing and build them up. Rather, they should have standards and date people who meet their standards, right?
That's a difficult one.
Wait, no, how is that difficult? If your daughter is supposed to date someone with a 700 credit score, a stable job, and make 80 to 95K, then you're saying she should date this person with this, not she should date someone lower and then build him up, right? Like, do you want your daughter to build a man up?
No.
All right. So can you extend that to everyone else?
Whenever a man decides to get on his knee and ask a woman to marry him, at that particular point in time, he should have his ducks in a row. That's just my opinion.
So he doesn't have to do it while they're dating?
What do you mean?
He doesn't have to have the 700 credit score. He doesn't have to have the stable job, and he doesn't have to have the 80 to 95K while they're dating?
No.
No?
No, I wouldn't think so. But I
the starter wife phenomenon?
Pardon?
Do you know what the starter wife phenomena is?
Never heard of it. Educate me.
It's where Black women particularly invest in a man, and then they apparently get rich and then leave the Black woman for another woman.
I never heard of that before.
But you're saying you're okay with your daughter engaging in building up a man?
No, I didn't say that.
What do you mean? I thought that's what you just said.
No, if you can rewind, if you asked me that question once already. You asked me would I prefer my daughter to have someone that they're building up, or whether or not I want my daughter to meet someone while they're at that particular time, at that particular stage in their life. That's what you're asking.
So good. Then would you extend that to other women, so they should date the men who are already meeting their standards? Because I thought you said they shouldn't waver from their standards.
They shouldn't waver from their standards.
So if you have a standard, then you should not date down on those standards or change them. You should just make sure the person you're dating meet those standards.
I think that there are so many telltale signs whether or not a man is on a proper trajectory. I think
so that's what I'm saying. So you're okay with your daughter dating someone who is not there yet?
Dating for exclusivity, no. In other words, if they're courting, it's not a relationship. He's willing to get his things together before he asks her to marry.
What if she gets pregnant while dating him?
Oh, that's a whole other dynamic.
Yeah, so why would you say date someone who is not yet meeting your standards when you're like, set standards, don't waver on the standards, but then you're saying, okay, but if he's trying, date him. What if he never meets his standard and now you're pregnant?
Yeah, I mean that's a hell of a scenario to throw in. I guess the way I raised my children, I just didn't factor that in to the equation as a possibility.
All right, so now it is a possibility. We're not about to waver. Just set the standard. To be safe, just only date and marry people who meet your standard. Is that okay?
That's fine.
All right, good. Let's continue. Thank you, CJ. Cantor on says, does he meet his standards? Do you meet your standards? Just yes or no? I'm assuming yes.
Myself?
Mm-hmm.
Hell yes.
Period. Does he not know that the meeting the cost? Oh, I already read this. Sorry. Sorry. There's just a couple more. I just want to make sure I respect everyone sending in their super chats.
And I know when someone sends in a super chat, they want to get an answer. So I'm trying to be as well.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Lots of standards you could list. His integrity is proactive. His future plan doesn't give up easy, makes smart decision, kind, period. You can keep going, but also people change. So the standards, expectations, and boundaries conversation seems better than saying the vet, because hopefully that means keep vetting and make sure they keep meeting your standards. But yeah, so he wants us to vet based on aspirations and probability. Nope, we just went through that, thankfully, but your super chat came after, and he's saying strict standards, and if they don't meet it, don't date them. So I'm fine with that. Black men who make 110K or more don't date Black women on average.
You should see this chocolate woman I'm married to, but continue.
Period. As you should. Black love. Is that what you're preaching, Black love? Is she happy? Is your wife happy?
Yes, she is. To my understanding, you might talk to, she might say I snore at night. But anyway, I have my son that's in the Air Force was actually getting ready to marry I think the one was Filipino, and I had to get him to understand that the price tag and what we owe Black women is too high for us to, divert and marry someone outside of the Black race. We owe Black women.
Is he still married to the Filipino?
No. He's engaged now. He's engaged to a Black woman.
Black men failed him, so he needed a woman to. Why are y'all being mean? I don't understand.
Hold on, wait, no. I would like to know from that person, how did a Black man fail me? I'm just curious.
So his wife was masculine. No, his wife. Wait, what are you guys saying? What is happening? I'm so confused. Women motivate men, basic human reality. I do believe there is, I do believe that, but I think motivating someone is very different than giving them ambition. Does Q understand that if he is being truthful about his standards, his daughter will most probably have to date as most Black men don't meet his standards? Do you understand that most Black men don't meet your standards? I think we said that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Themis, don't act like you don't know your audience. I don't know, y'all. This is a male-centered channel where we talk to men.
I'm really interested in knowing, how did Black men fail me?
They'll probably say it in the chat. His wife didn't have any of these standards. I mean, I guess they met in high school, so it would be difficult. It's okay to say that you want your daughter to have higher standards than your wife did when vetting you. Y'all are brutal. Oh my God. This is brutal. They met in high school, and I feel like y'all gonna scare the men away.
Famous. Unless it interferes with my bank account, I don't really care. It's their opinion. It doesn't bother me.
If him and his wife were happy and healthy, I'm for it. Period. Thank you, Sonny. Thank you. All right. Any closing remarks before we bring up Keon?
Nope. Nothing other than love Black, marry Black. That's it.
So you say that Black women should have standards, expectations, and boundaries, and they should not waver on those. And if
Correct.
you can't meet it, move on. Period. Correct. Agreed. All right. Thank you so much.
Have a good one. It was fun.
Yeah. Come back again and come chill.
I'll try. Bye-bye.
All right. we chopped it up. We chop it up. Keon,
Yo, what's up? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine. Can you hear me good?
There's a little bit of noise. If you could get closer, that would be good. But what should Black women be held accountable for?
I want to hold black women accountable of the dudes that they date in our community.
Okay. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, a lot of our women, they date these crazy dudes in our community. I don't know why they do it, but that's basically. I just want to hold black women accountable of that for dating these thugs.
Are all Black women dating thugs?
The majority of them are. It's like a small percentage of black women that you got to be a black man that's with your stuff together. But the
Wait,
majority of them, they date thugs and
so
criminals.
if they're dating thugs, is that are the is this why the single motherhood rate in the Black community is high? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely, in the black community, if you let's just say if you stay in the hood, for instance, on the block, you might have one dude on that block that got like 7 or 8 baby mamas. Now that means it's gonna be at least 7 dudes that's not gonna get to have a chance to have a wife or get to make a family with these women because they all making kids and stuff with one dude.
So you think all of the women are having kids with one dude in your community?
Not all of them, but the majority of them are.
So what are you the type of man that women should date?
Yes.
Why?
Because first of all, I don't have kids. Not saying it's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm a good dude. I don't have a criminal record, and I work. I mean, hey, I should have qualified versus a dude that's not doing that at all. Versus a dude that's in the street selling drugs or rapping or gang banging or something.
Gotcha. So I'm going to ask you about standards in a moment, but before we go there, um, when it comes to the single mother, are you saying that these men can't, like, are white women also dating the thugs, the Black, quote unquote, Black thugs?
Well, an article came out not too long ago and put up yourself that said like 80% of men not even getting attention from women at all. Races of man, only like 20% of
Uh,
man that's getting it. You can pull it up yourself. So that means
no,
that
no, 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 no,
when a
no.
white woman dates a white man,
Oh, wait, are
mhm,
you saying that? Because I heard this talking point a
I'm saying
lot. It's not.
all women date the same type of dudes. That's why when you listen to Cynthia G, she'll say something like black dudes they take they dust and they trash everywhere. But an article just came out that said only 20% of men getting women. So when white women
No,
date
but
a
wait,
black
wait, wait,
man,
wait. The report is that by, I think, 49, 80% of Black men have children. So that stat doesn't make sense.
no, to see that's not true because I don't know where y'all get that from. Half of the population of black men don't even have kids.
That's not true. So if I can
Oh,
prove to you that by by 49, 80% of Black men have children, what do
hold
we
on, you say by
do?
the age of 49?
Yeah.
Oh, so no, see that don't even count, man. You talking about by the age of 49? I'm talking about different ages. The majority of black men don't even have kids, and
What
then
is the
and so
age group for the wait, what is the age group for the majority of Black men? And can you send me that stat?
well, I'm right now. I'm in traffic right now. I'm not at the house, but it's
This is
all
not
ages.
true.
It's
When
all ages.
No, for every single age, Black men are the leading in terms of fatherhood. So by the age of 49, 80% of Black men becomes a father. So I'm not quite
Yeah,
sure.
but you said by the age. Of course, by that age.
Yeah, but you don't do that because young men women tend to have children younger and men tend to have children older. So yeah,
Not in our community. Not in
no,
our
yes,
community.
in our community. Yes, in our community.
I mean, but that's still. I mean, I get you. I believe your status, but also I believe you looking at it and calculating it up at a in a different way. But at the same time, half of the population of black men don't have kids, man.
No,
And
that's not true.
so, famous. Let me ask you this: you got hundreds and thousands of black dudes all over the internet that grew up in the black community saying they getting their passports because of this and that, and y'all just gonna ignore everything what we saying and we telling y'all what's going on in our community. Y'all gonna ignore that and just take up for
Okay.
the
No,
women,
no, no. I support the passport bros.
right? No,
I
I'm not
support
saying
them.
I support them or not. I'm just saying the reasons why they doing this. One of the main reasons is they a lot of those dudes worked on themselves, finished school, got their money up, and when it was time for them to look for a wife in our community, you got black women that got kids by 2 or 3 dudes, 5 dudes. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
We know what's going on in our community. We don't have no reason to just get on the internet and lie. Because I
No,
know what
no,
our
no.
bros
I
saying.
look. Wait. I support the passport bros. I think most women in my chat support the passport bros.
Right,
I think if you're saying black men don't want to deal with black women, they can go date white women, they could date Asian women, they could date literally any woman in America. So that when
right.
you say passport bros and you talk about your community, you're not specifically talking about black women. You're talking about all Western women. You're saying black men cannot find a woman in America at all. And so they have to leave to go to another country to go find women because no woman in America is compatible with them. And if
No,
that's true,
I say that. Only thing I'm saying is one. Those are one of the reasons why the passport bros getting their passports. It's because of the single mother, kids being born out of wedlock.
yeah,
I ain't
no,
say that to like the primary thing.
look, I completely support it. If that's the reason you get your passport, then that's
Uh
the reason you get your passport. Like I would have thought you got your passport a long
huh.
time ago, but the fact that you're getting your passport just because of women, period.
Mhm. Okay.
So women should be accountable for the men they have.
Yeah. Yes. Absolutely.
What
Like I want to ask all the black women that listen
what
to your
should the
show.
men sorry, I think some people wanted to talk. I'll come back to you. Mocha Mommy, go ahead.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well.
Good. I just have a quick question for Keon, because I mean, I'm only saying this because I've traveled extensively through Latin America. So, why is it that the passport bros are going to countries where the single mother rate is just the same or sometimes exceeds that as in the United States? Like in Colombia, the single mother rate is 84%. In the Dominican Republic, it's close to 64%. In Mexico, it's 71%. You don't think all that cartel violence and all the substance abuse problems affect those areas? So these are the areas where you're going, and the single mother rate is just as high, in some cases higher.
Go.
Can I respond?
Yes.
Yeah, you said first of all, I don't have my passport. And then those are not. And then you said those are the only countries they going to. No, there's a lot of passport bros breaking down what countries to go to, telling you how it is, and they also doing interviews with different women from different countries, and and these women will
Wait.
tell
Are you
you.
are you saying they're not going to Colombia and the
No, I
countries that
didn't say
were?
they wasn't, but that's not the
So the
only countries
question,
they're
yeah, no,
going
no, no,
to.
no. She never said that's the only one. She said, why are
Yes,
they going
that's
to?
what she. Yeah,
She
she
said,
said them.
she said,
She said those
she.
are the ones you're going
No, no, no,
to
no, no. Yeah. So why are they going to those countries?
find wives.
But they're going to countries where the single motherhood rate is higher than that of the United States.
And
And the
they,
reason you're going there is because of the single motherhood rate in the US. Does that make sense to you? Yes or no?
well, no, I'm not going. Well, I
All right.
can't answer
All
that
right. No,
because
that's
they're
fine.
going
That's
to
fine.
different.
It's
They're
fine.
they're They're not.
Look,
They're going to different countries. They're trying
look,
different
the
countries.
passport bros are getting stuck in DR. At this point, like, I support the passport bros. I wish they would do it undercover, but it is what it is. None of that. The movement makes no sense because what Mocha
I
Mami
mean, yeah, the
said.
movement does make sense when you a black man. The problem is y'all don't care about how black men feel, and y'all don't. And then when
All
we
right,
tell
my
y'all what's
bad.
going
How
on,
does black?
y'all dismiss it.
How do you feel? Do you feel unheard?
We telling y'all how we feel, but for some reason y'all just try to make it
Dear
seem like
listening, tell us now. How do you feel? What is the issue?
the issue is how the women in our community, the dudes that they choose to be with, and then when they go left, they blame us all instead of holding themselves accountable.
All right, let's say they hold themselves accountable by raising their children. Who is blaming you for impregnating them?
Well, no, these women, they body they choice, right? Is I'm
Yeah,
right or
but who is
wrong?
blaming you? How have you been blamed?
Well, society been blaming black men for decades. Oh,
Yeah,
y'all don't raise our
no.
kids
Wait. All right, what do you think society is blaming you for?
because those are stereotypes trying to mess our image up.
But are you saying black men aren't having children?
No, they are having children, but the black dudes, it's only a small percentage of black dudes that's having children in our
We
community.
said 80% of black men have children before they are 49, or by the age of 49. So wait, the stat that you keep saying that only not a majority, it's kind of useless.
It's on blackdemographics.com. Everybody went over this
Girl, black
already.
demographic. All right, this is fine. I'm trying to understand. I'm going
Oh,
to remove you because I don't know if you're just trolling now.
no, I'm not trolling. I'm laughing because y'all just like everything negative. It can't be true, but when it's something bad, oh, it's true. No, everything
No.
that's good, it can't be true, but when it's something
This
bad,
is
it's
a
real.
negative. This is negative, right? 70% of black women, the baby mother rate in the black community is 70%. This is negative. But I feel like you're saying black women are to be blamed for this
Yes, they are.
when two parties have to be involved. So both black men and black women are to be blamed.
Yeah,
But
I agree. I agree, but I blame more of the women.
all right. So if you blame more the women, are you saying they shouldn't be having these children?
They should have children with the black man that they
No.
truly deep down.
So they're pregnant. What should they do?
If it's pregnant, they too late. It's too late. They pregnant.
No, it's not too late. If you're going to blame them for the single motherhood rate, there is something they can do.
Okay, well, stop sleeping with Pookie and Ray Ray. That's
They
what they
are
can stop doing.
pregnant. They are pregnant.
Okay.
What should they do? Should they just, because it feels like you're promoting abortion.
No, I'm not. You said it was. So you said if they're pregnant, what should they do?
Yeah.
Okay, if they're pregnant, keep their baby. It's too late. But don't have no
No, it's
kids with
not
no
too late.
freedom.
It's literally not too late.
I mean, what you want me to say? Abort they baby?
You can say that because it sounds like you're like the black women are the problem. You guys keep having these children.
Well, evidently they should abort them
Let
because
me
they not.
finish. You don't
Okay.
get emotional and start yelling. We are having a conversation. I've been respectful to you. I would like the same in return. If black men are not going to stop having sex with black women, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even forcibly doing so, black women are not going to stop being impregnated. Are you saying they should abort these babies?
Well, so basically, technically, you saying black women not gonna stop sleeping with Pookie and Ray Ray. In other words, right?
No, it's not just Pookie and Ray Rays that are creating single mother homes.
It's the majority of
Nope,
them are
it
though.
is. Where's your stat for that?
That's not true.
How do we define a Pookie and are you a Pookie and Ray Ray?
No. How do we
How do
find a
you
Pookie
define?
and all these dudes you see sagging tattoos with a bad criminal record, rapping and gang banging, toting guns? That's a Pookie.
What if I told you those are not the only ones creating single mothers?
Yeah, but I said that's the majority.
How do you know
Yeah.
that? How do
It's
you know that?
I'm going now. What I see in my community.
What you see is anecdotal.
You
I'm,
know,
by the way,
no,
not
it's not.
saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm also not saying you're right. I'm saying you have not provided sufficient evidence to make that statement.
The evidence is the evidence is all over the place of how women in
No, no,
general
no, no, no.
choosing a small.
What you get to see, because the way I define Pookie and Ray Ray has to do, well, let me not do that. That's unfair and mean. It's wrong for you to come up here and say, don't date Pookies and Ray Rays, and then say, I am not a Pookie and Ray Ray. And then, how do we know you're not a Pookie and a Ray Ray? Right? And to blame the problems in the Black community only on the backs of the quote unquote Pookies and Ray Ray based on criminal records and all of that.
Right.
It's odd to me that you are not doing any kind of system level analysis about like just Blackness. I'm not saying you're wrong again. I'm
Mm-hmm.
just trying to understand how you expect people to define Pookie and Ray Ray.
I just told you.
A lot of the definition will not include you in terms of being good.
No, okay, so you mean to tell me if you see a dude, he's sagging, he got a lot of tattoos, he
You
got
don't
kids
have
all
to
over the
sag.
place.
There are
Hold
a
on.
lot of people on Wall Street doing criminal behavior who I will say they are Pookies and Ray Rays, and it feels like you are
Yeah,
not
I'm not
conceding
talking.
this.
Yeah. You right. A lot of pookies know how to switch their image up, but
Yeah.
the majority of time, a dude that's always used to getting
Wait,
in
let me
trouble, he's
pause.
gonna have a.
Stop. The panel, I let Mocha Mommy up and Wake Up Makeup Slay up, but the panel is for people who want to hold Black women accountable. If you're not doing that, the back chat should not be full.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
you talking to me?
No, I was talking to the people in the back chat because it got full. I got a notification it was full.
I mean, let me ask you a question, Damon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, who you think a woman should choose? Say like it's a dude. He don't have no kids. He's working. He come home every day. He don't have a lot of baggage. He work all the time. You know, he got his own. Or a dude that don't got none of that. That got different baby mamas. That's leeching off women. That got a bad record. That Black women be holding it down for. Who you think these women should choose, man?
I think you should choose the one that comes home and work hard. But a lot of the
So
times
why don't you ask Black women why? I want to ask Black women why y'all don't ever choose them dudes. I want. No,
They do. Do you think Mariah Carey knew what Nick Cannon would have done after her?
No.
Exactly. So
But
when
that's
you
Nick
say
Cannon.
they
I'm
should
not talking
wait,
about a celebrity.
wait, no. I'm using that as an example. When you said they should have known, if you're the first baby mama, you are not going to know what he's going to do. Also, there are people who have a bunch of children who don't tell or disclose that information.
Right. Okay then. So moral of the story is these women need to keep their legs closed. What I don't want to say it in a bad way, but stop. Don't be sleeping around. And man, pay attention to who you deal with and start giving the good brothers a chance, man. All thousands of Black dudes on the internet ain't lying, man. All of us not lying.
All of y'all are saying the same thing. Yes, you could
Exactly.
be
So if we
lying.
saying the same thing,
No,
that means we telling the truth, right?
no, no. It meant you guys found a leader and you followed. By the way, it could mean you told the truth, but it doesn't mean you told the truth.
Come on, man. Wow.
I don't understand. How much money do you make?
I make over 100 a year.
Doing what?
I'm a truck driver and I have my own business.
What is your credit score?
It's over 7.
Did you graduate high school?
No, but I got my GED.
All right. So you would be qualified based on someone else's standard right now. And are you having trouble dating?
No, I'm not having any trouble dating.
Why?
But I just know I don't have no problem getting no Black women. I love Black women. But I just know what goes on in our community, and I'm tired of everybody throwing Black men in the fire. And Black women know what they be doing, and they
all
just
right, you keep bringing up Black men. Let's do it. Let's actually do bring up Black men then. Do you not understand why Black women would have a problem with us generally?
Yeah, yeah. I have, yeah. I understand.
So do you? I don't. Why don't you get it then? Like it feels like you're like black women are mad. They're mad. They're mad. We should be mad at each other. We're
Yeah,
killing each other, and
exactly.
so go ahead.
Exactly. We should be mad at each other, but y'all only blame everything on us. Black man, we know our
I'm trying
part.
to understand what we should blame on black women.
I just told, well, hey, start being more careful on who they date, who they
All right, so
procreate
we
with.
did create a standard. Black women should not date broke men. Women should not date men without good credit. Black women should not date men who don't have a stable career. They should have standards, boundaries, and expectations. We agree. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, well, that's it. Make up say. Go ahead.
I just want to hold the ladies accountable. They should not be up and fake nails. And I mean, you're going to catch a good man with all the, extensions. Don't don't wear this stuff, okay? Like you just need to be your natural self, and no enhancements, no nothing. Like I need to hold
Um,
y'all accountable, okay? Don't worry about your degrees or having a job. Don't worry about actually being a responsible adult because it doesn't
mhm.
matter in the end. Okay? It doesn't matter. All that matters is that you get a man who also can't do adulting. So you just both sit there in your mess. Okay? I just need to give my 2 cents. Um, you're looking hydrated, so thank you.
Period. I am hydrated.
I've missed y'all
Thank
all week.
you.
I got a lot of stuff to catch up on. I will see y'all later after I get back home.
Yeah, we miss you.
I miss y'all. All right.
Bye. Um, so you think black women should only date the top men, right? They should be hypergamous.
Who you talking to me?
Yeah.
No, I won't say date a top man. Education and money don't make you a good man, but
Y-
they should date
but-
a dude and vet him. If he don't have no criminal record, even if he trying, you can give him a chance. But the dudes that a lot of black women give chances to and help and work on and elevate is street dudes that's crazy that need help. A
Yeah,
black
so
woman,
you don't think black women should date street dudes?
no, you see the outcome of it.
Yeah, all right, just yes or no. And black women, why don't you want to say black women should be hypergamous?
Say that again.
Should black women be hypergamous, only date up?
No, no, they don't have to date all the way up to the top man. Just date a decent dude,
What is a decent dude?
a regular working dude, a
What is a
regular
regular,
a regular
like,
dude that make 40, maybe 50 a year. The average regular boring dude. Or they
why
can
should
date
you,
them if they
bro, the
choose
average
to.
dude don't make 40,000, they make 47.
Well, 47, that's the average. Okay, cool.
So why you're saying they shouldn't date someone who is poor in character, but they should date someone broke?
No, they shouldn't date. They shouldn't date a broke dude that's not doing nothing with no goals.
What is broke to you? How much money is good?
My definition of broke, when I say broke, I'm talking about a dude that doesn't have a job at all. That leech off of women.
So
That don't work.
you're okay with a woman dating a man who can provide for her and the child?
You says I'm okay with it.
Yeah, because you
Yeah,
just
I'm
said
okay
they.
with that.
Huh?
Yes, I'm okay with it.
So what's the difference of dating a Pookie and a Ray Ray if you're going to just date someone who you're gonna have to take care of?
Well, because Pookie and Ray Ray, he don't care about black women. You see what he doing in the community.
How much do you care about black women and their children if you are not about to take care of them?
I don't have kids. You talking about their kids in general?
Generally, you're not speaking on your behalf, you're speaking generally. So you're saying they should date people who can take care of them and their children. How is that showing care?
No, I had said long as he's trying.
What if he's trying but he can't do it?
Where? Come on now, man. If you in this, that's a crazy question because in this country, if you try, If you can get what you want if you get off your butt.
If someone cannot provide for the child and the woman, should the child be dating them?
No, she shouldn't be dating them.
All right. So it's not just a Pookie and a Ray Ray thing. There is a financial incentive to dating.
But I had said, as long as he's trying. What I'm talking
What if
about,
he's trying and he cannot? That's what I just asked.
well, like I said, if he cannot, then black women should not be dating. Well, women shouldn't be dating that type of
Exactly. So you can be trying and not do. That's exactly what I'm talking about now.
No, man, no, come on. If you try hard enough, you'll be successful.
Then why? Wait. People have tried and failed.
Failed at what?
Making money, getting a home.
Okay, then he can go get in the Uber. He can drive Lyft all around. There's plenty of ways to make money.
People don't have cars. I don't. You're fighting the hyper in a way that I find particularly weird, because you just answered the question I asked. What if he cannot provide, even if he tried? You said they shouldn't date them, and now you're walking that back.
Yeah, but of course, you saying they cannot. If you try hard, we all know if you try hard enough, there's plenty of jobs everywhere.
This is not true.
Oh my, it's plenty of temp service jobs, warehouse jobs.
All right, I'm done. Thank you so much. I want to talk, but I'm not about to yell. I made a vow to myself that I will not be yelling online anymore. So this is not going to work for me, because it feels like you're dealing with a kind of cognitive dissonance in your discomfort, and I don't know how to deal with that right now, because obviously there are people who are trying who haven't made it. There are people who are trying who will never make it. This idea that if you try hard enough, you're going to make it is a capitalistic lie, and I'm not about to engage in that and break that down for why that's a lie. So thank you so much for coming. Have a wonderful night. I'll let you get your last words.
Well, shoot. Well, I just want to apologize. I don't want to be screaming on your panel, but all y'all black women listening, stop dating those thugs. Date the good brothers. Thank you, Thamos. Thank you.
Have a good one. I don't think people understand that when they say date the good ones, that it might not include them. I think a lot of people just assume the good ones include them. The Black Authority, what do you have? All right, I'm not doing this. Mocha Mommy, do you want to help me go through some of these super chats before I move on?
Yeah, but there was something I just wanted to bring up.
Go ahead.
I think the thing I'd like to hold Black women accountable to is just being out more and interacting more. I think that oftentimes when you are, mentoring young Black women or taking Black women out, sometimes it takes a lot to get them to jump out of their comfort zone. And I remember Afro Butterfly earlier saying, why are Black women in spaces where it's clear those spaces are hostile? And I think because there's a level of comfort and familiarity there. And I would just like Black women more to be more adventurous and embrace the unfamiliar a little bit more. And as far as Keon is concerned, I just find it very ironic how there are so many quote unquote good Black men who are making 100,000, but yet they're in these environments where women are dating criminals. Like, you know what I mean? Because typically once I got to a certain area of income, I wasn't really around a lot of criminal elements. So yeah. I just find it very interesting.
I think there is, so it happens so much, and I'm trying to let it air out and not push back too much regarding it, where you'll hear someone say something, and then when you point out that they don't need it, they'll try to change it and make it work for them. And I realize that a lot of these men don't want you to actually have higher standards. So I think it's interesting. And then this idea that you keep dating the Pookies and the Ray Rays and blah, blah, blah. Like right before him, Q said that you should graduate, and then he walked it back. But on graduation alone, the second guy who came up would not have made it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, I can't. Anyway, I want you to help me with these super chats if you can. Themis says, I must have no patience. No, not today. Not today. There will be no patience today because I'm not about to yell. I wasn't being mean. He said his brother were gunned down before 13 in New Orleans. No uncle father as a role model. Oh, that's what you meant. Got it. Supreme.
Hi, Themis.
Supreme.
Hi,
Huh?
Themis. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I wanted to, again, hold Black women accountable like the other ladies did earlier. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. So I give like free courses on this topic, but I also wanted to encourage Black women and hold them accountable to where their attention lies in terms of just what they digest on a conscious level. And how the lack of the utilization of the subconscious mind is kind of perpetuating their current existence, if you will, in the world. And I feel that because you know that there's documentation that says what goes on in the subconscious mind eventually becomes reality, right? But we can only penetrate, the subconscious mind when we deal with conscious bullshit. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to curse. So if we constantly digest this ideology or this rhetoric that, you know, we are not loved, you know, Black men are whatever you want to say. I mean, it's there, but we don't have to give energy to it. And I think because I'm a free agent, or well, that's what I call myself. And I just believe that when you do become a free agent, you're kind of free to broaden your horizons mentally and use subconscious reprogramming to make the reality that you essentially want. So I think that if more Black women did this, then they would not feel so victim to what's going on around them, because Black women are the truth, right? Like, let's just be clear. But I think that because they are so powerful in the women that they have the how can I verbalize this? They have the power to shift discussions, if you will. Because prior to, you know, oh my God, you know, I'm sorry, I didn't want to go on too long. You want me to stop?
You have 30 seconds.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, that's what I just
But
wanted to
before
say.
you go, still, Jocelyn, thank you so much, Themos. Here's to another good. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so that's all I wanted to say, and I wanted to hold Black women in accountable to that, to the reprogramming of their subconscious mind and the reprogramming of what they digest consciously, and the ability to believe that everything and everyone is you pushed out. Essentially, that's what it is. People will treat you how you say because no one has free will. Well, that's just my belief. And that's it. Thank you, Themis. But I love you. I love you. My mother's Jamaican too. So, you know, I love you like cooked food. Love you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Bye.
Have a good one. I do actually have a really long live that I didn't even go through, but we have a ton of super chats. So jump in, Mocha Mommy, and let's go through some of these. So far, the Black men came up think that Black women shouldn't date Black men or have their children. That's literally what I heard too. So
I agree.
Are you there?
Q was cool, and he did me well.
You can help me read if you want. I hate my voice and I love yours. Uncle Q is cool in my book. He meant well. Period.
Yeah, I agree. Sage, you're welcome. Stop effing Pookie, you ladies.
Thank you, Mariah.
Uriah Flamethrower. Incel rage. And that was another question. If he had no problem getting women, where was the indignation from?
If you believe anything that man said, I don't know what to tell you. I can vet, but I didn't believe anything. So I didn't believe anything at all.
Half Black men don't have kids. This is This is the single and childless stat. That means paternity isn't officially established. This is the case when extramarital paternity and other out-of-wedlock births. So I agree, an unsigned birth certificate does not make a childless Black male. I agree with ill doctrine.
Agreed too. Thank you, ill doctrine. And yes, they all seem to agree with Finji. And I've been saying this and no one wants to listen.
If they have an issue with out-of-wedlock births, why don't they marry before they impregnate?
Right?
Triggered dust is upsetting me and my homegirls. Who else?
Y'all are vicious.
Yeah, so someone else put in the chat the resources from the CDC as far as 80% of Black men being fathers by the time they're 40.
Yeah. I don't know. People came up here and said only 5% of Black men had children. At some point, I was like, all right, I'm not dealing with this.
So I guess this comes with from blackdemographics.com. Not here, sir. Please come with something pre-reviewed. Stop sleeping with Pookie. Pookie 4723.
It's funny because no, that's wrong. Don't judge people based on their voice. I have an accent.
I guess they want you to keep the baby.
Mm-hmm.
If 80% of Black men have kids, what percentage are Ray Ray? Good question. Good one. Create a website with the name of the good ones.
Brian, we need to compile a list. We need a binder filled with who these people are.
Dust begets dust. Somehow he defied the odds. Sure.
Donate for the passport.
Donate to the passport bros. Yeah. Dust beget dust. Yeah. So we read that one from 2 L's.
Oh, sorry.
Does he expect sex while dating? That's a good one.
Hopefully not, because that don't make sense.
Pookie and Ray Ray is a mentality, not just a look. Good point, because he did talk about the jeans and the tattoos.
And the sagging pants. Like, you're going to sit up there and make judgments about people, stereotypical judgments, and then expect, like, y'all are just leaning into quote unquote racism, but period. Thank you. Yes, it's me.
Why do men feel so comfortable talking under women's dresses? That must be an expression. It's dusty behavior and reeks of entitlement.
Yep. I just want to hear some accountability. Like, I want to hear it.
These good Black men need to hold other Black men accountable. So called Pookies and Ray Rays, stop blaming Black women for thug behavior. How about you hold Black men accountable and just tell your brothers to do better? That's a good point. There needs to definitely be more Black male on male mentorship for sure.
I agree. Thank you.
And then someone again posting the CDC stats for Black women and childbearing years.
LB, why are you on everyone's neck tonight? For the people in the back, please type in the private chat if you have something you would like to hold Black women accountable for. Why do these good brothers never mention having a good personality? Just an observation.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
Mm-hmm.
50K potential in this economy? Yeah, Brown Barbie. Why do Black men always want applause for trying?
Right, but not only that, like the potential comment, thank you again. The potential comment is particularly annoying because if you date someone with potential and you end up pregnant, they're going to blame you. I'm about to play Mahogany Pink's video in a moment because I want us to watch it again because we do miss her. Sorry.
Sure do. Black women should date a man who can only afford himself. Pookie.
Y'all play too much.
He said, "I's am okay with it." I guess because he has an accent.
y'all not gonna come for people's accent with me up here like this.
Black men need to stop saying that having a job, a car, and their own place qualifies them as being a good man. That's just called adulting. They don't get accolades for that. Good point, Giggles.
Oh, thank you, Sophie. I appreciate that.
If these Black men aren't out here advocating for shotgun weddings to become mandatory, then I don't want to hear nothing they have to say about Pookie. That's a very good point, too.
Period.
What about the men who lie about who they are when they get with you? Also, money doesn't automatically equate a good man. That's a good point, too.
Agreed. Thank you. Was it Tanika?
Yeah. And Kino says, hold Black women accountable for being born XX, not XY. Oh, meaning that women are more responsible than men, which we need a yellow pages of high value Black men. Thanks,
Period. We need. What was that book that the guy went down south and did a mapping?
The green sheets.
Green sheets.
Yeah. Celebrating his new salary.
Period. Thank you. All right. There are some people in the back. Let me know if there's something you want to hold Black women accountable for, because if I'm here to hold Black women accountable for just how much we hold ourselves accountable. We are too self-critical.
I agree with that too. But I do think that Black women, we need to step out of our comfort zone a little bit more. And yeah.
All right. So let's only after this, we're going to do only hold people accountable for things that have not been said yet. But go ahead.
That was pretty much it. I really am here to hold Black women accountable for just how much we hold each other accountable, how much accountability we put on our daughters, how much we put on each other, how often we criticize each other publicly. I understand that it is good for us to self-analyze so that we can become better. At the same time, I also do think it adds fuel for other people to use against us, if that makes sense. I don't think we should take accountability for a lot of the things that we do. I think that's why some of us stay in relationships we shouldn't stay in, raise kids that we know we should drop off 2022.
Let them dad raise them. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the last person, please hit the link when if you want to hold Black women accountable. Go ahead, Reluctant. Oh, all right. So we are back to this man with the 7 baby mama coming out. Let's replay that from Sinji's live because he thought he deleted it. He was wrong. Sinji had it. So let me do it.
But I want you guys to listen to this video where this bandit is sitting here talking about who his baby mamas are. And then I'm going to come back for final commentary.
Hey, let me address something right quick. Why y'all keep thinking my 7 baby mamas are Black? I wouldn't a Black woman with a hazmat suit on. Why would I want Black babies? 9 times out of 10, they gonna be aborted. And 10 out of 10, that Black baby ain't gonna have no married Black parents. So why would I even try to procreate with a Black woman? You got white women, Asian women, Mexicans, then Black. Which one you think I want? I want the top tier, baby. Stop assuming that I got 7 Black women pregnant when you don't even know me. Talking about I'm affecting the Black community. Y'all got the wrong. And another thing, Black women got the most baby daddies. Now, think about that. Black women are averaging 1.5 to 2 baby daddy. Why would I want something like that?
And now you guys listen to that.
Now, outside of his math and all of that, we know he's lying. Well, we don't know he's lying. I think he's lying. But if we're living in his world, he came out crying about how he begged them to have abortions. Now he's out here talking about, oh, I wouldn't date a Black woman or have children with a Black woman because they would abort it, when that's literally what you said you wanted them to abort it. That doesn't make sense. They're not getting married. You are not married to any of them. So what it sounds like is you are highlighting, you are the perfect case study, right, for how degeneracy is moving from this community to other communities, and maybe the Black women in the community is not the problem. Like, you were the perfect case study, but I am waiting on someone to come up here and hold Black women accountable, really, for single motherhood, because we have some stats we need to drop, and we'll do that later. But I'm not about to engage with this person any further. Rather, let's move on to Mahogany Pink, because we're holding Black women accountable today, and Mahogany Pink did a video that I'm going to react to, more like watch, and then we'll continue, because I do have an entire show, because I didn't expect anyone to come up here today, so it is what it is. I hold Black women accountable for still participating in the ride or die mentality and not leaving these dusters in the dust. Self first, please, ladies. Thank you, Miss Peaches. Reluctant, what do you have for us?
Hi, can you hear me through this?
Mm-hmm.
So I think for me, and this is a serious one, you know, I listen to the chat all the time and I share sentiments with you and many of the chat, but I do think if we're gonna hold Black women accountable, I really have something super serious with a bit of a trigger warning. Is that something that's gonna be too heavy right now?
How triggering?
I'm gonna talk a lot about how we protect Black men in the community to the detriment of Black girls and women. And I feel like I don't have to say directly the kinds of ways that
you don't
Black
have to.
girls. Oh yeah, so Black girls are kind of left really, really to fend for themselves in a lot of ways, and it's not just by like Black male worshipers who are outright anti-Black women or whatever. It's by just our culture in general. We seem to value the outward appearance of what's like too toxic to discuss or too gross to bring to the table in a way that we don't value the safety and sanity of Black girls. And I mean, this counts for Black children, period, but I'm speaking about Black girls specifically right now. So I definitely want to do that because I go to articles all the time, I read things, and it's just been pervasive, the amount of ways where Black women themselves hold little Black girls or even like teenage Black girls accountable for the sexual exploitation that happens to them at the hands of Black men. And I definitely think it's far reaching, it's very deep, and that's like a serious thing that I do want us to think about as a community.
All right, I agree with you. I agree. It actually disgusts me. Not just Black men, but Black women were under the R. Kelly post on the Shade Room and all of that, saying he's innocent and free him and blame the mother. That I expected some Black men to be doing this, but I didn't expect Black women to be doing this. And they were. And even the Bill Cosby thing, there's like a ton of Black women still supporting them. So it's like, yeah, no, I'm with you.
It drives me crazy because I feel like it comes from a place of woundedness where it's kind of like I had to endure it and nobody came to my rescue. So what makes you think that you need to be rescued? And it's kind of like, why are we competing with victims, you know? And yeah.
Oh my God, that was perfectly oh my God. So when I read some of these comments, that was what it felt like. It's like, you got what I wanted. These people are victims. Like, sure, you would have been with him, but those people, oh my God, stop competing with victims. That should be if I were making merch, that would have been a merch moment, right?
Yeah, no, I don't mean to laugh, but it's really true. And it's kind of like, I find it a unique characteristic to Black women because everybody else kind of stays on code and stands up for themselves, right? You can't say a bad word about Black men without 1,000 Black men on your neck. You cannot be a misogynist in the white feminine space without all the white gay, like the LGBT community, especially the white LGBT community, standing up for themselves. Jews don't say anything, right? But when it comes to Black girls and women, we tear ourselves down. Yeah. It's kind of repulsive. God.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right.
Thank you so much. Like,
thanks, Themis. I love you, and I'm not gonna fawn like I did last time I was here, but I love you.
Thank you. I love you back. I love you. Thank you so, so much. I love the way you just put that. Like, that was a moment. That was
All right.
one of my top moments.
All right. Thank you, Themis. Take care. I'm still in the chat. Love you.
Right. Love you too. Bye. Oh my God, that was nice. I see some people in the chat. You can type in the back chat. It's kind of getting late, so and I will add you separately. I know this is weird, but I do want to get through Mahogany Pink's video on accountability, and then I'll add you guys, and we can do what you want to hold Black women accountable for. Please don't come and do like a backhanded compliment, because I'm actually trying to take this seriously. So don't say something where like you're in an interview and you're saying a weakness, but you're like, oh, I take on too much work, but you're only doing that to highlight a strength. Don't do that, please. All right. Someone said, click the caller. Yes. Please remind me on the Discord that I need to click that. Someone on the Discord, can you like do a cut and send that to me? I do need to have that as a short.
Specifically voicing their complaints about Black women. The manosphere will say that this is the first time that Black men have had the chance to express their frustrations with you, but we already know that this isn't true. They say that it's not about bashing you, it's about holding you accountable. The manosphere just wants some accountability for the role that you play in the dysfunction of the Black community. Black women are more than half of this demographic that we call Black America, so there has to be some things that Black women should be accountable for. Right now, Black men's list of grievances include, but are not limited to, asking you to be accountable for your bad attitude, your high obesity rates, your single motherhood rates, your masculine tendencies, your refusal to submit, your promiscuity, your independent woman girl boss career obsession, but somehow also your gold digging, and most importantly, your hair weaves. I might have missed one or two other items, but I'm sure Adusty will be in the comments ready to let you all know what it was. Now, a couple of weeks ago, some of you voiced your disagreements with my take on Steve Harvey's comments in the video, The Sadism of Black Male Dating Coaches. Some of you agreed with Steve Harvey, stating that Steve was simply asking women to take accountability for allowing themselves to be mistreated by men.
I know all the mistakes women allowed me to make, and I put them in a book for you.
Where I believe the disconnect is coming from is a difference in understanding of the word accountability. Webster's dictionary defines accountability as an obligation or a willingness to accept responsibility for one's actions. So, taking on an obligation that resulted from an action that you took is what is required to be accountable. And accountability can be a little tricky to assign because every action is preceded by another action. So when someone is being held accountable for something, it's very tempting for that someone to go further and further back in time to pin the deed on someone else. And before you know it, everything started with the serpent in the Garden of Eden. So when Steve Harvey says that he wrote down all of the mistakes that women allowed him to make and put them into a book for women to learn from, what he did was assign an obligation to someone else for something that resulted from his mistakes. There is a word for that, but it's not accountability. It's called blame. Blame is to be accountable for a wrongdoing. It's to find someone responsible for a fault. By Steve Harvey's own words, he was the wrongdoer, ergo he deserves to be accountable for the fault. He deserves the blame. I know some of you may feel that helping women to look out for behavior like the one Steve admits to have exhibited in the past is a form of retroactive accountability. But real accountability would be to write a book teaching men that no matter what a woman will or will not allow, certain behaviors like treating women like notches on a belt are unacceptable. Knowing the difference between accountability and blame will help you to understand why Black men's insistence that you be quote unquote accountable is so treacherous. You can start with the single motherhood rate. Black men want you single mothers to be accountable for choosing the wrong men. Besides the fact that everyone, both men and women, choose wrong, and at least all except for one of your romantic relationships will eventually fail, besides the fact that the Black community should be embarrassed that the average Black child can't have a reasonable expectation that the average Black man will stick around after they're born, and besides the fact that the single motherhood rate is going up for women of all races as the census shows a rise in white and Hispanic single mothers with mixed children fathered by Black men, why would a woman need to be held accountable for a man abandoning his child? When a woman takes care of a child alone when she shouldn't have to for the next 18 plus years, that is the accountability. That is taking on an obligation that was.
You know a video is good when you can't even stop it to talk. Like this Mahogany Pink, I know you're watching, by the way, but like you need to come off hiatus and get back to video making. I'm so sorry. But you know a video is like pitch perfect when you will, like, I'm trying to stop it. I watched it a while ago. There is something that I want to talk about in it, but you know a video is good when you're unable to like get in to like make a correction, add something, clarify something. This is what a video essay is. Thank you so much for this conversation. We need to have more converse centering Black women, girls, and the issues that plague us as females specifically. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Thank you so much, Mahogany Princess. But there are some things that I want to talk about here. I'm not just like playing her video, even though I know she would be fine with that. But there is something that I do want to talk about because I didn't remember where I got the car analogy from, but it wasn't mine. I've always credited her, but this is the video I got it from.
Resulted from the action of giving birth. What Black men want you to do is be responsible for their actions, to take the blame for their faults. When the person who needs to be blamed for the wrongdoing, abandoning a child in this case, is the person who did it. Sure, there are tools that Black women need to use to avoid being mistreated by others. Practicing discernment or vetting, setting boundaries, and my favorite, plotting revenge, come to mind. But let's do a little thought experiment here. If you had a group of 10 hot in the pants boys ready to say and do anything to get a girl pregnant, and 10 girls who are equally as hot in the panties, ready for morning sickness and prenatal vitamins, and you send them all out into the world, at the end of a year, which group do you think will have the most illegitimate children? Well, barring any twins, it's not possible for the girls to have more than 10 illegitimate children. But the group of boys can have an infinite number of partners and an infinite number of children that they will not stick around to raise. The fact that one irresponsible man can create so many broken homes and yet the community puts all of the responsibility on its women is in part why this strategy of eliminating single mother households hasn't been working. Men of other communities hold the men accountable because leaders hold themselves accountable first and everyone else second. But in the Black community, things are a little inverted. And when the community's message is that only women are responsible for children and that women who fail to get the fathers of their children to take on the responsibility of raising them deserve to be shunned, you can start to see why so many Black women have a built-in distrust of Black men, a reasonable suspicion that the men who approach them are there to take more than they give. All too often, they're proven right. Of course, Black men don't like when you have that kind of attitude. And let's face it, Black women do have to be accountable for their bad attitudes. It's not a myth. Your matriarchal ancestors developed a set of physical and personality traits that helps them survive an environment that their men could not protect them from, and that's still true today. Nonetheless, a bad attitude is a liability. Anywhere outside of Blackistan, a bad attitude hurts you more than it helps you. But many of you don't live outside of Blackistan, and that's the problem. You live in neighborhoods.
I just yeah, said hold Black women accountable. So I'm trying, girl. And this is the best I could come up with. Because period. The one note, I don't use Blackistan ever. I've never used it, never will. The reason is I think it implies something like I don't like adding negativity with Black. So I would never, I would have just said ghetto, but that's not, I didn't stop it for that. The question is, when it comes to single motherhood, because she's going to use it, who should be accountable for it? And her and I have never been more in sync than this video. Like, and I agree with her, but like, it's hard for me to stop the video because like, I agree. So Black women should not reveal their personal life. Agreed. Thank you, Black. You've been a member for 7 months. Thank you.
Where men behave like this. The educated lames that you're all overlooking can't or won't protect you from these goons that run the block, but demands that you walk around that same block, feminine, fit, friendly, and submissive with a smile on.
Because of the I'm putting it back, but because of the fighting, I know YouTube can be a bit weird about that. And now my stream is acting up. I'm pretty sure it's because of the fighting, but it's back. Yeah.
Either, but nobody has a problem when Black men are as aggressive as they feel like they need to be to survive. 1,100 Black girls and women have been killed so far this year. Last year, 1,500 of you were killed. 100,000 Black women and girls went missing, and millions were assaulted. We haven't even mentioned children and the LGBTQ community. I find it disturbing that when the topic of what is destroying the Black community comes up, Black women's attitudes are at the top of the docket when the men can't even get the murder rate down. And I get it, crime is a symptom of poverty, but so is obesity and so are bad wigs. So why are we extending grace to men who terrorize their own neighborhoods, but not to women who try to survive alone in them. Every year, study after study shows that Black women's obesity rates are a combination of abnormally high stress levels, overstretched food budgets that lead to poor quality food choices, lack of time to prepare healthy meals as they're often the only ones working in a household, and food deserts and food swamps where Black women have limited access to fresh whole foods. But when you ask Black men to build some grocery stores in these same food deserts that their women and children live in, watch the look of confusion appear all over their faces and listen for the excuses that will follow. They want you to look like princesses and behave like princesses in an environment that princesses do not belong. To raise little Black girls to be docile and fragile and demure in Blackistan is to raise daughters to be lambs to the slaughter. When the men don't feel like there's anything that they need to do to make your community safer and to help you drop those intergenerational defense mechanisms so that you can finally rest in your femininity, accountability becomes a new zip code. But heaven forbid a Black woman mention that she's only considering men who can afford to move her out of these neighborhoods and into safer ones. After a long shame-filled lecture about gentrification, here comes the pitchforks and the scarlet letter G for gold digger. And let's explore that. Are Black women really gold diggers? Because let the manosphere tell it, and you're all after these men for their hypothetical money.
Imagine $10,000.
It is true, Black men still earn more money than Black women, but married Black women are more likely to be the breadwinners in a Black household than the other way around, making Black men the most likely to marry up in.
This is important. The report on this is actually staggering, where abuse goes up exponentially when the woman out-earns the man. Researchers think that it has something to do with the male ego. So that is abuse, cheating, all of that increases when the woman makes more than the man. I think that's an important note. And I think there's a question and a conversation to have about why, but I'm going to continue.
Both finances and education, and you the most likely to marry down. So the men can throw Cardi B lyrics in your faces all day, but you simply do not have a history of passing over men who earn less money. And Black women face disproportionate amounts of financial abuse from their intimate partners in comparison to all other demographics. But if you instead decided that you're going to do what's necessary to protect and provide for yourself, by yourself, watch your entire community chime in with their criticisms of your ambition, quickly reminding you that you can still have everything, but you're nothing without a man. And men don't care about your education or how much money you earn, which they should, since they don't seem to care about their education or how much money they earn, but you still have to survive living in this world, whether the men are willing and able to help you do it or not. They blame you for surviving without them, but you're not allowed to ask them to provide for you, as if most of them could. They're fine with you being a working woman, but they blame you for not making it look prettier. They blame you for your attitude, and they don't care that you live in rough neighborhoods because they blame you for the crime rates because you birthed the criminals. They blame you for going into debt, getting degrees like sociology or psychology that they say are useless because the Black community doesn't need social workers or therapists. And of course, they refuse to get the degrees for themselves. No matter what you do, Black men are going to blame you for this community's past, present, and future dysfunction. Interesting, no other community sees this the same way.
I can't tell you how often it is that these Black women are left holding the fucking bag. They are the strongest thing in these neighborhoods.
Then you want to get mad when a Black woman doesn't want to put up with your shit. And they make you level up. They make you better. Like, they're so solid. They be holding people down that they care for. You're 10 toes down.
All of this blame disguised as accountability. And why is that? Why are Black men all of a sudden so hell-bent on pointing the finger at you? Because if they weren't, then we would be focused on them and they would have to answer some tough questions. Like, while the single moms who got knocked up by Pookie and Ray Ray were raising all of these children alone, what were the good Black men doing with all of that extra time on their hands? What did they build? While the overweight women were getting all of those useless degrees, what were the men doing with that time? What did they build? While the women with bad attitudes were starting businesses and getting into corporate America, what were the men doing with that time? Blame has been a very useful tool for Black men because it shifts the focus to your unappreciated actions instead of Black men's complete inaction. And why should they do anything for you anyway? History shows that if they don't raise the children, then you will. If they don't provide, then you will. And if you fall short in any way, then they can just blame you. Blame has become a cheap parlor trick for the dusties of the internet. And you're falling for it. That's why tweets like this go viral. We rejected men who were going to make us wives for guys who made us single mothers. Men are not trash, but our taste for men is trash. We are sorry. So apologizing to one group of men who did nothing for you for the actions of another group of men who abandoned their children, absolving the supposed leaders of the community, and indicting yourself is your understanding of accountability. And you wonder why you're on the bottom. Where is your self-respect? If you still need to understand the difference between accountability and blame, imagine you need to run errands in a neighborhood that you know isn't safe. You have to park your car and you know there's a chance that it could be stolen. Accountability Accountability for keeping your car safe would be locking the door, maybe putting a club on the steering wheel. Let's say you didn't do those things and your car was stolen. Accountability would be filing a police report, calling insurance, etc., etc. But who would be to blame? Blackistan would blame you. You should have known better. Not locking your doors would be asking to get your car stolen. Even if you did lock your doors, you shouldn't have parked in that neighborhood. You shouldn't have come on that night. Somehow you would be responsible for the wrong that took place. But the law would put the blame on the car thief because they are the actual wrongdoers. And there is a reason why no matter if you locked your door or not, if you put a club on your steering wheel or not, or bought a low jack or not, the person who stole your car will always be the person that the law will hold responsible. Because when a society ensures that a wrongdoer is forced to take the blame for their wrongdoing, there is order. But if the wronged can be held responsible for the wrongdoer's actions, that society will devolve into chaos because men will feel like they can get away with anything and blame it on the victim. And that is
I feel this is such an easy concept to understand. The fact that I have sat here night after night, last year in particular, and repeated this over and over and over to the tune of at this point 20 times, with people still emailing me saying they don't understand how to get around the car analogy yet, but they know it's wrong. The fact that that keeps happening is absolutely ridiculous to me. It is, if you put the blame on the victim, you are incentivizing bad behavior on the part of the wrongdoer. If you blame women for getting pregnant, even though the man is the one who ultimately leave, then it doesn't make sense that they would even attempt to stop because you're blaming someone else. If they can escape responsibility, why will they ultimately take, like, that don't make no sense. So I feel like this is a great concept. I love it, but I'm gonna play the last part of it because this is the most important part for me. Oh, by the way, 9 size to me. Thank you so much. I appreciate this. I appreciate that so much. Before I continue, I will say that a funny story. So I'm watching a bunch of live stream, and this is how terrible these people are at accountability. There's this beautiful lady. I disagree with her pretty much on most things, but her name is Six the Goddess. And men have been having streams all day talking about how she does witchcraft because only witchcraft could get these men to be simping for her. And they're going to her Instagram and they're watching her Instagram. So the only reason men are going to their Instagram is because she's doing witchcraft on men. So they can't control themselves. Admittedly, they're saying they cannot control themselves because Six the Goddess is performing witchcraft, drawing these men to simp. This is how allergic these men are to accountability. Y'all play with these men and see what happens, because absolutely not. Absolutely. I live in a predominantly white area. These white men have no problem telling each other to have sexual discipline and make more money. Yeah, I mean, Jordan Peterson has been telling the white manosphere that for ages. But these men over here are blaming and crying to Destiny. I wanted to be petty because Sinji played a video of Destiny talking to one of those men. And she did not lie. Destiny was dragging in the politest of ways. And when I say, I just couldn't hold it back. I was laughing because these men went up there talking about, we need to go back to the days because, like, women want too much. Back in the day, all you had to do as a man is have a job and a home and you could get a woman. Now they want other things like emotional maturity and all that foolishness. And I'm looking like, so you don't want to do the bare minimum. You want to go back to a time where you were oppressed because you could get women by having a job. Mind you, y'all didn't have whatever. Watching this, I'm receiving whole college level credits in blackmail degeneracy. Alexa, cue pump and circumstance. Let me continue.
is what is happening in Blackistan. It's not a community, it's a cratocracy. Warlord rule, where might makes right, a code of ethics that says that the strong can prey on the vulnerable, and if you allow it to happen, then you deserve what you get. And you go right along with it. Like a battered woman in an abusive relationship, you believe that when someone hurts you, somehow you caused it to happen. It seems as though the community believes that the missing key to ending the dysfunction is Black women being held accountable. So, be accountable. If the complaint is that Black women are having children with absentee fathers and all of these fathers are Black men, stop having children with Black men. If the complaint is that Black women are raising these boys to be thugs and criminals, don't raise boys, reconsider having them. If the complaint is that the girls have a bad attitude, don't raise them in a rough neighborhood, you need to move. If the complaint is that these girls are supposed to be looking for a husband to take care of them in college instead of putting off motherhood for a career in a hot girl summer, don't send them to an HBCU where they're going to outnumber the men almost 3-1 and their chances of finding a quality relationship tanks. If men are not responsible for getting swept up in the prison industrial complex, but you are responsible if supporting these men ruins your lives and you'll be thrown to the accountability wolves, then don't support Black men in prison. Don't entertain Black men who have a criminal record for any reason under any circumstances. In fact, do not uphold any code about no snitching. Clean up the trash in your neighborhoods. The prisons might be filled with Black men, but the crime rate is at a record high, so maybe not enough of them have been put away. Don't entertain or marry men who can't afford to pay for a wife and children to live in a safe neighborhood. And if you can't find one, then don't have children. No work with a brother, no hold a brother down, no help a brother out, no nothing. Accountability is the total removal of your presence and your support, because if you truly are the cause of all of this community's problems, then your departure will only make it better. Because if there's one thing that I want you all to take away from this channel, it's that if someone doesn't appreciate what you do for them, the last thing you should be thinking about is how you can do more of it. And in a nation with ever increasing income inequality, women of all races are lowering their standards to meet the men who can't afford them. But when they go low, Black women, you need to go high, because you can't afford to make those kinds of mistakes, lest you be blamed for the consequences. And the future belongs to the women who prepare for it right now. I'm Mahogany Pink. I teach Black women the
She said to reconsider having them as a response to the critique. If y'all really, this is where I'm going to repeat what I said in the beginning, and this is important. If men continue to blame women for how grown men are behaving because of the single motherhood epidemic in their mind, your only recourse is going to react in the way that a lot of these women are reacting now. And this reconsider having them, it's not just coming from Sinji or other women in the space. It's the men are actually pushing this. The men are actually, we have some more videos and we have some stats and we have some things that we need to get into. But I think it is important that I point this out because it's not going to get any better from here on now. This conversation, it's going to get worse. Thank you, Elle. Welcome to the membership. That's what I'm saying. If they're blaming you for how you raise them, stop birthing them. I don't understand how they don't see how this would be the response. Like, people are like, this is evil, that is evil. You're asking women to react the way that they are reacting now. Like, literally makes no sense. I would like a panel. This is not going to be respectful, but I wish it could be. I would like to have a panel of manosphere thinkers. Now, I would know who to pick for this because I don't know who the manosphere thinkers are. And BWE thinkers on a panel that is actually people able to speak and see if their ideas hang well and see who can support the arguments that they're making, because this don't make no sense. The fact that people are in echo chambers just blabbering about nothing without stats, it's getting quite annoying. The back chat is now full again. Let me repeat. If you are not here to hold Black women accountable, I don't want to hear it. And the reason I'm saying I don't want to hear it is because I've said it over and over and over again about accountability. Please only be up when you are trying to hold Black women accountable for things that have not been said already. That's it. Like it shouldn't be full unless like literally everyone is. The person posing as Jason Black, I'm not about to put you on. It is what it is. You're not coming up. So like stop trying. Let me actually kick you out because you're not who you say you are. So I'm not about to do that foolishness. All right. So there was a person that um I I was told that he was a reasonable person that I need to look into. I don't know his real name. I'm not going to say his real name. It was um we need to talk. And he said that black women should be held accountable. So I'm watching all of his videos and they weren't making sense to me. His questioning, his reasoning skill, none of it makes sense to me. And someone was like, no, he's an academic. He's not. He's not. In my book, he's not. So if he is, he is. To you, it is what it is. I don't know this man, but to me, he's not. And the reason he's not is I cannot stand people who pretend to be fair and balanced but are not. So I decided, you know what? Let me not judge him up front. Let me find one video at random that the title is interesting with him talking to a man. And I want to go find a video where he is being interviewed because he does a ton of interviews and I want him to explain himself. That's how I approach what I'm about to do. So first I'm going to play the video of him interviewing a man, and then I'm going to play the video of him being interviewed because I found out about him based on him being opposed to pearly things. Um, and so I went down a rabbit hole of trying to like figure out what he was about. And the broad generalization about women and men, unless you are like an actual academic doing it, I'm not going to say you're an academic if you make those broad generalizations that he's about to start making. Before I do that, I'm going to add some people, and each of you will have 30 minutes. The reason I'm only 30 minutes, 30 seconds, the reason I'm only going to have 30 seconds is because I see all of your faces, which means I kind of know what you guys are about to say, and I want to hear it, but I also don't think you're gonna be debating me. I feel like we're in agreement, so that's odd. And that's not fully what I want, but I'm gonna do it. The only logical response to them blaming you for the actions of adult males is to stop birthing them and eliminating the problem. I agree, but I don't think they're right in their blame. So because they're wrong in their blame is why I don't come to this conclusion, but I understand the conclusion, right? You are not, women are not to be blamed for grown men. Absolutely not. Your behavior is yours. But them blaming women is literally them saying women should abort. Like it's the same thing to me. That's literally what they're saying. Literally what they're saying. Z, Love, and Lala. All right, Z, you have your first. You are 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hello,
Hello.
can
Yep.
you hear me? Hey,
Mhm.
I just wanted to add on to what the last caller had said about holding Black women accountable for the way that we treat our daughters versus the way that we treat our sons. Um, we as women sexualize our daughters. We make, we, a lot of Black women will live vicariously through their daughters, and so they put a lot of expectations on their daughters to live a life that they were not able to get out of the system, which causes us to be hyper independent, which can cause us to, when we get the smallest amount of male validation, we just go completely left with it. And I want to hold Black women accountable for having children before we're ready, because a lot of women are choosing to have children when they have a mindset that is not conducive to raising children in a healthy environment. That was all I wanted to add. Mhm.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Love, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Very loudly, yeah.
I turned up my mic. Okay, so I definitely want to hold women accountable, Themis, for not putting out a public service announcement. This is a pandemic issue of single mothers, and I think we need to start telling all the young girls to not be sleeping around, not having sex, having babies with black men. Like it is serious. It's a real issue to me, in my opinion.
Thank you. I
Especially
appreciate
because
it.
especially because even the older men can't give a standard of what we as women have to utilize to vet men before we start having children with them. He couldn't even hold the standard because he wasn't even going to meet the standard. That's why he had to keep changing it up and moving the goalposts for what the standard is.
Yeah, agreed. Thank you, Lala.
Good evening, Themis. How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing well. This has nothing to do with our relationship with Black men. This has everything to do with women's health. And this is a subject that's kind of near and dear to me. My own mother kind of had a breast cancer scare there. She's good. She's in treatment. She's doing okay. But I just want us to like really check ourselves. We have like the second highest like risk of getting it and the highest mortality rate. So ladies, like check on your health. A lot of times we kind of put that aside because we're taking care of everything else, being the bosses that we are. So that's all I want to add was like being accountable as far as our own personal health and just checking on ourselves. Because a lot of times if you catch breast cancer early enough, like my mom, we were able to do that. You can treat it and treat it well and easily. And so, she had a mastectomy, she's doing okay. But we don't do that a lot. We tend to like put our health on the back burner. And I don't want us to do that anymore. So that's where I'm holding Black women accountable, is taking care of ourselves, checking on, getting your blood work done, things like that. And hopefully you can, catch things early. And that's all. Thank you.
All right, awesome. Thank you. Lanny P was back here. Let me add you. Your 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hi, Themis.
We can't hear.
Can you hear me?
Nope, it's too low.
Can you hear me now?
Nope.
Okay, let me go out. I'll come back.
All right. So let's watch. The title of the video is God is a Black Woman. Listen to Black Men. And this was episode 12. Now, first and foremost, what I'm about to say is this is some high level trickery. This is like high level trickery because they're not about to tell you that God is a woman. They're not about to tell you. And the reason they're not about to tell you, and I already know they're not going to tell you that, is this is a trick to get you to be of service. If they believe God was a Black woman and anything like that, they would be listening to you and they would be serving you and they wouldn't think they're the leaders. So I already know this is some foolishness. Like, it is what it is. I know this is some foolishness.
Go deeper than the core. They really, you talking about raping my wife in front of me? You know what I'm saying? Making me
in my conversations with women, I've been trying to express to them, and maybe you can do a better job than I can, but I've been trying to express to them the fact that for men as a group, as a species, boys as a group, as a species, one of the most powerful motivating forces is whatever the female delegation is looking for, right? So for instance, one of my homeboys, he was like, a couple years ago, women said they want their men bearded. Now we all out here struggling, trying to grow beards, razor bumps, the whole nine, right?
Okay. So this is not a question. This is about blame. This is about you needing to take accountability for how the community is. They're saying men are behaving the way that men are behaving because women want them to do that. That's what they're saying. So the crime, all of that, it's your fault, essentially, is what this is saying. I know this is what this is saying. This is some foolishness, no accountability at all. They're putting blame, as Mahogany Pink said, it is not about accountable. They're not holding you accountable for their action. They're blaming you for their action. So because women want men to be thugs, I already see the foolishness. You become thugs. That is essentially it. If they're saying if women wanted kind, sweet, good men, then men would be kind, sweet, and good. This is a lie from the pits of hell. You set the standard and you do what you want to do. This is blame. you're a god, you're this, you're that, is to blame you. Because let's define leadership. Let's do that. So leaders are people who are guiding, right? The person who is at the front, who shows you where to go, someone who is ranked first. I don't really care about that. It doesn't make sense that you claim that you are the leader, right? Someone who's in the lead. Let's look at what it means to be in the lead. To guide on a way, especially by going in advance, to direct on a course in a direction, to serve a channel for, I don't know why that, to go through, right? If you are the leader, and we are defining leader through Merriam-Webster's dictionary, it is you are the person at the front, you set the standard, you do what you need to do. The only reason I'm using the word leader is because the interviewer specifically made the claim in multiple other videos that men are supposed to lead, right? Or at least suggested in other videos that men are supposed to lead. If you are supposed to lead, then you following women's standards does not make sense. It doesn't make sense to be blaming women for how men are because women want that. That don't make sense. Let me lead, but tell me what to do. Then why don't she lead herself? Like, that don't make sense. How are you going to say, let me lead, but tell me what to do? Then why don't she just do it herself? Maybe you're not the leader. Maybe you're a pawn or a knight, but that don't sound like leadership. They only lie women they're attracted, right? They lead folks to hell. But let's continue. We haven't heard this fully yet, but let's continue.
And similarly, you know, the archetype of man that women are celebrating, whether like literally celebrating or just celebrating with their sexual attention, is the type of archetype of men that we see more of. So talk to the women about the power that they have, you know, past just motherhood, because obviously that's the thing, but the power that the female delegation has in shaping the boys and the men that we see.
Bro, God is a woman. And people be mad at me when I say that. But I know you said off of producing, you know, life, but let's start there. Women are the only people that can give life and sustain life. You know what I'm saying? We can't. But first of all, women also have, I'm glad how you prefaced that before, but women also have something that we also love. That, you know what I'm saying, that I guess symbolizes the earth and the roots as well. That has a lot of power. And so a woman can dictate, you know, the actions of a man based off her control and the power that she holds. And I feel like a lot of time we see women give up that power so easily to men. And what do men do? We feel like we run stuff in real life, which we technically don't. If you got a real woman that, you know what I'm saying, set the standard, you know, of course we can get into the whole submissive piece. And
No. Don't get into the whole submissive piece. You can sit there and say women run things, but they should also be submissive. Get into... Get into the... He's married, by the way. Get into the whole submissive piece right now. How are you going to sit there and say God is a woman, women run things, but also the submissive piece? Please tell me what's the submissive piece, because it's not like the submissive piece is that men should submit. After all of that, you have to say man should submit. You can't have it both ways. Well, I guess you can, because this is the submissive provider paradigm. This is foolishness. This is actual foolishness. This is foolishness. God is a woman, women lead, women have more power, blah, blah, blah. Men just become what women want them to be. But also women should submit because men are leaders. I'll gather together a few dollars if you could get the Black think tank panel together. Look, I would love to do it. But it doesn't have to happen here. I just want it to be fair, where the women and the men can speak and we can actually test the ideas. Because people keep saying, oh, gender war. And it's like, no, it's not a gender war. There's no gender war happening. One group of people are just complaining and lying. They have no stat to back them up.
And all that. But if you got a woman who really knows who she is, she gonna one protect that power, and she also not gonna let you abuse it. Because how us dudes, you let us feel ourselves a little bit, you know what I'm saying? We gonna run with it, you know what I'm saying? And dudes abuse.
Again, women should control men. What do you mean if women give you a little piece, you're going to take it and run with it? It doesn't sound like these people are people who should be leading. This does not make sense to me. It does not make sense that these men are okay with the paradigm where they're like, I can control myself. It's the same thing Steve Harvey said, where men only do what women allow them to do. I did what the woman allowed me to do. So it just sounds like you don't have control of yourself. You shouldn't be leading. You literally are saying that the women are in control of that which you do, but you are supposed to lead who, where, when, why. This is not a compliment, by the way. Being called God in this context is not a compliment. One, it's idolatry, but two, it's blame. It is blame because they're calling you God. They're telling you you have the power. They only do what you allow them to do, blah, blah, blah. But you should also submit to them. Tell me in what world that makes sense. In what world does that make sense? That is a whole contradiction. And people are like, oh, will you talk to this person? He seems like such a sweet guy. He's so smart. I will talk to anyone willing to come on my platform. I will. But this is some foolishness. This is some foolishness. And I have heard him interview women because I've been watching a ton, and there is a ton of pushback. This don't make sense to me. Welcome to the membership. Yes, it's me.
That power. How people choose to live, that's on them. You know what I'm saying? Their life ain't for me. You know what I'm saying? No more. I'm not gonna say I never was in a position of abusing that power that women gave me, but I do believe women set the standard. And women really have to understand what they want. That's what I'm saying, back to this whole mentoring piece, that women got to understand what they want. And the dude gonna fall in line. If that's what he want, if he wants to rise to that standard, he gonna fall in line.
So if you had a Thanos glove and you could snap your finger and it would change the culture of women, number one, what would change? And number two, what do you think the effect would be with the boys?
I think it starts with men. People always talk about how women are trying to be men and taking over roles. Women get shit done. If a man does not step up,
if you have something to say about me on my platform, don't sneak this, sir. I have never, ever snuck this. You are your platform. I have said overtly that you are highly, highly disrespectful to the women there. I said you don't treat people well. I said the way you interview Sarah Garvey highlights something very specific about how you engage with people. I've also said that the way you are defending Pearly Things seems ridiculous to me. There is a link at the top and we can talk. I am open again to talk to everyone except one person online. Someone said that's not him, that's a troll. All right, whatever. If he's a troll, it's fine. This is why they were on the plantation for so long. They're telling you they can only move in the direction they made to move in. Like, that doesn't even make sense. Like, you are going to be one, you're going to be the leader, but you're also submitting. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. He abused the power given to him, but it was her fault because she let him. Yeah. Oh, also, yes, regarding the specific, the guy with the 7 baby mamas and stuff, I would expect a follow-up from you too. But you don't have to. Obviously, you don't listen. I don't sneak diss. I don't actually diss anyone. I just speak my mind. He abused the power given to him, but it was her fault because she let him. Yeah, that's ridiculous to me. Thank you, Elena. Alania. I appreciate that. The last one, I think this is. Blasphemy. He said God is a submissive provider, right?
Up and do what he needs to do as a man. It's like innate in a woman it's like, I don't know if you ever seen a female protecting her cubs. They go automatically in protect mode, and I'm not asking a nigga for nothing. I'm about to go get it myself. And it's like, you really can't fault women for taking on the roles when we haven't stepped up as men, you know what I'm saying? And really been men. And that's historically, like I said, when we was brought over here, bro, they dehumanized the black man to the core. And if we can go deeper than the core, they really, you talking about my wife in front of me?
I don't think you have to conflate, actually. And I don't think in every situation you have to say, oh, black women too. But in this specific situation, it always feels like they're like, oh, you degraded the black man. But they degraded black people, both black men and black women. I don't understand how this part seemed to be almost said in a way to highlight how black men were treated without acknowledging like how medicine developed through the black woman's body and experimentation on black women. The R and abuse that happens to black women too, like it happened to all of us. Sin is why 276 years on the plantation. They don't mark the high standards, we try to set it. Yeah. The thing is, when I see people who claim to be like rich and powerful and they behave a certain way, it's really weird because it seems like people don't have things to protect. And I don't fully believe when people are telling me, oh my God, I am rich and famous and I have money and businesses, and then they go online and do all kinds of foolishness. No, I don't believe you. Why is this chair so big? I actually really like his chair. And I kind of do like his setup. But I'm also a weirdo. So wait, let me check something. I have to check something quickly. Girl, that was not him. That y'all play too much. I just went to, that's not him.
You know what I'm saying? Making me watch, and I'm helpless, and separating me from my wife and my kids. We're not even having a conversation after that happened. You know what I'm saying? And then beating me in front of my family. But it goes deep. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, so yes, there's reasons why men, do not take their rightful place in society. But I do believe when men take their rightful place, I hate to say rightful place, but when men play their roles, and I think women automatically, you know what I'm saying? When we were talking about women being submissive earlier, I look at that completely different because, like my wife, because I do what I do as a man, like it's an honor. It's an honor for me to serve her, but it's an honor for her to serve me. Like because I'm in the right position, she automatically is able to bask in her femininity, if that's a word. You know what I'm saying? Because I took my rightful place and taking the load off her.
You're terrible. What did you say? He looks like he will talk till someone fight him. Why are you like that? Apparently someone is crying in the chat about Mahogany Pink. Someone messaged me saying someone is crying in the chat about Mahogany Pink. Whoever is crying, go keep crying. Donation for your Mucinex fund because it's dusty in here. Look, let's get this Mucinex fund together. That's what it's giving. Thank you, Johnny. I appreciate that for the Mucinex fund. Oh, hey, Pink Pill. How are you? Donation for the Mucinex fund. I appreciate that. I just know his legs were swinging. Why are you like this? All right, let me continue. I'll play too much.
She can just be a woman, you know what I'm saying? And I think sometimes we rob women of that opportunity just to be women. because we niggas.
Wait, let me. I'm gonna push back a little bit.
Go ahead, please.
So I saw a post. I think it was on Instagram or something, and it said it was something along the lines of, when I find a soft feminine woman, then I'll stop being a bitch ass nigga, right?
Okay.
But it was being sarcastic, right?
Yeah.
Because you'll hear women, for instance, say, "When I find a good man, then I'll start being feminine,"
Yeah.
right? As if their femininity is conditional based on the type of man that they find. But what you see happen, and this is the part that I'm the most fascinated with, is what you're describing: the type of man who takes the load off a woman's, back, and the type of man who, even through the way that he's organized his own life, you look around his place, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You look at how white people even talk to him. This is a man of, stature,
Yeah.
caliber, right? And he still don't get it.
What you mean still don't get it?
He still don't get the softness.
Okay.
And I'm not just talking about from his woman. I'm talking about from our culture of women. I'm talking about from the lady who checked him out at the grocery store. I'm talking about the hotel clerk. I'm talking, like, there's this like veneer of, nigga, you ain't shit until you prove otherwise. And even after.
I think people don't understand something. We have been subjugated in the Western world forever. The idea that we should be respected, I understand, but we also have to build up a lot more. And it feels like we're looking, I think as human beings, we should be respected, period. But to not understand why it is that we are looked at the way that we're looked at doesn't make sense to me when we promote certain kinds of things. By the way, if you're in the back chat, it says full again. I don't know why. Please type in the private chat what it is that you want to talk about, and then I'll add you based on that. If you're agreeing with me, you should not be up.
After you prove otherwise, you still who you think you are, right?
Yeah.
So how can you help those men understand what's going on?
Man,
if it's not something that they have failed to do.
Listen, and that's where you got to keep going. You know what I'm saying? Like I told you, 2020 helped me understand that I'm putting energy and stuff that really don't matter. You know what I'm saying? And so, man, you always gonna have women. I don't experience women like that. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I'm a pretty decent dude, but it was still levels to them that just wasn't good enough. You know what I'm saying? Like little stuff too. And it's like, cool. You know what I'm saying? Like we out. And it's being able to, as a man, because I feel like a lot of times men, like you said, women do set the standard, like the whole beard thing. You know, going to get a beard, going to get dressed. If you constantly performing, you're not staying true to
yourself, right?
You know what I'm saying? And so you got to be okay with who you are as a man to not let, you know what I'm saying? I said women set the standard, but you set your own standard too. You know what I'm saying? As a man and what you allow. And if you allow the shawty at the grocery line or whatever to let her energy rub off on you, you know what I'm saying? Come on, bro. But at the same time, man, we hold it. And when we stay true to who we are, man, you gonna have women out here that hate. You gonna have women out here that.
Please tell me that I'm not the only one here that just recognized that everything he said is now null and void. Please tell me that I'm not the only one here that understands that what he said is now void. You literally just said men follow women, so women should set the standard. Now you're telling men, oh, men shouldn't follow women, men should have their own standard. Like, I agree with your last statement. And I agree not only with your last statement, I actually believe your last statement is more true than the idea that men are just doing what women want them to do. That don't make no sense. If women are hypergamous, y'all just trying to get money the best way you can. It is what it is. It doesn't make sense to me that you're sitting up there saying women set the standards and men follow, so women should change their standards so men can change and blah, blah, blah. And then at the end, you're like, men should follow their own and you shouldn't be following women and blah. Y'all confused. It is what it is. It seems it's like whatever works in my benefit now is what I'm about to do. It looks like that's what this is. Even the way white people speak to I'm not even playing with that. Decent dude means the right kind of submissive. Again, I feel like you don't get to define if you're a good dude or not. I think the women you're dealing with do that. Decent, he contradicted himself to be validated by the interviewer. Yeah, Yeah, that's why, because he was like, women set the standards and men are going to change for women. And then he's like, oh, but men shouldn't change for women. Sure, women want you to change for whatever they want, but you should be your own person. Agreed. But what was that whole thing about men shaving their beard and becoming everything that a woman want? Because you wanted to blame her at the time. Now you want to change to affirm or be affirmed by the interviewer. That don't make no sense. She set the standard, but only buy it from her feels. Period. I'm not even going to get into the Bible because I had a whole thing about. You remember how we were talking about the punishment God made for women and men? And it's such an interesting thing because I remember talking to Ruslan about this live, and we were talking about who got it worse. And it was women, you will suffer through labor. Men, you have to toil the earth to eat and provide for your family. And if you can't provide for your family, you're an infidel. But in the modern world, women are taking on the responsibility biblically of the man. So it doesn't feel like the man was ever punished at all, actually. But I'm not about to get into that because I have more important things to get through. And I have too many tabs open and I want to close some of them because it's definitely slowing down my computer. But I want to do this. So we're back to accountability. And these men apparently are they're gonna make you accountable by hook, crook, whatever. They're going to try to make you accountable. So like I'm sitting here and I'm watching and I'm like, all right, girl, let me hear what these men have to say about this whole accountability. A clip went viral of a man saying, Black men don't have the space or the right to hold Black women accountable. And I was like, let's see what this is. These men are products of No Child Left Behind. So, so let's hear this discussion.
Y'all listen to what? But I just gotta be very honest with him. I thought about it. I was like, wait a minute. If you in the sports, if you the leader of the team and the team loses, they gonna come at you, right? Because you the leader. You the quarterback. If we the leader of the community, and if Black women are so out of control, or modern women are so out of control, then ain't that on us? Yeah. Like, didn't we drop the ball some fucking where? Yeah. Because when I think about it, like, we are the least, if we're just talking about Black men and Black women, we are less educated than them. Yeah. And it's getting to the point where we even starting to make less money than them. Yeah. I don't think we even in a fucking position to hold them accountable. Hold each other accountable. Let them hold each other accountable, and then we kind of come back and meet in the middle.
Awesome. Got you.
Let me clarify this because I fully agree. Imagine sitting in a classroom with a group project. Two of you, the Black women and the Black men, have the group project. One of you made a 95, the other made a 70. And the average of the score is both of y'all scores put together. Imagine the person who made the 70 looking at you who made the 95, whose grade is now lowered because of the average, telling you that you need to be accountable because you could have made 100 while they made a 70. In what world does that make sense? Literally, in what world? Let's pull it back. Imagine someone made a 45 and you made a 65. None of y'all passed, right? But you made a 65. Imagine the person who made the 45 looking at you, telling you you should have done better. How are you with the 45 looking at me with a 65? We both failed, fine. How are you telling me that I needed to do better when you just dragged my average down? I don't care if we both fail. I failed, but I made a higher grade than you. You know. No, that's not accountability. Mahogany Pink is correct. That is you trying to blame people for your failure. The provoked thought, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Mathing with Demas and the man. Like I can't. I don't think people know what accountability is. What they mean is they want to drag you publicly because they've been dragged publicly. And fine, say that. But if you're going to drag, make sure that what you're dragging people for makes sense. Now let's hear what these people have to say. Let's hear it.
True to that. I agree. He got a lot of truth to that. But shit, yeah, men got to hold men accountable. Women got to hold women accountable. But I also don't see nothing wrong with holding the opposite side accountable too. It's like if we gonna get somewhere, the conversation needs to be had. Hey, this is what you're doing wrong. And they can do the same thing. This is what y'all are doing wrong. And then we take it in, go back to the drawing.
No. Y'all are getting the same exams. And if you're failing on your exam and this person is passing or barely passing, even if they fail but make a better grade than you, you obviously don't know how to pass the exam yourself. So why are you telling me how to do on my exam? First, pass your exam on your own and then come tell me how to pass my exam. Until you know how to do better than me on the exam, you don't tell me how to take the exam. You are failing on the exam. That is foolishness. This is absolutely ridiculous. Like, you're like, oh, yeah, we should be. No, you shouldn't. You should not be able to tell anyone anything until you can do well. That is it. That is all. No, I'm like, yeah, I get what they're saying, but we should be able to. No, you shouldn't. You cannot correct someone when you don't know how to do well yourself. That doesn't make sense. I hate this because, like, they know the truth. That's the part that's annoying. They're sitting there stewing in the fact that they're like, oh, he is really talking some facts, or whatever people say. I don't. Is it talking facts or stating facts? I don't know. I don't care. The slang's on slanging today. And you're going to say, yeah, he's right, but we should be able to hold each other accountable. Did you just miss the entire point? You just completely missed the entire. Anywho, let me continue to read these because y'all are playing in my face right now. The current state of the community is a direct result of Black women following Black men poor leadership. Mammy's been submitting and got led straight to hell. They're still over there submitting in the manosphere, getting dragged by the same men that they're submitting to. Like, that doesn't make sense. Stream after stream after stream is being made, dragging the women who were literally there worshiping them. Literally. And then they say, choose better. The same men saying, choose better, you need to choose better, are the same men dragging the women who chose them. Think about this. Actually think about this. These are the men with the microphones. The manosphere is a great case study. They are the ones who told these women in the manosphere that they are the good guys. They've declared themselves to be the good guys, teaching other men how to be better or whatever, and those women chose them and followed them, and they're making stream after stream after stream, dragging the women who followed them for no reason outside of defending a white woman. Don't make sense. See, man, is this man gay? You can click that link and come ask me yourself. Eden has been a member for 5 months. They say accountability when they mean blame, just like they say submission when they mean obedience, but it's not politically correct. I don't think they just mean obedience. They literally mean slavery. That's it. talking about they want to go back to the 1950s, as if you were providing in the 1950s, as if you could live up to the mantle of manhood in 1950s. Accountability is the time we walk them up the door of logic and said, yes, agree, then ran back to foolishness. Remember the time. Do you remember? Why does he look so feminine talking about masculinity? Because apparently you who have the masculine voices don't know how to be masculine outside the deep voice and maybe muscle, because we are leading the world in terms of obesity too. But not only that, you and your deep voice, us and our masculinity and testosterone and all of that are being imprisoned by men who have none of that compared to us. We were enslaved, and you come up here talking about a masculinity. Really? Really? By your standard, by most black men's standard, black men are the most masculine men in the world, and we were enslaved. Make that make sense. Please make that make sense to me. Please, I'm not even gonna get into that picture of you on there sitting up here talking about a masculinity. You don't even know what it looks like. Oh my God, my voice is deep. Like, it's this weird performative foolishness while you own nothing, subjugated. We're literally, I'm done. I'm not even gonna go in on you. If you want to talk, you can come up here and tell me about a masculinity, because apparently I don't know what masculinity is. Please come up here and tell me what masculinity is. I would love for you to come up here and tell me what masculinity is, because I've been searching for it and I can't find it. So period. Anyone who inquires about demosexuality is crushing on him. Just shoot your shot and shut up. Don't disrupt the flow of the conversation. Oh no, thank you. It's not just even disrupting the flow. I am ready. I like the attacks, because one of the things I like about people who are homophobic is the idea that they have like low IQ, low intelligence. And so I want to test that theory out by someone coming up here and asking me that. I have questions for people who have questions about my sexuality. Demas, this man may not know you're not available to him. He probably don't know that.
On board and fix this shit. I mean, I don't see nothing wrong with that. But yeah, men got to step it up. A lot of men are lacking right now. Statistics show it. But at the same time, you also see a lot of men thriving too. So I understand that. I understand that a whole bunch, but I don't know, it's tough out here, because you'll have the men that's trying to hold other men accountable, and then you this, you that, and try to, and then same side with women. With women, you would pick me if you try to hold them accountable. So we all got to get out of each other's way and just start listening. And everybody don't necessarily have to have a certain background or be an expert in something for you to listen to them. Conversations need to be had in general, but we don't really have too many people to just look up to, and we don't have enough influencers and just positive people in general. Like, why all of our people got to be, an athlete or entertainer or something like that? We don't put too much stock in just the everyday person, or, a lawyer, a doctor, or things like that. Like, we don't raise our kids like that. A lot of times it's just sports. For the most part, you pushing in sports, but not as much on their education. It's like, yeah, make enough to pass to play, but it's not. You need to be making all A's. If you have a B, I'm taking away the phone or something like. Right. There are certain households where you can't have a B in their household, period. So it starts from the ground, and I think we do have some grounds to hold them accountable. But yeah, that's true too. We need to.
You heard him explain, and up until now, he has not explained the grounds by which he's able to hold women accountable. I haven't heard it. everything. He's like, men don't have role models. All of that is true. All of that is true. Okay. But then you end with, but we can hold women accountable. Why? You literally explained everything you just explained was about yourself.
To hold ourselves accountable just as much.
Kenny, upon first listen, you agree with what he had to say? If you had any grievances or issues with what he said, what were they?
If it's the team, why am I not the owner? You can't fire the owner, so I can do whatever the hell I want to do.
That boy's a damn fool.
What?
Dog. I mean, it's valid, but he didn't say he's the owner. He said he's the quarterback.
Yes, but I'm no, yeah.
But I mean, when you do franchise quarterback, you damn near got as much
team. Why we don't get rid of owner? But anyway, shoot.
Do black men have grounds to hold black women accountable in this era in 2022?
I think in ways of telling her how to love us, yes. Or telling a woman,
What was your question for me now? Hello? C-Man? So you're not going to talk? All right. Well, let me know when you're ready to talk because you're off mute and I can't hear a word you're saying. Maybe you need to get a masculine microphone or something because I legitimately can't hear a word you're saying. Your microphone might be too feminine. All right. Well, I'm going to remove you because this is me talking to myself. And that's not very masculine of me to be doing. Hello? All right. Well, that was cute. Lee, go
It's
ahead.
Lee. Hi. Hi, Lee. So, yes, I just wanted to say, well, two things. First thing is like, when I was younger and I used to babysit and everything like that, I always noticed when I would babysit one of my neighbors, I noticed that she had a set of twins, and the girl twin, she would always make her carry the bags, do this, do that, and the boy twin, it was like he never had to do anything, and that's something that I've noticed just like within, I feel like within the Black community is that the girls, they have to do this, they have to do that, they have to do this, and the moms, they seem to give the Black boys a lot of passes, whereas the girls are required to step up. That's one thing I wanted to say. So it's more like accountability to Black moms that I feel
Yeah,
as though
to
they give
hold black
their sons to hold the boys. They don't hold the boys as accountable. Like they just give them passes, and it makes them. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then the other thing is, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You have 10 seconds.
Okay, and then the other thing is, so I grew up with strict Jamaican parents. You go to school. You get your education. You get a good job, like the whole 9 yards. And that was what was ingrained in me. Then I turned like 38, and all of a sudden I look around, and I'm not married. I really wanted a child. Like my parents didn't have any grandkids, and then you become desperate. You become desperate, and I'm like, oh my gosh. And I end up picking someone who, even though I knew he wasn't not an ideal person to have a child with, I end up having a child with him because I really wanted a child. And so as a result, I have to take accountability for not picking someone who I'm dealing with the results now. And I seem to find that has happened with a decent amount of my friends, who they did with their parents, they followed the path, and then now they're 38, 39, and they had their kids later in life, and they have these kids that can support the children, but the fathers that they chose are men that they're just, and so we have to take accountability for our part and how we contributed to not having the greatest dads for our children, even though we knew that this is not, we went into it, so that's what I have to say.
All right, I appreciate that. I don't agree with that because it sounds like the vetting argument, but I don't feel like going into that because I'm waiting for someone very specific. But thank you, Lee.
Thank you.
Tina, go ahead.
Hi, Timas.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, man, I'm good. So,
No, yeah, man, I'm good.
so I always hear about these things. Oh, you have to vet the man. But where I come from, you could vet the man till you can't vet the man no more. You're going to find out after you're pregnant, 6 months, you hear that you have baby mother that you never know about. You have 5 kids done at Westmoreland that you never know about. You never know about all of these things. You never know that he did go to prison. You all of these things you don't know. And all of my family members, them go through something like this, one point or another. So I don't understand, why is it the women responsibility in the Black community to be doing all of these work? I thought that they said that they wanted to lead. I thought that they said that they are the kings of the kingdom.
Girl, no. Absolutely not. But yeah.
I mean, I don't understand it. So his whole manosphere thing is really gone really bad now, because I hear people in Jamaica talking about manosphere. So I don't know, man. Serious. Even my father find out about that man that was stranded in DR. That guy with the, my father said, how can you go to a foreign country and don't have money to reroute your ticket?
Because they're kings and they'll figure out a way back. Wait, is that theme? All right, see if, but yeah, no, I agree with you, by the way. Wait, what do you want to hold women accountable for? I love your accent, by the way. I love it so much.
Timas, I mean, I was in an argument with one of them, and it's like when I found your show, right? I'm like, you said don't argue with them. Because it's like you're wasting your time. I think they already made up their mind already.
Yeah. No, they definitely already made up their mind. I can hear you. 1 second. Don't you have 10 minutes. Go ahead, Tina, and wrap up. Feminine microphone.
No. I just wanted to say hello, everybody. Good night. I love
Thank
your
you.
show. I subscribe. Are you Jamaican too?
I'm Jamaican, yeah.
Oh. Okay. All right. Bye.
Have a good one.
Good night.
Bye. All right. See, what do you have for me?
I was just wondering, like, what is this whole stream about, so I can like tune in?
I wanted to hold Black women accountable because apparently they're not being held accountable. And I'm trying to get someone up here to tell me what they should be held accountable for.
So, the thing is, I think everyone should be accountable for themselves first, and then so the thing is, in the Black community, everyone likes to point fingers towards others. I think men should be more responsible than women, but women are there to also tell other women when they're messing up, and I think we kind of went like into a space where no one can hold each other accountable. Like you have to be the perfect example, or else it doesn't like.
What should Black women be held accountable for?
I myself, I'm from Europe, so the American issues y'all got over there, like as apparent over here, bro. But I think they should be held accountable for the single mother rate. That's one
Wait,
big
which the 70% single mother rate in the U.S.
in the US. It's pretty huge over there. I heard, and I think
Why
that's
should
one.
the women? So that doesn't make sense to me. Why would you hold women accountable for single motherhood? Why not the men? Why is it not
Okay,
like the
so
absent
it's
father?
not it's not black. It's not like one person is like the it's not like they are the only. It takes two to tango. That's first, but the woman, she brings the child to term, so
Oh, so
she
she
needs
should
to
have
be.
aborted.
I myself, I'm religious. I'm not going to say which religion, but I'm religious, so
But
I don't.
that
Mhm.
doesn't make sense when you said she brings the child to term.
She
So it
does.
sounds so she should have aborted.
She shouldn't. She shouldn't have unprotected sex to begin with.
All right.
They, not her. They.
All right. So she has unprotected sex and she should have not aborted. So how is she supposed to be blamed now? They are both to be blamed for
It's not
having
about blaming.
sex.
It's, in my opinion, it's about the child first. I'm not a.
Oh yeah,
I'm
no.
not,
The child. All right, I agree with you. The child is the most important thing.
yeah.
I don't understand how you blame the woman who is there and not the man who is absent.
I blame both, but
You
at the
can't
end
blame
of the
both.
day,
Wait, wait,
someone holds
wait,
more.
wait, wait.
Yeah. Go
What
ahead.
responsibility does the man owe to the child?
Okay, so in my opinion, it's not a blame game.
No, no, no,
Both
no,
are
no.
wrong.
Please answer my question. What responsibility does the man owe to the child?
He should be there in her life,
All right,
in support them
all right.
financially,
That's fine.
emotion. Yeah,
That's fine. I agree. What responsibility does the woman owe to the child?
she brings the a child to term,
No, when the
and
child is here. When the child is here.
when the child is here, which responsibility she needs to be accountable of. I think she has the child, so it's in her protection. So if the man doesn't want to be there, then it's kind of
You're
like her.
stepping too far ahead.
Okay.
The man and the woman owes the child responsibility that are separate from each other.
Again?
I'm asking, is that a yes or a no? There is a child, the
Yeah.
mother owes it a responsibility to be a mother, and the father owes the child a responsibility to be a father, correct?
They yeah. In a normal yeah.
Wait, yeah.
Of
All right.
course.
So the mother, if she's there and is a good person, we'll presume, she's fulfilling her responsibility.
Yeah, as she should. But
No,
one
no, no,
thing.
no, no,
Let
no,
me
no, no,
add
no,
one
no. I
thing.
am not done with my question.
Okay, go ahead. No problem. No
The
problem.
father
Seriously.
is not there.
Yeah.
How are you blaming the mother for the father not living up to his responsibility?
So, in my opinion, I'm going to answer your question. No problem. In my opinion, she has to vet the man before it. Like,
nope, you're giving the woman too much power. That is absolutely wrong. The woman does not
she
owe the
shouldn't vet
child.
the man.
The woman does not owe the child the
A good
father.
father.
The father owe the child. Nope. She does not owe the child a good father.
Okay, so in your opinion, it
The
doesn't
no,
matter.
no. Let me be clear. The mother does not owe the child a good father. The father owes the child a good father.
Okay, so let's.
Do you agree with that?
I don't agree. I get where you're coming from.
So wait.
I
So
don't.
you are saying the man who has a child does not owe the child a good father? Is that
I
what you're
think
saying to
that's
me?
like, of
Yes
course.
or no?
Yes,
No,
of
yes
course
or
I
no?
do. Of course.
So how are you blaming the woman for
I'm not blaming. I'm not blaming.
No, when you
It's a
said
suggestion, like
all right.
very.
Well, don't be
fast.
making suggestion. Tell me what is true.
If
Answer
I
my
was to have
question
a daughter,
correctly.
I would tell her. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a bit messy.
I'm sorry. I'm in Europe, so
Yeah, you're fine now.
it
You're
might be
fine now.
connection. So the thing is, in my opinion,
Not technical. You're having technical difficulties. You might want to leave and come again if you can hear me because I can't hear you. All right. Well, I'm going to remove you and then you can come again. This always happens when the conversation gets good. The thing doesn't work. European by way of Sandstorm and international issues he was to tackle is holding Black women in the U.S. accountable. Period. He said it's an international accountability. It's an it's an international accountability. Themis, if you drag the men's any harder, they will be bald. No, look, I want to understand because I have been trying to understand this argument for a long time. So if you're going to sit up here and hold women accountable for men being terrible dads, you're going to have to tell me how the woman is supposed to make that man a good father. Like, how is the mother supposed to make the man a good father? Please tell me that. Well, that's what I probably let him out for this fight. I can't with y'all. I cannot with y'all. You're in the white man's homeland, so I know you're ultra dusty over. Y'all play too much. They're telling Black women to stop birthing their children. That's what they're telling. By the way, let me stop. Please listen. The back chat is full again, and there's still people trying to get in. If you have something that you're going to say, you can put it in the private chat, but this is for you to come and hold Black women accountable. That is all this is for. Nothing else. It shouldn't feel like I know these names, so I know y'all are not here to hold Black women accountable. Like, I know these names. So, like, no. Let's go back to this. Let's see what Paris has. Hey, Paris. Why is the back chat still full?
Hi, Themis.
Hey, what do you want to hold Black women accountable for?
I think one thing Black women we need to hold ourselves accountable for is treating our boys as stand-in men or husbands, boyfriends, and then treating our daughters like our enemies. That's something that I feel like we need to work on and that we can control, if nothing else. How we treat our children as we're rearing them. And that's it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Land B.
Can you hear me this time?
Yes.
Okay, good. So real quick, I just want to say we need to hold Black women accountable. I'm a Black woman, of course, for seeing the state of the community and ignoring it. because we have all this evidence that Mahogany Pink video was epic, and we see it, we know it, but when we try to bring it to the larger group, then that's when you get not all Black men. And it's like, but it's too many. And you can't tell me that across centuries and across the United States and that San would say global dust, that Black women have just been magically choosing wrong for decades upon decades. And the community just looks a certain way because there's all these Black men, good Black men running around.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I agree that we shouldn't be turning a blind eye. Look, I'm not about to respond to anyone disagreeing in the chat. You guys see the link. You can click the link. That man is not about to click that link again because we know that he know that that's some foolishness. So I see someone calling it a falsehood and blah blah blah. If you want to explain that, you can come up.
How to listen, that y'all aren't listening enough to us, men, or, loving us the right way, or things that go along with relationships and how to love a man. I think we have.
By the way, I didn't forget that this man was questioning my sexuality, but then came up here and tried to change the subject. Y'all play too much. Y'all play too much in the chat. And then I give you the opportunity and then you do nothing. By the way, I don't disagree with this man about teaching people how to love you. I think it is true that on an individual basis, accountability is needed on both ends when it comes to how to love each other. Agreed. I agree with what the man in the white has said thus far in terms of love on an individual basis.
Grounds to say that because we know how we want to be loved.
Right.
I don't think another man can, or another woman can tell another woman, hey, this is how these men need to be loved, because she's not a man. She's a goddamn woman. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I think we have those grounds. But when it comes to education-wise and stuff, no, we can't hold them accountable. Or dress appearance or how we act out in public, because we all go out and do the same thing. We act crazy, wearing thousands of dollars in jewelry and shit like that, and can't pay no damn phone.
All right, what were you saying now?
So can you pull up the comment? Because I think I was responding to a couple people. Someone liked a comment that I made, and then someone else said that I was misconstruing the conversation and that the conversation was actually more specifically about Black women who are taking care of their kids. Because I had mentioned foster care and
No, I said assume. I said assume the woman is doing her part in taking care of the child. How?
Okay. I didn't know that. I've been in and out listening and doing other stuff. I'm heading out. So when I came in, I was just talking about, like, when I'm chatting literally about real time whatever you're speaking to at that specific moment. So you and he were going back and forth, and I was saying I didn't know that you had set that framework. So I was saying that I was just including the framework of both parents having, issues in the Black community.
Yeah. So, but when we're talking about the individual mom raising the child, doing what they can, if the issue is that the man is not there, then we're talking about the man's responsibility outside of the woman's responsibility, because you don't have to be married to be a good father to your child.
Correct.
But yeah. All right. Well,
I guess my only thing, if I were to, because I didn't really want to, I didn't want to make it seem like I was running from coming up, so I came up to clarify that. But if there were anything that I think, if I were to genuinely speak that I don't think comes up enough, because I just was talking about some stuff from a podcast for myself, And there was a video that a friend of mine had posted, like, which was like an old video. I think it's from a couple years ago. It was a trans person who was like being just brutalized through a gas station. They were like, it was like a mob of people somewhere in the South, like beating this person up, and they were trying to like whatever, maybe like easily like 50 people in and out of like a gas station convenience store.
Oh,
Uh,
that's bad.
yeah, like just brutalizing. That it looked like something that you might have seen in like a video from Jamaica or something. Like there were no cops coming, no one was calling the cop. It was just it was going on for so long that it was becoming very upsetting to me. And I saw and there were like my I think one of the things as like a queer person when I was growing up, like I think one of the first moments of difficulties that you have like with kind of like judging men and women equally is like there is definitely like women are the softer sex, so you do generally feel like you can confide in them if there is something wrong. You can talk to them about it, etc., etc. And in moments when like a mob or something like that is attacking you, which I myself have had, very specifically, I've it literally had like triggered me. I'm actually just remembering myself right now that I had a very similar scenario when I was like a young gay boy growing up in Queens, where like, it was like somewhere near the hood or whatever. So everybody acting, childish and whatever, maybe 9, 8, 9, 10 years old. And it's like, it's okay for like a group of girls to just see me walking down the street and like rip into me and call me all kind of f words and blah 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 blah, just like from afar, like ha ha ha, whatever whatever. And like
It's
if
just
I turned
you
around
got
and
to work
said
for it to get.
if I turned around and said, oh, like FUB, right? Literally, like basically what happened was I did that. I was like, FUB, after these random people who I don't even know start calling me F bombs or fag bombs and blah blah blah. And then it was like that me saying that was met with like an army of like 20 kids who were like, you're calling this woman out of her name, and how dare you do that, and blah, like I was like, I'm not scared of nobody. I'm Jamaican. So I was rollerblading. I took my rollerblades off and I walked backwards into my building. And like my girl cousin, who like is my ride or die cousin, we really ride it out for everything. Even she jumped in and was like, oh, you called her a B, Joey? Like blah, 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 blah. Like just the fact that I had done that, and was like, this entire group of girls were like verbally, attacking me for just rollerblading and minding my own business down
Wait,
the
I'm
street.
a bit confused. Were the women beating the trans person?
Yeah. So in that video, to close the circle, let me talk faster. Um, make my point. In that video, I noticed there were like a bunch of women who were at first I was like, okay, like one of these girls is gonna like pull her off the side, like like normally, even if like girls are kind of being like complicit, they'll do like a thing where they're like, yo, just leave her alone. Like she's our
Wait, who was beating her?
all of them were beating her. Like the women, the men, they were like all beating
Can
her.
you send me this video? Because it sounds like men were beating her, and you have not said anything about men just now.
No,
Like
no,
this
I
is
mean
what you
it was
did. Wait,
obviously
listen.
men. I'll send you the video.
Let me explain what just happened. And I was trying to understand, so that's why I was letting you talk. Because like I obviously want to understand. I do sympathize, by the way.
Sorry, my cat
When
is mad.
when it came to this, you said there was a bunch of people beating a trans woman or man, trans
Yeah,
woman or man, trans woman. There's a
trans
bunch
woman.
of people beating a trans woman, and the women didn't do anything to help. And then you said you talked about a story where people were teasing you, and then you went back at them who were teasing you, and your cousin who you loved and loved you hopefully did not sympathize with you, but was mad at you for how you reacted. What it sounds like to me is that you're upset with, and they are wrong, by the way, with women for being bystanders to abuse. They are wrong. This is not okay, and I don't think I agree with you that the women are wrong, but it doesn't feel like you are really addressing the person actually engaging in the abuse.
Oh well, so in that video, what I didn't finish saying was in that video, because what I was saying is that like my natural inclination, even as I'm watching the video, was like, oh, like these girls, they're just kind of bystanders. They're just kind of like maybe they're just throwing slurs, but eventually they'll kind of like be like, yo, leave her alone, like you've done enough now, like like women are, because they obviously they're not going to go fight men, and I don't expect them to do that. So it's like patriarchy puts people in positions where like they try to help just in the way that they can. So if just telling a dude like, oh yeah, you got her already, just get away, sometimes that's actually them helping you, and it's really not help, but it's all that they can do in the moment. So I thought that's what I was going to see in that video. And
I
then as I
agree.
saw them
Wait, no, no,
join in
no.
the fight,
I
it was
wait.
like,
Oh my God, I agree with you. And if this is what women should be held accountable for, I agree that like people should speak up. But this feels like it completely misses the abuse and the
what
abuser.
I'm talking about is that the abuse was being done by all people. The women were beating her, the men were
I
beating
need
her.
to see this video because you were saying they were standing around and then they joined in beating a
Yes. So
trans
what I'm saying is
woman.
that as in the beginning of the video, it looked like they were just standing around. And as I like further watched it, I started to notice that they were also joining in, because a lot of them were like more like watching chanting from outside of this convenience store, like gas station. And then as like the girl came outside, I was like, oh, she's gonna get out, she's gonna get away, because there are only women outside. And then they started beating her too. They were like beating her just as badly. So, and then it was just like all these things, because I know that we've had these conversations before, and you often try to bring me back to this point where I'm like missing who's actually doing the brutalizing.
Yeah, because
And
it tends to happen where people like the women.
yeah, but I
It's
would
like the
personally
women.
like
You shouldn't
actively
leave your
try to like,
car. You
well,
shouldn't leave your car in the broken neighborhood. And it's like, yeah, you shouldn't. But the system is going to blame the wrong door. Even if you left your car open, the person who stole it is supposed to be blamed. But I do want to see the video. Do you have it now? Can you send it to me now?
let me try to pull it up. I do. I think I have
While
it.
you do that, I'll read some super chats.
Okay.
Cheeky Banter says, what's good, my guy, showing support. Wait, is this why the chat is going off on Cheeky? Cheeky came in and said, showing some support, and the chat has been dragging him nonstop. Why are you like this? Blaming black women for homophobia, never checking black men. This tends to happen because someone was like, black women are the ones who set up black men and cause gay black men to get beat up. And I'm sitting here trying to figure out, like, what do you mean? Like, there is people acting badly and you're blaming a third party. Like, the person who act badly should be blamed and held accountable. If you don't do that, we're setting a terrible precedent. So that's odd to me. Cheeky came back. Did you send the thing?
I'm literally looking for it.
All right, yeah.
It was,
I'll read
someone
the
that I was kind of Facebook stalking who is not actually my friend, and I saw it on their Facebook page. So that's why I'm having difficulty finding it, because it's not like a source that I actually engage with. Sorry.
Themis, why the chat hating ain't even said anything. Hello, hey chat and viewers, dag, I'm just watching. He gave a $20 super chat, so that means we can't be mad at him. Oh my God, y'all are something else.
Here
Someone, you found it?
I think I may have found. Let me find.
All right, let's. I won't play it on the screen, but I'll play it in the back.
Don't listen to me yet. If I think I
Who's more homophobic, black men or black women? I'm going to go ahead with the one who's actually causing like physical violence at the highest level, but that's neither here nor there. Like, people will come in here, like there's some men right now in the chat trying to convince me that black women are more homophobic while you came in the chat asking about my sexuality. There's a bunch of women here. We've been here for a year or 2 years now. I don't know how long we've been here, just enjoying each other's company. And the first thing you come here trying to figure out is a person's sexuality. And you want to tell me that black women are more homophobic. If you don't go sit somewhere with your foolishness, I'm not about to have this conversation with y'all. Like, y'all play too much. Okay, so it was a group of bad people. Don't try to paint all black women as black LGBT abusers when they are not, period. On the contrary, they are the biggest supporters.
Oh my God.
I don't have the stats for that. I won't, I'm not gonna co-sign. I'm not gonna co-sign this, but I don't know, like
I would actually
no, 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 no,
I wish
no,
that
no,
was
no,
true.
Mr. Whitty, all I need from you is that video. Like, I'm only reading the super chats for that video because I want to apologize to you and say, yes, we need to hold black women accountable because they were beating up a trans person. Let me see it. I want to see it.
I have to find it to see it. Oh.
Mm-hmm. It's the Drabnika Bubble Show. It's okay, boo. I mean, I can have you up here still and continue the show, but I'll read 2 more super chats.
No. I told you it was like a post on someone else's like Facebook page that I'm not even friends with. So like finding it right now, I don't even remember their names. I'm trying to.
All right.
It was,
Well,
you know how like you're probably younger than me, so but you know how Facebook like recommends people to be friends with you.
mm-hmm.
It was like one of those people, and after I looked through their page, I like X'd them out. Like I don't want to be friends with them, so that's why I'm not finding them. I didn't. It wasn't something that I kept for like further reference because it was very
But I
upsetting.
thought you said it was someone you were following and stalking. Air quotes, stalking.
Stalking.
You said it was someone I'm stalking and I'm not really friends with.
Yeah, I'm stalking, not friends with, as in like we're not actual Facebook friends.
Yeah, so it should be easy for you to find who it is because you already know who it is.
No, I don't want to tell you all my business, Themis. You want to know all my business? It's just a guy that I was looking at on Facebook, and I know him. Facebook suggested me. Okay. Facebook suggested he's been friends with. I was like, oh, why is Facebook always going through my phone? Let me X him out so that way he doesn't try. He doesn't also get the recommend me friend request thing. Okay.
All right, so, but if you know who he is, you can go to his page. This should be super easy then.
So you can't search black man.
All right, so you don't know who his name?
I don't know his name.
All right.
This
Well,
is how gay connections work, okay? We're not like there are a lot of guys I know who I don't know their names. Okay, I'll just say that. But I didn't even intend to obviously this. I saw this earlier this week, so this just came to me as I came to talk about it. But I will
all right,
send it to
well,
you as soon as
send
I
it to
find it.
me. Send it to me, and I will look at it.
Of course. And if we were to even, to watch the video together and analyze it, it's maybe like it's definitely like 80-20, men to women doing anything. Now, like, am I going to say, oh, she only threw one punch, or she only kicked at her, and the other ones bashed her head through the door? Like, yes, like, but then that's like violence Olympics, it's like, oh, so that's why, like, and that's why I think it's important to try to just be like equal and balanced when trying to eradicate things like that, like hate against communities, because it's like saying falsehoods, like, you know, like for instance, I always feel like black women are pretty, you know, all my black girlfriends are the coolest ride or die girls I know. I have all my same girlfriends from high school still to this day, and I'm 35. And but when I went into my gay adulthood life, it's not something that I really knock black women for, because like I I think it's a reality of like their dating life. But there's just like so much like homophobia in black men that like even being like adjacent friend, like basically like, you know, you don't really, it's a lot harder to bring your black girlfriend to the gay club, because I literally had my black gay girlfriends tell me, oh, because they don't want to be, they don't want to, they often don't want to be, they fear being hit on by some random lesbian as well. And they, when you like things that I didn't expect for them to fear, because I'm like, I didn't, because you know, I just never went that, like I assumed that of a black man, right? But then I have actual black female friends, and I'm like, oh, let's go to the gay club, and they're like, girl, I'm trying to get some, you know, like I will have a drink with you before you go out. But black girls are not like some other girls who will be all night out with you in the gay club till the sun comes up on a frequency. They are just not that girl. And that's okay, because I don't feel like that's like a thing that they have to do to be like good. But I think like there are nuances of types of support that I think could actually show to like make bridges better. That I think people some like, I don't believe in patting yourself on the back like for doing like the bare minimum in that kind of way. So it's like,
Mm-hmm.
just because you don't beat me doesn't mean that you're an ally. And I guess that would be the perfect way to end that at. Just because you don't beat me doesn't mean that you're an ally. So in
Yeah.
that way,
Thank
allyship
you.
could be
I
better.
actually I agree with that, because you don't beat someone does not mean you're an ally. That is, I think that is completely fair. That is completely accurate. But it does mean you are not homophobic as the person who beats them. That's what that's what it does mean. It does mean that the person who sees you and is so outraged by your sexuality that you're beaten, um it means you're not as homophobic. Timus, when does it stop? God dang. And even said nothing and they hate it. Look, they've made their judgment. They have the women's have made their judgment. Themis, off topic, but Themis, what's your email to request Discord access? If you go to the community tab, you should have the Discord information there. If you are a member, if you're a member, you should be able to see it in the community tab. The back chat is filling up again. I don't know why. I feel like you guys just don't want to listen to any of the instructions. So like, if you have um smoke for black women, essentially. That is it. And you need to get something off your chest. You were supposed to sing it, theme. Did. You were supposed to sing it. I'm absolutely not about to sing it. You know, me and singing don't go together. And my computer is freezing up. Let's go back to over here. Type in the private chat, because there's like 4 people in the back, what it is that you think black women should be held accountable for.
Bill, I ain't taking care of our kids. You know what I'm saying?
That's real.
That's shit that we need to hold each other accountable with. Like your goddamn best friend ain't take care of his kids, but he out with you every day. Why you ain't telling him to go take care of his kids? Don't come hang out. That stuff we can hold each other accountable for. Being a father, how to be a father. Hey man, this is stuff you need to do with as a man. These accountable things me and you as men need to do. Don't tell a woman how to you know, be a good raise her damn child while she's pregnant. No, that ain't our business. That's woman to woman stuff. So
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. The only issues, well, I had a couple issues with what he said, but the first one being he turned, oh, we need to hold each other accountable. We need to hold each other accountable, and I think that's part of the issue that got us here. Women don't hold women accountable, and that's the grievance. We see it on these panels all the time. To whereas you will have a woman come on there and say something that everybody on the panel knows is wrong. Everybody, and women will say nothing. They will let it slide. Or
I think if women say things wrong, they should be corrected. If they're statistically inaccurate, they should be corrected. So I agree with him thus far, but I don't agree that women don't hold women accountable. Literally, women just kept coming up here to tell us why women should be accountable. But let's continue.
they'll make excuses for why she said it. But a man can come on that same panel and say the same thing, and they'll kill him for it for 45 minutes to an hour. You know what I'm saying? So when that's the climate, if they're not holding each other accountable, like somebody has to hold, especially us being the leader of the household. Let's just establish another thing. This is the other grievance that I had with it. I think black men as a whole, he has a point. But there are a lot of black men in this society who have, stand up characteristics, integrity, family man, take care of their kids, do whatever the case may be. And even when these men speak, they refuse to be held accountable by these men who are widely known to be the type of man that they want or the type of leader that they would sign up to follow. And they don't listen anyway. You know what I'm saying? So if
Russell Wilson.
Like a Russell Wilson. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, so with that being the climate, it kind of jades what it is he's saying. Now, the part I do agree with in terms of black men need to step their shit up, I agree. But I think, that stems from the previous generation failed us. Let's keep it honest here. Like, why do women have this mindset? And going back to what O said, starting in the household, where does that stem from? That stems from the generation before us, fathers not being in the home for whatever the reason. You locked up in jail, drugs, all type of stuff. We can sit here and run down the list.
So this doesn't make sense. So you're holding black women accountable for the men not being there. Again, anyway, I'm just going to continue because this don't make no sense to me. There's literally, they're like, oh, even the men who have it all together, who do well and all of that, no one listens to them. Lies. Just straight up lies. Just straight up. First of all, they're not online trashing women. So that's the first thing. But let's continue.
And regardless of how much, the man or the government played in that aspect, we still willingly chose to engage. And now you done missed 20 years of your kid's life. Now your daughter growing up without a father, looking at her mama be superwoman, work 3 jobs, this, that, and the third. So when she gets out in the real world, hell no, she ain't letting no man hold her accountable. Because she ain't never seen an example that she don't even respect men because of what her daddy did. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's the generations before us fault. Now we suffering the cause of it. We trying to change things because now, let's just be honest here, especially in the black community, 70% of black men are very, very active in their kid life, meaning giving them baths, meaning getting them dressed, meaning taking them to school.
Girl, where did you get this stat? You can sit there, talk about how these men aren't in the home, blah, blah, blah. But then on the back end, say 70% of black men are in. Where did you get where did you get this stat? I'm confused. I need to know where you got this stat. I need to know 70% of black men are in the home taking care of their children. I know you're not talking about the CDC stat that specifically stated when black men decide to be in the home, of the group that they surveyed, they said for the last, quote, 4 weeks. This is what I don't like with this stat. Right, because you said women don't hold women accountable when they say things wrong. So let me hold you as accountable as a man who you've said this wrong. The CDC stat, and I don't know if this is the one you're pointing to, but it's the only one you could be pointing to. It literally is literally the only one you could be pointing to. Was a survey done for the past 4 weeks. So if you were active serendipitously for the last 4 weeks or a month in your child's life, you ranked highly there. It defines father not just as biological father. So a stepdad who is moved in with the mother or whatever for the last 4 weeks would probably have more interaction. The age range was from 15 to 44. That was the age range for the CDC study. By 49, 80% of Black men have children. So it doesn't even touch the higher end of the age range. Nothing over 45, no one over 45 was included. It does not include financial contribution, i.e., child support. This was not included in how much the dad was giving to the child. I'm confused as to why people use this study. It also didn't include when the father had multiple children. It didn't clarify which child or if all of the children were being taken care of in the last, again, 4 weeks. I had to go back and reread this study because people kept bringing it up. And I was like, maybe I misunderstood it the first time I read it, the second time I read it, and then the third time I read it. So I had to go back and read it a 4th time. And this don't make no sense. 70% of you aren't in the home. 70% of us aren't. No. When 72% of households are being headed by Black women, that don't make no sense. Y'all just playing in people's faces. Y'all know you're lying and just straight up lying. Y'all know y'all are lying and y'all are straight up lying still, like you don't even care. I don't have the patience for anyone in the back chat who is just going to come up here and not actually say anything that they disagree with, because that doesn't make sense. Like, it is not just about disagreement, it is about holding women accountable. So if you don't have something to, if you're not holding women accountable, I kind of don't want to hear it. Like, that don't make sense. How are y'all messing up the stats so badly? I'm so confused. Sorry, I'm watching a video that Mr. Witty sent me. Mr. Witty, I just watched the video on full speed, so maybe I missed it, but I didn't see any women hitting her. Mr. Witty?
17-minute video.
Yeah, I was literally, you sent it to me and I sped it up 2 times. And while I was talking just now,
But
I
do you want
was
me to
watching.
screenshot? Like, do you want me to screenshot this? There's no way you could have not seen it. I just brought it back up to you. So
Wait, do you know what the
I've
timestamp
seen it.
is? Can you, where's the timestamp?
It's Iana Dior. Is that the one you got, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, if you're watching it in double speed, it's such a crazy
It's
fight.
going really quickly. All right,
Yeah.
so can you watch it right now and tell me the timestamp in the back?
That's quite a commitment, but I'll do it for the sake because I know people think I'll do it for the haters.
Yeah, let me know. All right, cool.
Reading with them, going to PTA meetings, going to athletic events. 70% of Black men are that active in their life. I think it's 55% of white men or Spanish men or 45% Asian, like whatever the case.
This is literally not. I am looking at the study right now, and the fact that he's saying 70% of men does it, like, it literally just so confusing to me that you would even say that, because nowhere in the study does it say of black men. Like, I just, why do people do this? And he could be misquoting without. I'm searching for 70%. The 70% pops up and it's like 70% don't do this or don't do that. And this is not of all black men. So I don't know where he's getting this from. I know he's not talking about the part where they said of black men who were in the home, 70% were likely to have bathed, dressed, and put diaper on their children. I know he's not talking. That's the only 70%, and it is of the men who were in the girl. Y'all just gonna play in our faces, not know how to interpret that. It said of the men who were in the home. Girl, y'all are just playing in people's faces at this point.
It may be, but black men are dominating in that regard in this era that we in. So change.
They're not dominating in this era. The study was about 4 weeks. The study says 4 weeks, literally 4 weeks. The past 4 weeks have you bathed your child. And your child does not actually mean your biological child. So they do a de facto father, stepfather, all of that, who live with the child. It's not just, oh my God. They did include parents who live apart from the child, but also they weren't talking about all the children that you could potentially have. They actually said they had to redo a study. In the conclusion of the study, they said they were going to do a follow-up study to address the problems in the first survey. Let me actually, I can't. I'm not going through this whole thing, by the way. I'm not doing that. Let me just go to the conclusion, because I can't. This is kind of ridiculous now. Like, it just feels like no one is willing to read this. So let's go to the second limit of this study, because I'm tired of people using it. I'm actually tired of people using this, because I don't think anyone read this. I don't. A second limit is that the father involved question was not asked for a specific focal child. If fathers had more than one co-residential or non-co-residential child in an age range, it is not clear then how these fathers responded if they had different levels of involvement with different children. So I'm not doing it. Y'all play too much. I'm not doing this. None of y'all read this. None of y'all care to read it. Let me do the 4-week thing so that whenever people bring this up, anyone can say this, because like I'm quite annoyed. Let's see if the control find. So in the abstract, it said, this report measures fathers' involvement with their children. Father involvement is measured by how often a man participates in a set of activities in the last 4 weeks. In the last 4 weeks. In the last 4 weeks. This is measuring a very specific thing. Should I go through this? I don't want to go through this. I want to go to the father's age. Let me do it. Oh, here. I don't even have to go further. Here it is, right here. Do you guys see the age range? The age is from 15 to 44, when it's by 49 that you get 80% of men with children. I'm not doing this with anyone else. It is what it is. I'm not about to sit here and go through a study that you didn't read, but you feel like you want to come up here and cite. I'm not doing that with you.
It's coming. It's gonna be rough because of the hole that we're trying to climb out of. But change is coming. Black men in this era are trying, and if you see black men trying, if you see somebody that has solid characteristics, you should be willing to follow that. That type of man.
No, you should follow a leader. You shouldn't be trying to follow people who are trying. That don't make no sense to me. Sorry, I'm looking at a timestamp. 6:54. Six. These people are talking like, I'm so confused at what you're telling me, Nika. Like, I don't see any of this that you're saying at this time. Actually, don't even see her. Sorry, guys, I'm kind of quiet because I'm watching it. I would watch it with you, but I don't want this on this screen. Sorry, Nika, I will watch this separately, but I'm going to continue. Thank you for sending it to me, though. I will do a follow up, and thank you, Cheeky. I appreciate you. I will do a follow up because I can't watch it now, but I appreciate it. I will go through it. I'm actually annoyed with this person now, so I'm going to move on. You were supposed to sing it. I apologize. Yes, black women are the biggest supporters of the black LGBT. I did not know this. I need to look into that. But also, some black women are part of the LGBT. Some black men. He bashes black women all while having them as friends. I think people want, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of people who are not just because I don't want to minimize it, but people who are like contrarians. And it's like kind of sad because I think there are people who I think there are a lot of people who have something valuable to say. And I feel like just being a contrarian, it minimizes it, but it sometimes do feel like there is just a need to be a contrarian. With no evidence, this is giving misogyny. That was a strong thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to get through the super chat so we can get back. Only click the link if you want to hold black women accountable. Thank you. Honorable, thanks so much. He said, can you ask him if the video was a trans girl that was drunk driving or trying to park into a community and crash into a few cars and tried to hide in the corner store? Nika, he left. Wait, was that the story? Wait, I think he's saying that I don't want to show the video. I don't want to show the video because if there is fighting on there, which it looks like there is, it's gonna cause problems for the channel. So I can't show violence on here like that. But thank you, Honorable. I'm gonna look into this story because I need the context for this story. Themis, I'm confused. Do they want to go back to the 50s when life was perfect, or did the last generation fail us? Wishes, girl, they don't know what they want. At this point, they don't know what they want. All right, I'm at the last super chat. He saw 70% and said a win is a win. Period. All right. So back to there's some people in the back. Let me figure out what is happening. Everyone will have 30 seconds. I didn't get through my live stream, and that's my fault. That's my fault. Kai, is it Kai?
Yes. Yes,
Go
it's
ahead.
Kai.
Go ahead.
Hey, Themis, how are you? So, I am going to hold Black women accountable. I'm going to say that we have to stop being naive and having everyone's baby. It's unfortunate that that's a big issue that I feel like most men have with Black women. So if that's an issue that they have with most Black women, then we need to start listening. I understand we want kids. I understand that we want to live on with our legacy, but we have to be even more strategic about how who we're having kids with. I've seen it generation to generation in my family, and I always hold the women accountable in my family. Like, if you saw it happen to grandma and mom, why would you do the same thing? You know, and that's where I come in, and I broke those generational curses. So I just feel like we have to be more smarter. It's unfortunate that a lot of us don't have the self-esteem or the self-worth that we should have, but I think therapy is an option, you know. And I think that the people that need to hear these podcasts are not on these podcasts. The women that are doing the work and are participating and trying to make their lives better, they're here. But the ones that's not, they're not listening to these podcasts. So
Yeah.
it's like kind of hard to hold Black women accountable because the ones that are doing it are not listening to this information and actually trying to live a better life or trying to basically make the right choices, if that's even a thing to make the right choice. I don't think that we can even make the right choice. I think it's something within our community, and it's unfortunate. And even me as a Black woman, I feel lost. I thought I did everything right, did therapy, got a good education. You know, no matter how much I hear what these men say, I take it in heed. But the more I'm seeing that they don't like us, so it's like, let me back off. So let me just listen to what these men say.
I mean, I agree with you. On both sides, I think the people, like, I actually do want to converse with the people with the bad ideas because I do want to challenge their thinking, but they won't. They're not here.
Yeah.
But thank you. That
Okay,
was
thank you.
40 seconds. So I'll give Black is Queen 40 seconds also. Go
Thank
ahead.
you.
I appreciate it. Black is you're muted if you're talking. Black is Queen. Once, twice.
Hello?
Yep.
Hey, I wasn't planning on coming up, but hello? Can you hear me? Okay, yeah. Ba Basically it's their mindset that is the problem. Um, I would
With
say
Black women.
yeah, not Black women. No, not Black women mostly. I only thing I could say to Black women is Black women, you know, you're a woman. You don't have to follow men into hell. You pretty much Black women shouldn't have to fight. They shouldn't have to deal with any of this stuff. They shouldn't have to defend against these men. I don't like that. Like, you don't have to let them know that you're not happy about them being with white women. You don't have to let them know that you're sad about anything. Live your best life. Let go of the fight. There's other people out here that will fight for you. And we need you rested. We need you beautiful. Go further into that. Um, I would say, the world is shifting right now,
Wait, what
and
should Black women be held accountable for?
um, not taking care of each other, not sticking together, liking the men more than seeking the favor of the men over your sisters. Black women have give birth to other black women. So, like that's the thing that connects you. Like you're all one thing. And all you are literally is just another hue of woman. So you literally should just stick together. Like I don't like the betraying of each other from men. I don't like the any of that. Like you're all goddesses and you should stick together. You should check on each other. You should go into ease. Like
Yeah.
yeah, I like that. Like I don't yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I
No
appreciate
problem.
that. Have a good
No
night.
problem. You
Hopefully
too
you're
as well.
watching.
You too. Oh yeah, I you still ain't hit me up on Instagram, sir.
What do you mean?
I hit you up on Instagram.
All
I
right.
had I inboxed you. Oh yeah,
What's
and you are
what's your
masculine.
name? What's your name on Instagram?
It's called the Shamans. No, it's called underscore um the Shamans, like underscore the Shamans, something like that. I'll write you again tonight though.
All right.
Okay. All right. See you, friend. All
Bye.
right. Love you guys. It's awesome to be black. Value it. Don't let
Midnight snack.
Hi, I just wanted to say that, I
Midnight.
want to
What do you
hold,
have for us?
I just want to say that I want to hold Black women accountable for um, them feeling compelled to bring life um, when they get pregnant. You have to look at these situations for what they are. I was someone who had gotten pregnant and he switched up on me. He was perfect. And as soon as I got pregnant, he switched up and it was mission abort. There was no way I was going to carry that pregnancy. It was deletus fetus. There's no way I was going to tie myself to him for the rest of my life. You don't have to find out at women have these signs before they get pregnant and before they give birth a lot of times and they just ignore them. You don't have to, it doesn't take a child's birth for you to figure out this person is garbage.
Yeah, but I feel like the problem I have with abortion generally, I don't have a problem with abortion, but I don't understand how women's body react to having something growing in them. So like I don't know. I mean, you guys are
It
holding
can't
each other
be any
accountable.
worse than carrying something to term and giving birth to it. I don't see how abortion could be any worse than the toll it takes carrying a full pregnancy.
Yeah. All right. Well, that is an opinion, but I don't co-sign it. But I do know if I was a woman, probably never have children because that looks like a ton of pain. But period. All right. So on the last clip, I'm gonna skip through my outline, just like skip all of my outline. Okay, there's a ton of people again in the back. I don't know if Keisha, we've talked. Can you write in the private chat what you think? Let me know what you think women should be accountable for, and then I'll add you. I don't know. I think I don't want to be cavalier when it comes to like women reproduction because I'm not a woman who reproduces. So like the that's the conversation I think amongst women, but period. Tax time is the only time you need to be a baby mama. It helps. Be kind to one another, ladies. Goldman Sachs told us whom leads the group, period. Please type in the back chat. Please type in the back chat what you want to hold Black women accountable for, and then I'll add you. All right. to everyone in the back chat. All right, let me go and we will. So we need to talk. Remember, we're looking at his videos. And so I wanted, because everyone is like, oh, you need to watch this guy. He's so soft spoken and he seems kind. And I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt, but he has a video saying, is Kevin Samuels a necessary evil? And I'm skeptical. And if y'all don't remember, I will continue to remind you of this little tidbit here.
Subjective. That's why we have the golden ratio, the Fibonacci equation. You can look at facial symmetry and see that beautiful people, you can map their facial structure, and it goes to a mathematical calculation.
Oh yeah.
Beauty is universal. And the thing is, we're talking about Black women, they are on the opposite end of the spectrum on all ranks. Facial symmetry, even to the way to Black women are starting to look more masculine.
Anyone at all who is like, oh, Kevin Samuels is great and amazing and whatever necessary, I'm gonna have questions. You first, before you do anything else, you're gonna have to explain to me how you're okay with him telling us that Black women are ugly. Like, there is no way around that in my book. But if there is a way around that for you, then period. But that's what, before anything else, I'm gonna want to hear. You're going to have to explain that to me. So no. And if you don't address that, absolutely not. So let's hear what We Need to Talk had to say about why Kevin Samuels was a quote unquote necessary evil.
Girl, tell me how you feel.
Tell me how you really feel. I think I might call the podcast that, because at first it was going to be We Need to Talk, because everything I've done has pretty much been We Need to Talk. But
Yeah.
maybe it's time
I
to
like that too.
retire.
The We Need to Talk.
Retire the We
I
Need
think
to
it's pretty
Talk.
good though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it okay if I move this a little bit?
So you can see me?
Yes, I can see you. Yeah, there it goes. Yeah. I don't know. I think I like We Need to Talk. We Need to Talk.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think your things are very conversation starters.
Okay.
And when it's like We Need to Talk, it's like, ooh.
Maybe
like,
the church is called We Need to Talk, but the sermon.
It's Black Girl, Tell Me How You Feel.
We got something.
I like that.
All right, Raina. So
all right, let's do this.
Let's talk about it. So obviously, as we know, there has been a conversation starter by the name of Kevin Samuels.
An uproar starter.
So let's start with, like, you tell me about how you learned about Kevin Samuels and your immediate thoughts. And then I'll ask you some questions.
Yeah. I think, from what I remember, I think my boyfriend actually introduced me to him, but he doesn't even remember. But for some odd reason, I remember. I just remember like little clips, but I didn't remember having the initial like, oh, in my gut until like, I think the Average at Best video came. And I was like, yo, who is this dude? I was like, what the hell? I said, well, before, because I'm a person of like, I have like very big opinions, but I always like to do a little bit of research. And then I'm like, okay, well, some of the stuff, I get what he's saying. But I think initially I was just like, I don't know, something about him, I just really don't like it. I don't. I think the way that he is when it comes to women, especially Black women, and he's just, and most women say it's just not what he says, it's how he says it. I'm not even going to talk about that. I think it's the fact that
I should have known I was going to be annoyed. Haven't fully watched this, didn't know who was interviewing, but I should have known I was going to be annoyed. If you are annoyed at someone, please try to figure out why. If you don't want to do the work because it's too much mental work to figure out why you're annoyed with someone, don't talk about it, just completely ignore them, leave them alone, don't engage with them about the issue. If you're going to talk about someone and you don't know why you're upset, it is going to look really weird when you're trying to explain why people shouldn't like or shouldn't follow someone without knowing why you are upset. And saying it's not what he says, it's how he says it, it's not good enough. that your boyfriend was listening to Kevin Samuels should have been a red flag. I, I don't know how to say this any nicer, but that should have been a red flag. But that's neither here nor there. I think it defeats the purpose of explaining why someone is not good when you're like, it's not what they said, it's how they say it. No, 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 no. It is also what they said. How you say something can be a problem. But when you talk about the color purpling of the Black community, when you say Black women, you believe in some kind of discipline for women, when you're saying don't believe the children when they talk about abuse in a certain way, when they're talking about Black women beauty, when they say things like, let me play this. I don't think I've ever played this, but let me play it because I was like, people keep saying, oh, Kevin Samuels was about bringing the community together, and people are citing Kevin Samuels now, and they're like, Kevin Samuels would never let pearly things in, forgetting that Kevin Samuels was the one who literally trained her, right? She paid him to train her. And this is what Kevin Samuels had to say. He then goes through a list of it. So when people are like, oh my God, he wanted Black love and blah, 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 lies, lies, and more lies. No. He was very much for dating out. He was very much for all of that foolishness. He even actually talked about Maria and all that foolishness. He has said it. So I don't want to sit here and hear anyone telling me that, oh, he was for Black power and some foolishness about him being pro-Black, and like the pro-Blacks or who are in the manosphere seem to be falling over themselves. By the way, they did a good enough job dragging out the Pearly Thing situation. But to pretend like Kevin Samuels was pro-Black is a lie. It is an absolute lie. Pro-Black in the way that it's like Black exclusive. That wasn't a thing. And he talked poorly about Black women. There's specific clips of him talking about Black women being the least attractive. So it's not just how he said it, it is what he said. No. So, anywho, I'm sorry, it's very difficult for me to sit here and hear someone who's like, oh my God, this man is an intellectual when he's talking about how necessary Kevin Samuels is. Absolutely not. No. Sorry, there's a super chat here. Lovely holding Black women accountable for church. If Black women leave the pews, the mega pastors, misogyny, and Black women in the institution will have no fuel. Period. Period. Sorry, there was a. I want Black women to be accountable for the DV rates in the community. Wait, I'm confused. Keisha, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I just wanted just to say that I think,
Oh, it was Tiff who said it.
oh, I'm sorry.
Tiff, you said you want the Black woman to be accountable for what?
Yes, just to, I think to
Hello,
look, oh,
I'm Tiffany.
Oh, all right, Tiffany, you go first, and then
I'm
we go to
sorry.
Keisha.
Yes, sir.
Yes, so I was saying that I think that Black women should be held accountable for some of the domestic violence rates in the community, because I feel like a lot of Black women teach their sons that if a girl hits you, you can hit them back. If she act like a man, well, you could treat her like a man. And I feel like Black women do not teach their sons to be calm, cool and collected. And the reason I'm putting it on Black women is because they raise the boys. And I have personally, because I work in a school district, I have personally dealt with mothers whose sons hit girls in school. I'm talking about laid them out. And the mother will come in there and say, oh, well, she shouldn't have hit him first. And this, that, and the third. Not teaching their sons at all. Look, don't hit a girl. And I've seen this over and over and over again, where Black mothers literally teach their boys, if she hits you, you can hit her back. So the domestic violence, because these boys grow up to be men and they're taught that. So the domestic violent rates, to me, have a lot to do with how Black women raise their boys concerning each other. Like, teach your boys, don't put I never heard a Latina woman come in my office and say, well, she hit him first, so my son can hit her back. Never. They don't teach their boys that.
I'm trying to metabolize this. So you're saying grown men who hit women, the fault is on the mother who raised him to hit women.
Not all the time, but I feel like, look, I work in a school district, so I'm seeing them at elementary age, right? And I'm seeing mothers literally teaching their sons that if a girl hits you, you can hit her back if she hits you first. This is what I'm witnessing. I'm talking about with
Wait.
5,
So
6, 7-year-olds.
I feel like the conversation should be children shouldn't hit each other.
You're right, but we don't live in a perfect world. So people are, first of all, I believe
I
that.
find it hard to believe that they're singling out women and they're saying, if a young girl hits you, hit them back. By the way, I think this is all toxic. But I think what is happening is they're probably saying you should hit whoever hits you. And if a girl hits you, they hit them back.
Right,
I
but
don't appreciate a paradigm where we're saying it's okay for young girls to be hitting boys.
no, it's not. It's not okay for anybody to hit anybody. Let's be clear about that. It's not okay for anybody to hit anybody. But I do see young girls that are emotional and irate and they get upset because a guy's joking on them or something and they'll pop them or something. But the boy, will literally turn around and lay her ass out, like lay her out. And I see mothers come in and say, well, she popped him first. Like, why can't they just teach their sons not to hit women at all? Even if a woman pop you.
Wait. I don't know. Absolutely not. I hope you stop that statement right there. A woman should not be popping you at all. Absolutely.
No, they shouldn't. They shouldn't. I agree
There
with
should
you.
not be. So we don't get to the conversation of even if they shouldn't.
Okay, they shouldn't. But we know that there's a difference between women physically and men physically. So let's make the scenario and say, what if a woman do get pissed off and slap you? Or what if a woman do get pissed off that you've done something to upset her and we can make that scenario famous because that's real life and people that does happen.
If you hit a man, you should be locked up in the way that he would be locked up. Do not hit people. I don't like this.
Okay, and yes, that's true and all.
Look, I'm projecting. I'm projecting because I've sat across a woman who says, I am just a girl. I should be able to hit men and they should be able to take it. And I'm projecting that onto you, and that's not right. I don't think if anyone hits you, you probably shouldn't be hitting back. Just generally, you should be calling the police.
Agreed. I agree that nobody should be hitting anybody. But I'm telling you, as somebody that work in a school district, I do see young girls. First of all, women, we go through a lot with hormones, cycles start, and this then girls be irritated.
See, no. I'm just
yes, it's true, famous.
That sounds like a whole bunch of excuse. You should not be hitting anyone. There is no excuse there is zero excuse for a woman hitting a person, man or woman, who did not hit them.
Okay, fine. We can agree. We agree on that part. Okay, let's get back to the point. boys, men should not be taught that if a woman get irate with you, that you can smack her back. It doesn't work out well for them. Number one, they're gonna be the ones get arrested. So why would you even teach a boy to hit, or a man or anybody to hit a woman back? Because 9 times out of 10, the man is gonna be the one hauled off to jail, even if
No,
she started
that's
it.
not okay. Oh my God, that is so not okay. You can't say,
But it's the
if I hit
truth.
you, wait. You are saying, if I hit you, you shouldn't hit me back because I'm going to be hauled off to jail. You shouldn't hit me back. You should call the police, and she should get hauled off to jail. You don't hit men, and men don't hit women. Like, that should be it.
That's a
There is no,
perfect world, Themis, but we
it's not a
don't live in
perfect
that
world.
world. We actually live in a very violent world where people fight, people do hit each other, people get pissed and become violent. I'm saying in those scenarios, men need to practice restraint. They do not need to hit a woman back. They need to walk away. They'll be better off taking that hit and walking away than actually engaging with that woman. And this is what I see Black women teaching their boys.
No. This is, Black women, agreed, should not be teaching their boys to hit women. Agreed. We can agree, but we are on a whole different topic right now, where it's like, it sounds like you're saying men should be able to control themselves to not hit women. Agreed. But you are making an excuse as to why a woman should be hitting a man. You should not be hitting people. Like, there is zero excuse. Like, I mean, I guess if like someone really hurt your feelings or whatever, but like, you're making these excuses about emotions and things. Like, the mere words doctrine shouldn't apply. Like, you don't get to say, oh, you did something I didn't like, smack. Now you need to have control to not. Part of why you don't hit people is because you don't know how people are going to react.
Yes, I agree with that. I agree with that. You don't know how people are going to react. But with that being said, Themis, you got this perfect world scenario. No one should hit anybody. That's not the way life is. So let's say we're talking about a boy that's been taught to hit a girl back. If she hit you first, hit her back. Okay, this boy grows up. Now he's in a relationship with a woman. Let's say he got a hot-headed woman he's in a relationship with. He's been taught basically that if this woman get irate with him, he can smack her around. And I'm just
No,
saying,
that's two different things. If a woman get irate, doesn't mean she hit you.
well, okay, but that can be a part of it. It's not a
I
part of
would
it.
be fully with you. If a woman gets irate with you, you should not hit that woman. Like, fully agree. If the woman hits you, you shouldn't hit them because you probably can really hurt them if they're depending on whatever. So you should call the police. So I'm not advocating for hitting back, just FYI. But you should not be hitting anyone. You don't have that excuse. Like, you don't get irate and you don't hit people. That's not a thing. That is not okay. Like, there is no justification behind you getting irate. If a man cheats on you, then you've decided what you need to do or whatever. But like, I just don't understand. Like, it feels like there is an excuse being made, and I don't appreciate it. But
No, it's not an excuse being made. I'm telling you what I see in the school districts. I see that, first of all, kids hit each other. Let's be clear, kids hit each other. And I see Black women, oftentimes than not, teaching their sons that, yes, you can hit that girl back if she hits you. I see Black women teaching. I don't see Latino women. I don't see white women coming in the office saying, oh, well, little Johnny can hit her back. No, they actually teach the opposite. They teach their boys, do not hit girls. And I don't see that with Black women. That's my point.
So you were saying Black women should not teach their boys to hit back.
Right. They should teach their boys, do not hit girls like the white women do, like the Latino women do. They literally teach their boys not to hit girls. I don't see them in the office making excuses for their boys hitting a girl back. It's only with our women.
No, but that's weird to me. Like, I'm not saying you are wrong, but it feels like you are specifically saying men shouldn't hit women. I agree.
And they shouldn't.
No,
Even if a woman hit a man, he should not hit her back.
Why do you keep saying even if a woman hit
Because
a man?
that happens, Themis. How do you think domestic violence happens?
Stop. Because you're saying that happens. Men hit women, that happens. It should not happen. You are able to say women shouldn't hit men. Man shouldn't hit women. And I'm like, man should not hit women. I agree it happens, but I agree they shouldn't do it. Whenever I say women shouldn't hit men, you say I agree, but it happens. I don't say but it happens. It should
because
not
women,
happen.
if a woman, first of all, men kill women. Let's be clear. Don't
True.
not just hit. Men
Yeah.
are killing women. We're not killing you, Themis. Even if I smack you, I'm not gonna. Most women are not killing their husbands and
Agreed.
boyfriends.
Which
Okay,
is more
so
the reason. Which is more of a reason why you shouldn't be hitting men.
listen, I agree. I agree, but I'm saying black women at an early age should teach their boys not to touch a woman, regardless of the circumstance.
Agreed, but women should teach their girls also not to.
Agreed.
Yeah,
Agreed.
all right, so we agree. So no one should be hitting anyone.
Right, but if it happens,
Why is there a but? Why is there a
Themis,
but?
listen. If it happens, you have to teach boys earlier on, Themis, because they're going to grow up and they have a capability of taking a woman out of here. So they need
And
to
that's why
teach
it
them
shouldn't
early
happen.
on.
To control themselves. I agree. I think you have
Yes,
more
yes.
So I do agree. If you like, when you're physically stronger than people, I think you have a bigger responsibility to protect. That is true. We should not be getting to the point where we're saying, but you should not be hitting people. So people are like, we're living in the real world. Y'all are being fake now. Let me in the chat and Tiff. Let's drag each other for a moment. It is highly inappropriate that we keep saying we're in the real world, because in the real world, men hit women. That happens in the real world. What we're talking about right now is what should and should not happen. So when you say men should not hit women, and I say I agree, and women should not hit women, you don't get to retort to that by saying, yes, I agree, women should not hit men, but we're in the real world, which suggests that women are going to hit men. Because I didn't say we're in the real world when I agree that men should not hit women. Like, that doesn't make sense. We are in the real world and it happens, and women are being abused in a way that is horrendous, being killed. So I agree. But we're talking about what should and shouldn't happen. Men should not hit women, and women should not hit men. I don't understand why there is any debate at all around this.
Okay.
Women should not hit men should not hit women. There shouldn't be any buts. That's it.
Okay, okay. But I'm more so talking about a self-control issue concerning boys at a young age. I see.
You said hit back, so there's obviously a self-control issue with girls too.
Yeah, but the thing is, when we put it in the bigger picture, overall, we are not taking you out of here. We're not unaliving you. So at the end of the day, I have to gear it more towards the boys and the men, because they are the ones that are lacking in that area. And it can get so serious with them so quick in that area. So they should be the ones taught.
Pause. I have a question for you. We did move past little kids to grown adults during the conversation, right?
Yes.
All right, so people in the chat that says she's only talking about kids, can you stop, because we were talking about both?
Yeah, we're talking about both. So I agree with you that nobody should hit anybody, but that is not the way it is in the world. So I'm saying women should teach their sons, starting at a tender age, do not hit a woman at all. At all. You're going to be the one more likely go to prison, go to jail, even if she initiated it.
the police are going to come and haul you off 9 times out of 10. So it's so much against them hitting a woman back. It's so much that can go wrong with on a man's behalf of just hitting a woman back that they should be taught under no circumstance don't hit her back.
If a woman hits you, don't hit her back.
Demons,
I
you wouldn't
agree.
even hit a
No, I
woman back
agree.
if a
No,
woman
I
hit you.
agree.
So
I
it's,
I actually when I was in high school, I've never told this story. In Jamaica, there was a rumor that went around that this girl said she slept with me because I was like cool from the foreigner, and then they were all talking about it all over the school. She's the one who said it. And then she came to me and she was like, "Did I sleep with you? Tell them I didn't sleep with you." And I like, "You didn't." And they still laughed at her, and she jumped on me with her claws, and she was like trying to scratch me to like fight. And I promise you, all I did was like backed her off, and she scratched somewhere on my neck once, and I was like grabbing her hands, but I never hit back. We went to the principal's office. Her mom came up there and she was yelling at me or whatever. She got suspended. Her mom got mad at me. I never touched her. We'd never whatever. And she came back, I think, later in life and apologized to me for it. I think she remembered it. So yes, I remember that one specific scenario where a woman attacked me.
yeah.
I didn't hit her back. So I understand what you're saying.
But
I
imagine what would have happened to you if you did hit her back, Themis. You
Yes,
would have got the worst end of the stick than she would have.
I agree, but I feel like I'm not saying, and this I guess I'm personalizing this because it did happen to me, but it seems odd that there is so much emphasis on don't hit back. And I'm like, okay, sure. I already agreed that it shouldn't hit back. You should call the police, but I will never just, let me just be clear. I will never just agree that he shouldn't hit back. I'm going to say you shouldn't hit him. Like that's always going to be a follow up.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I agree with that. That can be the foundation, but let's just again, I'm in the elementary school district, so kids hit each other, and I'm saying
Do
the
not
boys.
disband with "this is the real world," because if you say this is the real world, I'm going to say boys are going to hit back. What we're asking about is what shouldn't happen. And when I hear what shouldn't happen, I'm saying we shouldn't be hitting each other because we're literally, you're saying we're in the real world, but we're literally trying to make the perfect world. We're trying to say what should and shouldn't happen. But when I say, and if this keeps happening where you're like, men shouldn't hit women, I agree, but they do. And I don't say the "but they do" part. I just agree that men shouldn't hit women. And
But
then
they do.
yeah. And then you are saying women, I'm saying women shouldn't hit men. And you keep doing the "but they do" part. So like we end up at nowhere.
But they do. How, we have to put "but they do" part because that's what's
No, we don't.
happening.
Because like if say men shouldn't, tell me men shouldn't hit women.
What'd you say?
Women back. Say to me, men shouldn't hit women.
Men should not hit women.
But we live in the real world, they hit them. You see how pointless that is?
Oh, it's not pointless. It's true. Like they do hit them back. I'm just
Okay,
saying,
well, how useful is that? Say it again to me and then tell me how useful it is.
okay, I'm just
No, say it to me. No, I actually want you to say it to me again. Say mention hit women.
men should not hit women, but they do.
Yeah, but they do.
And I'm saying that all I'm saying, theme is this is what I'm saying. Black women, teach your sons not to hit women. They're going to grow up to be men,
Wait.
and they're going
But
to
they do.
unalive a woman.
Wait, but they do. Do you see why that's not helpful at all? But we live in the real world and they do.
Oh.
See, that's what I'm saying. We're teaching, what we're doing is we're saying we want everyone to act in a very specific way. And I agree that men shouldn't hit women. Even if they do, it doesn't matter that they do. What we're saying is that they shouldn't hit women. In the same way, when I say women should not hit men, but they do is useless to me, and we live in the real world is useless to me because I am saying they shouldn't.
Themis, I am saying that men should not hit women because it becomes even more violent as they get older. Boys should not hit women because it becomes even more violent as they get older.
All right,
That's
pause. So should women hit men because it doesn't get more violent?
It doesn't get more violent with women.
No. Answer the question. Should women hit men because it doesn't get more violent?
No, women should not hit men.
Exactly. So wait. So it's not about whether or not it gets more violent.
It is about that. It is about that.
So should women hit men because it doesn't get more violent?
Well, women should not hit men.
Why?
Because you just don't hit people, because you, like you said, you never know how people will respond to you.
Exactly. And why can't we just say that?
Because that's not the real world.
Again, we're back to the real world. I told you this is not going to be helpful.
Okay, Themis, you realize people get in fights in nightclubs, bars. So just trying to eliminate violence is not realistic because we live in a violent society. So we have to talk about if. We have to talk about the if, because that's what's happening. So if a woman hits you, don't hit them back, is what I'm saying.
But we live in the real world.
Okay.
No, I'm doing what you did to me, and I'm showing you that that's not a good answer. It's not a useful answer.
What thing is acting like violence should not occur is not a useful answer either, because
so you want violence to occur, but you only want violence to occur from the woman to the man.
If you want to put it like that, fine, because at the end of the day, we're not going to unalive you.
Okay, and that's not okay. It does not have to be as extreme as unaliving someone. That should not happen at all, the unaliving people. But because you're not unaliving people doesn't mean you should be hitting people.
Okay.
It is not just as wrong, but it is wrong enough for the line to be drawn at you should not be hitting anyone either.
Right. No, I mean, that's the foundation. Yes, no one should hit anybody. But it happens. And when it does happen, we have to teach our boys more self-control. Themis. I mean, I'm going to keep going back to it, because if we don't teach the boys more self-control, they're going to grow up and unalive a woman. So we have to put the but in the if in there. If a woman hits you, don't hit her back. Walk away. Practice more self-control. First of all, I believe men should have more self-control than women.
Let me just, so if men can control themselves enough to not unalive you, they can hit you back then.
Thing is, men should have more self-control in that area than women.
But we live in the real world.
Okay. Okay, you're right. We do live in the real world.
Do you look around the world? Do you think men have more self-control than women?
When it comes to violence, no. No, men are the most violent, actually.
So when you say they should, do you see how kind of useless that is?
Okay, but it still don't take away from the fact that that's a part of manhood and they should practice it. No, they are not practicing it.
Trick y'all into thinking men are some kind of leader, because they're not. The world has tricked you into thinking men are more logical. They're not. The world has tricked you into thinking that men somehow know how to control themselves and their emotions. They don't. Not more than you.
But that's not true, Themis, because
look around the world and tell me that that's not true. Do you think black men have more self-control than black women?
No, not black men. But if we
Okay,
go to other races, they are not unaliving their women at those high rates
they're
like
not.
our men.
They're not. But men unalive women in every single group more than women unalive men.
Right, right.
So men, when it comes to violence, do not. And this idea that it's only black men do it more. But when it comes to like the law, I talked about this the other day. Crime of passion was created to elevate, to reduce the sentencing for murder. When men came home and saw their women with another man, they could kill them, and then they wouldn't be get murder in the first or second. It could be reduced to manslaughter, because even the criminal justice system is willing to recognize the violent nature of men. But you think that men have more control than women? I am not about to sit here and do that. I'm a Christian, though. So, patriarch.
Okay. Okay, I quit. I think I made my little point. So
I mean, I appreciate that. I do. So I put more responsibility on men to control certain situations, particularly when they're bigger. But I don't. I cannot co-sign. Women should be able to hit men, and men should be able to control themselves. I can't co-sign that. I don't think anyone should be hitting each other. In the case that a woman hits you, you should call the police. In the case that a man hits you, you should call the police. So that's kind of how I'm thinking about it.
and I agree. I agree.
But yeah, no, thank you, by the way. Do you have any last words?
No, that'll be all. Thank you.
Someone said they're with you. Let me hear what I'm in peace said. So let's hear. I'm in peace. You said you're with the caller. You're muted, by the way. I come in peace. You're muted. Am I on mute?
Sorry, can
Drop
you
it.
hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I actually got a little passionate about what the last caller said. So I think her original point got lost, and you can see in the text I sent in the private chat. Her original point is that like Black women should be accountable for advocating for their sons to fight back at a young age, whereas non-Black women do not do that. And in my mind,
No,
when
that was not her. I mean, she's still here.
she's still
but
here.
Yeah, but let me just be clear. When she said what she said, I thought about what it could mean, and I disagreed with the end conclusion. People are saying, Seamus, you literally agree with what she said. LOL, I don't agree with what she said. I agree that no one should be hitting anyone. But here's what I'm saying. Ultimately, what it felt like she was saying, and then she said it verbatim, is that men should be able to hit, women should be able to hit men without repercussion. And I don't believe that. I don't think anyone should be able to hit anyone. And that's what it felt like. That's why but kept coming up when I say women also shouldn't hit men. That's why she kept saying but. And then we talked enough, and then she agreed. I said verbatim that women should be able to hit men and they shouldn't hit back. That was my problem.
So
that's the issue that I was feeling in the pushback.
So I guess for myself, and I guess that's like this will be the final thing I'll
Wait,
say.
pause before you do that. Why do people say they didn't get that? She literally said it. Tiff, did you not? Wait. People are in the chat like they didn't get that. She said it. Like it feels like we're having the same conversation about me saying you should take care. Tiff, you're on mute. Tiff.
Yes.
Can you tell them that you did say what I said? Did you say that women should be able to hit men and men should have self-control and not hit back?
Right, they should.
All right, pause. For everyone in the chat saying no, Themis, she didn't say that. She said it. I don't know what you guys were listening to.
Yeah, they should. Men If a woman hit a man, the man should be taught under no circumstance should he hit her back. Period. They should be taught that as boys all the way up until they're grown. Do not hit a woman back. Even if she hits you, do not hit a woman.
And that's what I find, and if I can interject, and that's what I also agree with, and I find very interesting in that you're in the education system, you're dealing with elementary students, and you can see a difference in the way Black mothers are teaching their sons in regards to that whole dynamic, whereas other races, ethnicities, nationalities of women are teaching their sons to react in those situations. And in my mind, when I'm trying to dissect it in my mind, I feel as if Black women once again are not caring about their image. Not
wait, before we continue, I want to, before I come in peace, Tiff, can I let's clarify one more thing. When you said should be, what do you mean?
What do you mean, like they shouldn't be hitting a woman back?
Yeah, no, this shouldn't be. I agree that they shouldn't be hitting women back. They should be calling the police, and she should probably go to jail for it. You agree with that, right?
Yes, I mean that's not going to happen 9 times out of 10, but yeah, I can agree.
Even if they shouldn't, even if it's not going to happen, do you agree that they should go to jail if they hit the man?
Well, yes. Okay, yes. I agree that anybody acting in violence should be arrested because it's a crime to act in violence against another. But with that being said, when women act in violence against men, women are not arrested. The man is arrested, Themis.
No. Yeah, we know, but I'm asking if when women, I just want you to answer again. When women hit men and men call the police, they should be arrested and go to jail.
Yes, they should be. Yes.
All right. When you say they should be able to hit men, what do you mean?
I said they should be able to hit men.
Yeah, you said they should be able to hit men and men should not hit back. What does should be means?
Well, I'm not saying they should be. I'm saying if in the event, people live together, people have arguments, people get angry. If a woman does hit a man, I feel like they should not be hit back by that man.
Yeah, but what do you mean should be? When you said should be, so did you misspeak when you say men should be able to hit, women should be able to hit men and men should not hit back?
Oh, no, I don't mean that women should just be hitting men. No, that's not what I'm saying.
What do you mean? Explain it for me.
I mean, okay, like I said, in the school district, girls get irate, girls get upset, women are more emotional. So yes, we can take it there really fast. Women fight each other a lot. So I'm saying if a woman or girl is acting in violence with a guy, with a boy, that those boys should practice more self-restraint when it comes to physical violence, because the damage that they can do to a woman.
Yeah, and we did this where we said, is it because of the damage? So if he's not going to damage her more than she damages him, can he hit her?
Well, that's usually not the way it goes, but I mean,
yeah.
I mean, if he is going to hit her back, I guess, and he knows where to, I guess, not leave marks. I mean, first of all, no. Even if he's not going to leave marks, even if he's not going to cause damage, I still don't think he should be hitting a woman back.
So it's not about the extent of the violence.
Okay, yes, it is about the extent of the violence, because most of the time when men do hit a woman back, you can see the effects of it afterwards. If I'm an angry woman and I smack you, you're not going to see, or you may see a scratch like you had the scratch on your neck, but that's the extent of the violence. Men are literally giving women black eyes and busted lips and knocking
No,
out teeth.
wait. Don't fight the hypo. If they hit you and you can hit them back in the exact way they hit you, can you do that?
No, I don't think men should do that.
So it's not the extent of the violence. Why?
Because in my mind, I feel like there should be a level of self-control taught to boys.
And not to girls?
I mean, first of all, girls are not unaliving people. So what type of
We
self-control are
just
we lacking
discussed.
to the point to where we need to be taught it more? No, they need to be taught it more.
If you're hitting someone, you need self-control, period.
Yes, I agree with that.
So if you're saying girls are hitting boys, but boys shouldn't hit back, then you are saying girls need self-control too.
Yeah, girls need self-control too. They do. They need self-control too, because a lot of the times in the school district, the girls are the one initiating the violence. Honestly, they really are. They're initiating it, but the guys are doing more damage and they're the ones getting suspended. They're the ones getting most of the repercussions. So that's why I'm saying black women should advocate with their boys. Look, just don't hit her back. Just disengage. Walk away from her. Go tell on her.
How is this not telling boys to be a punching bag? I'm not saying that's what you're saying, but how is that not telling boys to be a punching bag?
Well, a punching bag concerning women. It's not about being a punching bag thing. It's just about in the future, you're teaching a boy that's going to grow into a man to practice self-control. It's not about teaching him to be a punching bag. It's about teaching him to walk away from a woman because it's gonna not turn out great for him, even if he engage. It's not about a punching bag. It's just about for the future of the community, teach the boys don't touch women, period. That's all it's about. That's the only point I'm making. The only point I'm making is that I do not see white women teaching their boys to hit Sarah back. Johnny, you can slap Sarah back if she touches you. No, I don't see Mexican Latina women teaching Jose to hit Maria back.
All right. So even if that is true, do you see them teaching girls not to hit boys?
I mean, of course, I don't think. Well, first of all, it's not that they're teaching their girls not to hit boys. That's not what's happening. Because I see violence in girls of all races. So I'm saying I don't see the boys of other races acting the way the black boys are responding. Violence across the board with women, with the girls in the school, is pretty much the same. It honestly is. It's pretty much the same. The boys are responding differently though. Because I'm telling you, they go out of their way to teach their sons, do not hit a girl. Do not hit a girl.
I've never looked into this specifically, but I would say that it is if violence is somehow expressed more in young black boys than other groups of boys, I agree this should be curbed. And even if it's not more, it should still be curbed. Like violence should not be happening in this way. So to the extent we can limit it, we should. That's fine. My issue isn't that. It's the very specific don't hit back I agree with. But when I say I agree with that, but women shouldn't hit boys, I feel like we can just say true and be done.
Yeah, that's true. I agree with that.
So I don't understand what boys should not hit girls, girls should not hit boys.
But if they do.
Oh my God, this butt is killing me. Go ahead.
Themis, if they do, because Themis, the kids are hitting each other. So we can't say boys don't hit girls, girls don't hit boys, and it's all good. No, that's not the way it happens. They are hitting each other.
Yes. All right. So we're in a world where they're hitting each other, and you're saying boys shouldn't hit girls in this world.
I'm saying, yes, we should take more initiative to teach the black boys not to hit back. That's what I'm saying.
Why do you keep saying that? Don't hit girls. They shouldn't hit
No.
back. But they shouldn't hit back. Agreed. But they shouldn't hit girls. And girls shouldn't hit boys.
Yes. Yes. But a theme is you have to teach the boys that because number one, you have to teach them that because number one, nine times out of
No. You can't put this just on boys. If girls are hitting boys, you
you
need to teach the
can
girls
because of the
too.
way society is set up. You can just put this on boys because 9 times out of 10, when the police are involved, they're not gonna care that that woman slapped you first.
I don't care about the police right now.
You
I
have to make
care.
it an
No.
overall society
I
issue.
am caring. No, we don't. I am caring about what is right and what is wrong. And it is absolutely wrong for you to be hitting people. Someone said, I'm triggered. Yes, I am very much triggered because I was a person who got attacked and I didn't hit back because I do actually think it's the right thing to do to, like, if you can, protect yourself. And I'm not saying this about girl. I just say this about people who are weaker than you. Even if a child comes and try to hit me and I can like block them, a grown man, if I'm bigger than them, came and try to fight me and I can prevent him from hitting me without hurting him, I would do that as a general matter. So it's not just, oh, Themis didn't want to hit the girl. I didn't, but I would have done that for anyone who seemed weaker than me. That's fine. But when we're talking about what shouldn't happen, keyword shouldn't, the fact that you keep saying it shouldn't be the case, that the fact that you don't agree that it shouldn't be the case that women shouldn't hit men and men shouldn't hit women doesn't make sense to me. Like
No,
that.
I agree with that. I agree with that. That's morality. Nobody should
Yeah.
hit anybody. I agree with that.
No, yeah, by the way, I'm not just saying you, I'm talking to the chat. The whole word is shouldn't. The phrase is shouldn't. Should not. It's not what is happening, it's not what's going to happen, it's what we would want to happen. We are literally, by saying shouldn't, creating a world that we decide what happens in. It should and should not exist. And you're telling me that we can't just make a blanket statement saying it shouldn't be the case that men hit women, and it also shouldn't be the case that women hit men. We are literally saying shouldn't, unless I'm misunderstanding shouldn't.
No, they shouldn't. Under no circumstances, women should hit men. They should not hit men. Men
Yeah.
should not hit women.
All right.
But that's a perfect world.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So with your example, Themis, so you said, back when you were in high school, a girl attacked you and you suffered pretty much a scratch, right? And you pretty much just pushed back, right?
Sorry, it was middle school. My bad.
Middle school, yeah. So do you think, like, imagine if you did have enough rage or something to fight her back? What do you think she would suffer from if you did fight her back? Thinking of your size as a middle school, age.
When I say middle school, by the way, I only use middle school to help you guys understand in Jamaica. Jamaica high school starts at like 7th grade. So just FYI. I think she would have been hurt really badly if I
more than a scratch, right? More than a scratch.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, if I could control it, I wouldn't purposely harm someone like that.
When I ask that question, I'm just thinking in terms of capability based on your size compared to hers. And I'm saying all that to say that's, I think, where Tiffany's coming from, where yes, men shouldn't hit women, women shouldn't hit men. However, there should be more of a push towards the men to not hit women, because when you hit a woman, a lot of damage, more damage will be inflicted than when the woman hits you, more likely than not.
Oh,
And
well, I mean, if that's the case, I don't completely disagree, but wouldn't say women and men. I would just be like, if someone is weaker than you, smaller than you, if you have more power than someone physically, then you shouldn't, you should try to protect yourself without harming the other person trying to hit you.
but men are usually stronger than women.
Yeah, but I
That's
feel like you
well
guys are making this a very specifically gendered thing, where for me it doesn't. Like, obviously, it is a gendered thing if we're
known.
talking about relationship, but when we're talking about children, I am not about to say, oh, specifically a boy and a girl. If I have a son and my son is like bigger or whatever, just regular, I'm going to say protect people weaker than you. Don't hit people weaker than you. If someone weaker than you is trying to fight you and you can um, control them in any meaningful way, do that. That would apply to men and women. But sometimes women are bigger than the little boy, and if they're pounding them away, the only way to escape is to like figure out a way to trip them up and then escape. So like for me, it's not like gendered, it's just like if you're a child and you have power over someone physically, then don't abuse that power and beat someone up. Take care of yourself and protect yourself. But like it's not male, female, whatever. No.
But that's the thing. Like when they're a child, sure they can be the same size. Sure, the girl may be bigger than the boy, but I mean, speaking generally, the boy is going to grow up to become bigger generally than women. So if the mom is inflicting this mindset in onto that male, child at a young age, like fight back, he's
No,
going to
no,
grow
I
with
don't.
that mindset. And
Well,
then when he is eventually bigger than woman, he's going to fight back. And that's gonna,
no, 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 no,
yeah.
no. I don't say fight back, fight back.
Mhm.
I say protect yourself, but also protect the people who are weaker than you, even if that person is the one attacking you. If you can, like, subdue that person without beating them up, then do that. That applies across the board. But like, it feels like y'all are wanting me to say, oh, let the girl hit you and then go tell someone when I'm supposed to be, if the girl hit you, sure, go tell someone. But we need to be doing a push across the board where people aren't hitting people. Like girls don't hit boys, particularly because they're bigger than you and can like cause issues. And boys don't hit girls.
So I think for me, and I think this might be the last thing I say, I think it again just comes back in my mind, just the image of it all is like the whole black moms loving their sons and not caring about the young girls in the community. It's my young king, protect
Pause.
yourself, fight,
You
like she
guys are
doesn't
bringing
matter.
in, this feels very similar to the parenting conversation that we had. And I feel like you guys are bringing in preconceived notion. Like I'm seeing people saying, you are not understanding. I'm fully understanding. As triggered as I might be about my own past, it is not clouding my judgment about what is happening. So I don't appreciate that. But this idea, it feels like y'all are saying I should be able to beat a man because he can take it. And I will never agree with that. I will never, just as an FYI, I will never agree that you should be putting your hands on men or you can't put your hand on, no. Mm-mm. So that's never going to be a thing. So no, you shouldn't be hitting men. Men shouldn't hit you, but you shouldn't be hitting men.
I agree with that, and I know Tiffany can weigh in as well. But I think what I draw away from this is black women give the young girls in the community more grace. That's what I draw from it.
All right, people are saying I'm missing the point. All right, let me step back and say maybe I am missing the point. I come in peace. Do you agree that men shouldn't hit women?
Yes.
Do you agree that women shouldn't hit men?
Yes.
What am I missing?
What you're
But
missing
if they do,
possible. I'm sorry. Is that Tiffany speaking? Okay. Yeah, sorry. So what I think you're missing is the nuance of the act, like what Tiffany presented, which is what she is experiencing, what she's seeing is that Black moms are advocating for their sons to fight back and at a young age. And then
Do
they're
you
going to
think they're
continue
telling
to
their
grow with
sons
that
to fight
mentality
back?
into the older age.
Do you think they're telling their sons to fight women back or just fight back, period?
Fight back, period. And that is a problem because they should be a little more nuanced in that you shouldn't be hitting women. Because like that's like it's the nuance that the Black women should have, the Black mother should have, saying, you know, when this young boy grows up, I don't want him to have like this aggression towards women that I taught to him by telling him at his young age, fight back, fight back. The girl hit you, oh no, oh, she hit you, fight her back. Whereas based on what Tiffany's saying, and I've even seen that in my own life, like I don't, like non-Black women are not saying to their sons, oh yeah, you better beat up Sarah, yeah, you go get Sarah, or Sally or Ashley, whatever. Like they're not saying that. And again, I think it goes back to Black women prioritizing their sons' well-being and not caring for the daughters of the community.
You don't think Black women are telling their daughters to fight back?
Against boys?
No, just generally.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But women, I'm assuming you believe, can't win in a fight against men generally. So boys should be equipped. I'm trying to make this as delicate as I can. Boys should be equipped to handle being hit.
Boys should be equipped to handle being hit.
By women.
Yeah, given the circumstances of like how society is, yeah.
Wait, so you're saying women should teach their boys how to handle being hit?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, wait. So that's Tiffany. Women, okay. Women should not be teaching their sons to hit Black girls back, or just hit girls back in general.
Yeah, so they should be able to. The women should be teaching their boys how to take a hit, essentially, from a woman.
So yes, that's pretty much what happens with that mindset that I said. Yeah, so equipped to not hit back.
And you're not saying that they should be punching bags?
It's not about being a punching bag. That's not the point.
No, it's not. That's not the point. That's fine. But you're saying they should be able to tell them to be hit, teach them how to be hit, to take a hit.
Okay. So can we actually imagine this situation? So I'm trying to visualize it. The mom is called into the conference room with her kid. Teachers talking, saying, "Hey, your son hit. Oh no, a girl hit your son." The Black mom should not be like, "Oh, did you hit her back? You should have hit her back." Now, I don't know exactly what in the perfect world what the mom should respond to the situation, and like I don't know, especially if it was literally just the girl hitting the son. But I do not think she should be responding back saying, "Oh, you better get her next time at lunch," or whatever. Like that should not be the response. And that tends to be the response, hit her back. And I don't think that's right. And I think that has a lot of implications about really, just the typical dynamics of Black women and Black men in the community. I think it's revealing.
I agree. If you go to the office with a teacher and someone hit your child, I think it's absolutely abhorrent for you to be like, "Oh, you should have hit a weaker person back. You hit the girl back." I think that's annoying. Agreed. But we are stepping back to you should teach your sons how to take a punch. That part.
But it doesn't have to be that, right? So you don't teach the son to hit. So you're making sure you're not teaching the son to hit back. So what do you teach the son in that situation, I guess now? So in that conference room, what's the next thing to say to the son? Like
no,
you
no,
talk,
we're not in the conference room because the teaching happens before the conference room. The conference room is after the son hit the girl, and you're like, no, 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 you shouldn't have done that. We're talking about the mom teaching the son how to take a hit. I'm confused there.
I think it's just exercising control as it alludes to a girl. But if it's a boy, then go full-fledged. But when it comes to a girl, it's like try to exercise self-control.
So
Yes.
do you
Because
think
I agree
a
with Kiara.
younger
I think
boy,
that's the
if a younger
conversation.
boy hits an older boy, do you think the older boy should go full-fledged, full force?
I think that when it's man on man, I don't, that is what it is. However, men do
No,
it because
absolutely,
it's
it's not. It
test.
is what it is. There is a 10-year-old boy and a 6-year-old boy, and one of them is bigger and the other one is physically weaker.
Oh,
He-
okay. I apologize. I misunderstood what you said. In that case, then I think it's you're always looking at who has the more power. If you can lay somebody out, then you would want to exercise self-control if you know that you can do more damage. And I think that's the thing is if you can do more damage to a person, then you would probably want to exercise more,
Mhm.
self-control because you're going to be the one getting penalized because that's
do you
just the
see
way the
how that
system.
now stops being a gendered issue?
Um, I personally, I've slapped two guys before, in real life, and one was in college. And when I came from an era where, with I think her name is Tiffany, where it's men do not hit women, and men at that time, from my
But
upbringing, they
but
were
but
not
men do not hit women, but women hit men.
right. And then when I noticed the hurt in their eyes and the pain, that's when I stopped doing that because I was taking advantage because I was looking at it like, oh, they can take this punch, they're bigger or whatever, but you're hurting someone's feelings. That's what you're really
No,
doing.
you're
And
hurting
then,
someone physically too.
well, not really. Well,
What do you mean not
but
really? If you hit someone, you're hurting them.
his feelings, but that's what I'm trying to make you understand. Like
No,
as
no,
a
no, no, no. You're hurting someone physically when you put your hands on
right,
them.
but as a
Are you
woman, we
just
don't
are you
see
just
it
like,
like
oh,
that.
tap? Do you get
No,
mad and you just be like, "Ooh"?
as a woman, we sometimes don't see it like that. We think that you can take the punch. So we're different.
Well,
So we're thinking you can take the punch. But it's when I realized that it actually hurt the person's feeling, I stopped doing it. And it's just out of respect for another person. And
Oh,
then
oh,
I
oh, I
think
see
what
the
we need to
problem.
do,
I see the problem. I see the
uh-huh.
problem. Y'all think y'all hits don't hurt.
well,
That's like,
Exactly. Exactly. That's
I'm not no,
Exactly.
I'm not with them here.
exactly.
I'm not with them.
They
yeah,
don't
right.
hurt.
Yeah,
They do not hurt.
absolutely not.
That's
I'm not
exactly.
Absolutely, absolutely
I
not.
done seen
Mm-mm.
boys take
oh
those
god.
hits
No.
in stride like
No.
it was
Exactly.
nothing.
No. Well, maybe this might be a generational thing because I'm like Gen Z millennial and I said to myself in high school I slapped a guy and then
Yeah.
he got really, really mad. Thank the Lord, he didn't hit me back. But after that, I said I will never ever hit a man ever. I
Exactly.
don't even argue with men because men literally scare the crap out of me. So I do not deal with men in that way at all. I do not do aggression with men because I do not know the capability of that man. And 9 times out of 10, if he decides to attack me physically, like I'm gonna suffer a scar in my face, suffer, like whatever. Okay. So I don't hit men. I don't play around with men. Men are
But
bigger than me, they're
nine
stronger than me. I don't do
nine
that.
times out of ten, and that's awesome. And nine times out of ten, the woman's mindset is we do not think that we're doing damage, and that's so
All
what
right.
I've.
Can I disabuse you all of that? Can we change our minds to saying we are doing physical damage? Like if you are a woman and you hit a man, you are inflicting physical harm, and yeah, no, that's not cute.
Right. So I don't do that anymore. And I think the main thing is that the mothers really should be teaching the daughters to
Girl, y'all gonna
absolutely
have me all over the manosphere. They're gonna clip this.
no, I think the mothers should be teaching the daughters do not, absolutely do not fight a guy. I think they should put emphasis on that. And I also think that women should not go to jail. Demons, why would you want them to call the police on us?
If you put your hands on me as an adult, you are going to jail. Man, woman, man or
I don't,
woman.
now I disagree with that, but
If
that
you
I,
put
I
your
don't
hands
understand
on me,
that.
I don't hit people. I am not a fighter. I did take karate, but
Okay.
I don't fight. If you hit me, you're going to jail. I don't care who
What
you are. I
that
don't
does
put my
not
hands on
make
people.
sense. So and then she can't go to work and
You should have
all this
started
other
by your job
Well,
before you
yeah,
put your hands on me. You,
responsibility.
girl, I will be the star witness because I got hit. I will. I
I'd
know.
rather for you to just go ahead and push me on the ground and then I'll go home. But no, we're not doing all that. Going to jail, bail me out.
I am
Uh-uh.
not gonna hit you. I will not hit you, but I will call the police in a minute.
Yeah, that's not good.
All right, so I
What do
think
you
I'm
mean?
gonna say.
What am I supposed to do?
I just want to say one last thing because I think it's kind of getting left field.
Wait,
So
but before
again,
you say this thing, it's sounding like black women don't want consequences. Let me stop because there's so many black women in the chat that agrees with me. I'm not even gonna joke about that.
yeah. But yeah, again, so I do not hit men. I don't hit women. I've never been in a physical fight before. I'm not advocating for violence. I just think that originally the first words that came out of the caller's mouth, Tiffany, how she said she noticed that discrepancy where Black mothers were advocating for their sons to fight back girls, whereas non-Black mothers were not doing that. I thought it was very interesting and something that was worth to dissect. And I don't think I don't think a mom should be advocating for her young boy to fight back a young girl. And I will stick with that. But again, I'm not advocating for violence at any stage in life, whether you're a woman or a man. You shouldn't be hitting other individuals, especially when you're an adult, because you will suffer the consequences and you will deserve those consequences. So I think we're gonna hop off.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Y'all came to play in my face today. Go ahead with a Tiff. Who needs to go now?
Me.
Go ahead. But before you go,
Okay.
I'm curious, Tiff, what them of black men are teaching these boys to hit women? I have 10 nephews, 9 out of 10 are adults. They were all taught not to hit women at all. None of them have, and a girl actually broke my nephew's hand. I've not seen this. I didn't know women were teaching boys to hit women.
Oh, they are. They are. They are. And he's speaking from a personal perspective or a family perspective. I'm speaking at a school district, what I've seen when it comes to violence with, the opposite sex, boys and girls. I see the women, black women, advocating that if she hits you first, you can hit her back. That's what they are literally verbalizing with their mouths. And I've heard it on several occasions. So I'm talking about as far as no, girls shouldn't hit boys, boys shouldn't hit girls. But black women got to stop telling they boys, you can hit her back. Cause she hit you first. That's like if she rise up like a man, you can knock her down like a man. No.
The thing is, I agree with you, but that should be a moot point because if hitting back is what was happening, then there shouldn't be no hitting back because it's like, oh, okay, if she hits you and you hit her back, then that's bad, but she's not going to ever hit you, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Y'all
Long as y'all
play
Stevens, I'm
too
not going
much.
there with you again.
Y'all play entirely too much on this line.
Well, I do have a question, Themis. If a woman do
Wait,
hit,
wait, before you ask the question, by the way, the
okay.
only reason I'm running down the numbers watching because people are like move on, move on, move on. The reason I'm not is I like when we disagree. I love when we disagree because like I love it because I get to push the fact that I'm not about to sit here and pander to anyone. So when we disagree, I probably take it on way longer than it needs to go. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Ask your question.
Well, I guess, well, just real quick, when a woman hits a man or whatever, like, does it really hurt or is it just a sting?
Is a sting not pain?
No.
Girl. Y'all play. I'm laughing, but my heart hurts right now. Like the fact that y'all want to beat me, and I shouldn't. I should just take your beating
I
and
mean,
not
because
call the
we,
police. You're saying don't call the police, don't do anything about it, just sit there and take the beating. Themis, like I'm just like y'all just want to beat me. Just beat me, and I should just sit there.
no, I think it sounds petty if a man says, or slap or something like that. You're going back with full force. Like, why would you come back to the 10th power on a slap and then calling the police? That's devastating. Like, a lot of people have not even gone to jail before.
You
So
should go to jail.
that's just my opinion on that. So
Wait, so you said you shouldn't go to jail for slapping
you
someone?
absolutely should not go to jail for, I mean, that can be handled in a different way. You should not be calling the police for a woman to go to jail, especially if she have
So
children.
I'm sitting here eating my food, and we're mad at each other, and you just walk and slap me across my face. I should just what?
Push me out, tell me to go get out your house, and then don't ever talk to me again. But don't call the police.
Okay, you're going out the house in handcuffs. You're getting
That's
dragged
not
out the
nice.
house in handcuffs.
No, I ain't, because I'm gonna be like, I ain't hit him.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, we're not doing that. That's just like, that's too much. That's like you're going too far.
And you ain't gonna have
Like,
no evidence I hit you. Because again, we
Because the
not
fingerprint.
inciting harm.
what about the children in your job?
Well, if you're in my house, I promise you, I will be able to provide for them children while you're in jail.
Oh gosh.
I will give good character evidence, so they'll hold you for like a year, making sure
And
it's
then
a
that
felony.
goes on people records and stuff like
You
that.
should have
Just
thought
from,
about your record before you put your hands on me.
well, I didn't call. Well, I was talking. I was about to talk about something else. So, but I just don't want anyone calling the police on someone just because a woman hit you, and it's not anything.
not just
Just
because, not just because someone hit you. Because you
hey,
hit
like
me,
she
you're going
picked
to
up the,
jail.
yeah, huh?
How do you feel now that you're in jail?
I'm not going to jail. I rebuke that in the name of Jesus.
So you don't hit men anymore.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Mm-mm.
Good. Please
I
continue not hitting men. Clearly, she is unaware of the alarming DV rates in the Latinx community amongst whites. Those men were also boys who hit girls the most. I do know there's like high DV in the Latino. Ours is the highest in the US though, black, but it is also high. Also, they don't tend to report a lot of domestic violence. So, yeah. Wait, you had another question, I think. I'm going to add the other people in a moment. Keisha?
Yes. Oh, okay. The only thing I wanted to say is when you were saying that what women should be accountable for. So I was going to say just probably reading the Bible a little bit more to be encouraged because on the panel sometimes I see a lot of women take a lot of beat downs from you're too old, you're barren, you're unmarried, you're without child, etc. But I just believe if you read the Bible to extend your faith and your hope, and you don't get caught up into these worldly ideologies, then just the building of your faith um, would be something that I think would help you out a lot. And when the Bible talks about the Proverbs 31 woman, she's doing a lot of things. She is taking care of home and she's also running a business. She's doing all of these things that's been stamped and approved by God. And so it kind of goes against what other people are saying, oh, that's to this and that's to that and that's a feminist. Well, no, it's in the word that you can do all those things as well. So I just want to say, for women to be encouraged when they're, if people are saying all these other things, just to kind of build your faith. Just use the word to build your faith. That's it.
Not you trying to
What?
give a word. Not you trying to give a word about the faithful and Jesus and God after you're talking about slapping people.
Well,
Y'all play
hey.
too much. Y'all literally out here. I just.
Demons, I'm through with you.
No, I love y'all. I love you. I
That
love.
was way back in college. It's like I don't do that anymore. It's like that was,
I
but
don't believe.
but
I hope you don't do this. I'm joking right now. What I'm about to say, but I don't believe you that you don't do that. The way you're advocating for being able to hit and not go to prison. No.
definitely no. Women should not be in jail. But I think a little thing too that people don't understand is women at one time were hitting guys, and it was like a action of love. That's supposed to be a love hit, and then the love hit at some point turned into him hitting you back, knocking your teeth out. So he didn't get the love, and he didn't
He
understand the
didn't
love
feel. He did
language.
not feel the love when you hit him. Don't make
Exactly. Apparently not. She was giving a love tap and he was trying to take her to the grave. You know what? We got to do better with this communication.
Girl, not me actually holding women accountable tonight. When that was not the purpose. This was to troll. Um, thank you, Keisha. Your
Thank
final
you.
word. I appreciate you
Um,
coming on. Oh,
Absolutely. My final words is thank you so much for helping us and assisting us and opening your panel to us. We really appreciate you and thank you so much.
thank you. I appreciate that. Don't hit people. Thank you.
Yes, sir. You got it. Bye bye.
Bye. Tiff, your final words, and then
Bye.
I'll add everyone in the back, and we're gonna have a rumble where we fight because I'm pretty sure y'all came up because you want to fight. So go ahead, Tiff.
Oh, thank you, Themis, for allowing me to speak. I know I done caused a lot of trouble, but thank you for allowing me to speak. And by the way, I have never been in a physical fight. I don't hit anybody, but I'm just letting you know what I witnessed in school districts. So, but thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Not TG talking about he knew it was a trap. Thank you so much. I'm going to add everyone after I read a couple of these super chats. Can we actually dissect why Black women advocate for their little king to hit back while non Black women do not do that? I actually can talk about this because I didn't know this was a thing. This actually sounds really I feel like I shouldn't use the word ghetto, but it sounds ghetto. It's like, how you gonna tell people to fight? Like, make sure, like that just sounds like something I see on like a Tyler Perry movie or something where they're like, you gotta hit him back. It's like, first of all, y'all shouldn't be talking like at all, like fighting at all. Like there shouldn't be a fight. And the fact that you both got in a fight means you both will be punished because this is ghetto and you shouldn't be doing it. But I also don't agree with like um, teaching boys to withstand a hit as like the first line of like I think we should take gender out, but it will come down the gender line. Like I get that. But we should be teaching people to protect people who are smaller than them and less capable. So I don't know. I actually agree with it, even when it applies to younger kids. Like if a younger child hits you, you don't go ballistic on that younger child. But I do believe in defending yourself. Very sensitive topic. Thank you, caller. No other race of mom advocates so hard for their things to fight girls. I understand the caller. I mean, if women, I don't see this. So my blind spot is simply I don't know what this means. Like it literally makes no sense to me. I don't see women advocating for their children to fight girls. But if that's happening, then that's bad. Like I don't if this is a big push. If you guys are saying in the black community, there is a group of black women who push their little boys to fight girls and beat girls up if they hit them, then I don't know. Does she realize that women dying at the hands of black men are not fighting them, but probably wanting to leave the abuse or bad? Yeah, the DV rate is all over the place, and it's not just like women um, fighting back or hitting first or whatever. Particularly pregnant women, like that. Yeah, no. Um, the next one says, I think she's saying in the event that it happens, teach boys self control to just walk away. Both need self control, though. I agree with this, by the way. Both need self control, and you should teach boys to be able to walk away. But if you frame it around gender, you are going to run up against a problem. Particularly, I shouldn't be saying this, but publicly everyone is like looking for a reason to jump down women's throat online, right? And there's not much understanding happening. So if you're on a public platform, then talk about protecting people who are weaker than you and don't gender it in that way. Because in reality, a young boy, if you're bigger than other people, both boys and girls, you shouldn't be beating them up if they hit you when they're emotional. You should be able to control the situation, control yourself. I believe all of that. But it would be weird for me to sit up here publicly admitting that women should be able to hit men and men shouldn't do anything about it. I think we need to be able to frame the conversation better because you become sitting ducks for these manosphere type men, and you don't want something like that to get a hold of the community. Like you don't want men to be like, oh, I'm just pushing back because we can't let our boys be beaten up by women. We have to like that shouldn't be the conversation. The conversation should be about protecting people weaker than you and that kind of stuff. Like, be careful what you say publicly because, yeah, not all men are stronger than all women, period. Don't I know it? This capacity for harm slant reasoning is silly. If more black girls are hitting our black boys, we need to have a conversation with the girls. Stop the cycle. Yes. And this is why the conversation should not be framed around boys and girls, even if it comes out that way. Like, let's adopt some of the thing where we're talking in codes, but not really. We're like, just don't hit people who are weaker than you. And if people who are weaker than you hit you and you can subdue them without hurting them, do that. And that's it. Like, it applies to women, it applies to men, it applies across the board. So we kind of code the language, but we also make it more general so people aren't attacking you along race lines about, see, these women just want to abuse men and men can't do anything about it, when it doesn't fully feel, except for one person, it doesn't feel fully like people were just saying abuse, because someone was like, go to jail. I wonder if they realize that expecting men to take it because they're stronger is similar to black women being overburdened because we can handle it. Yeah. And it reaffirms this patriarchal notion around manhood. And I'm sorry, based on what I see, men aren't able to control themselves better than women. Absolutely not. I teach my children, don't hit anyone. The wrong hit can result in death regardless of gender and size. Period. Thank you. Because that woman definitely wanted to scratch my face. I was like, absolutely not. We should be reaching for a higher moral standard for all. Period. Self-defense doesn't have to equal into the creation of harm and deterrent in nature. Period. Briefington, thank you. All right. So we're about to add everyone in the back to the screen. And everyone is going to have 30 seconds initially to say what they have, and then we are going to get into whatever discussion that is amazing. Hopefully, you guys came up to talk about hitting, because that's kind of what I want to talk about. And I'm also tired. It's out 12 midnight. Hey everyone. Um, how do you guys want to start? Let's do murder magic trick first. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Okay, so what I wanted to come up here and say, and I'm gonna try and be as quick as possible, is the the caveat for men and women and boys and girls when it comes to violence is different. The caveat for men is that you aren't supposed to hit someone who's weaker than you. And then for girls, it's don't hit boys because the boy can hurt you. And that's something that girls are told their whole life. So when you go back to what boys are told, don't hit anyone who's weaker than you, but you also tell them if someone hits you, you can hit them back. What does that signify to boys? Is that they can basically egg a girl on to hit them so that they have a justifiable reason to hit them and physically hurt them back, because then it's not really their fault because they hit them first. And we see this all the time in even if you just want to look at in public, um, very public figures who get caught up in DV situations. It always goes back to, oh, well, she hit him first, so it's justified, because we have those different caveats. Because women are always taught to fear men and boys, where boys, they don't have that same fear taught to them. They don't have to fear women and what girls can do to them. They can just make it seem like something's not their fault because oh they did something intentional to get the woman upset, to where she touches him first and then he has free range to do whatever he wants to afterwards. A great example of that is with Rihanna and Chris Brown. A lot of people said that she hit him first, and because she hit him, then whatever happened to her after that is really not Chris's fault. And people still have that argument to this day.
Thank you. I obviously don't agree with. Oh my God, where did all the super chats go? I saved all the super chats, and if I didn't read your super chat, I am so sorry. It just disappeared. But I agree with you that it's not a justification to beat. So there is something. I don't know if I should think about it in terms of proportionality. But because someone hit you doesn't mean you get to destroy. If you think about war, right? Because someone fire something and kill someone doesn't mean you get to nuke an entire country, right? There is some level of proportionality about what you should do. And if there are legal routes for you to go, that someone hit you does not mean you now have the right to hit them, particularly if the excuse of self defense is no longer there. Now, if you're doing it in self defense, we're going to have to do a lot of proving of what happened and what didn't happen. But I think, as a general matter, I would agree that if you're not acting on self defense, if someone hits you, you shouldn't hit them back. You should take the legal route.
But there's a lot of nuance even with that.
What do you mean?
Like, do you think in the situation where, and I'll just use it as, like, so do you remember the movie Baby Boy? Have you
Yeah,
seen Baby?
I don't remember. I've seen it, but I don't remember that with was it Tupac and Janet Jackson?
No,
Nope, wrong thing. Then
no,
no.
that's totally. So Baby Boy, anybody in the chat, if you've seen it, Baby Boy is Taraji P. Henson and Tyrese.
Oh yeah. He Tupac was supposed to act in that, and then he didn't get it. Oh, he died, I think. I don't remember. But he was Baby Boy was written for Tupac.
Oh, I
It's
didn't
not the
know.
one with Janet Jackson. That was sorry, I mixed them up. But yeah.
Okay. But there was a scene where, Yvonne finally confronted Jody about whether or not he was cheating on her, and he finally told her. And so she hits him, but you can see, like, the way that she's hitting him, she's not actually hurting Tyrese. Like, if anything, he's just annoyed. And then so he turns around and slaps her and blacks her eye. And it's like, is that an equal reaction? Is that a justifiable situation? Oh, because she was upset because he was cheating on her, been cheating on her, lying, driving her car around, having the girl in her car, basically living off of her because he didn't have a job. And then she hits him, he blacks her eye. Like, that's a very nuanced situation because obviously he caused way more damage to her than she did to him. And then of course he, like, low key R's her after that. Really, he did R her because she literally told him to stop and he didn't. So not only did he black her eye, but he R'd her. But that was,
So I agree that proportionality is a thing, but I feel like that's a separate question, right? So should men hit women? No. Should women hit men? No. If women hit you, your response should be proportionate, not hit back, because proportionate in this legal framework would be if you don't have to hit back in terms of self-defense, then you call the police.
why would he call the police on Yvette when that was her house though?
Wait, what do you mean?
I mean, in that situation, like, oh, call the police because she was hitting him. It's like, but that was her house. Like, he would have to leave. And so it would have just made more sense for him to leave.
Yeah, and call the police. Even if I'm at your house, you don't have the right to hit me.
Okay, then.
Well, what do you mean? When I feel like, am I crazy? Like, I feel like I'm crazy.
You hear my point I was making?
So Yvette deserved to go to jail in that situation.
I think y'all are missing the point, ladies. Y'all really are missing the point. And this is coming from someone who's hit my ex-husband in the past, but I definitely see the error of my own ways. But not holding young girls accountable for hitting boys, that is toxic. Yep. And I don't understand how y'all don't see that that's toxic. Because this is the same argument. It's almost the same as the men who keep saying, well, tell the girls to close their legs. And the 19-year-old and the 14 and 15-year-old girls need to be held accountable for their behavior because they control whether a man has sex with them or not. Do you see how that logic don't even make no damn sense? It doesn't make sense. And y'all are not hearing what you're saying. Because if we're teaching boys to not hit girls, then why are we not teaching girls to not hit? Period.
We did.
No. But y'all keep putting the but. So you know every time you say but, you negate what you just said. Every time you say but in the real world, yeah, but in the real world, what the manosphere is, what they're saying is accurate as well. That we all 304s. That's their real world to them. So are we gonna negate that logic? That don't make no sense? It makes no sense. Y'all not hearing yourselves and y'all sound real crazy. And I'm a mother of sons. And my
Right.
sons
So
don't hit girls. I don't believe in it, but definitely I grew up in the era of girls can hit boys, but that doesn't make it right, y'all. I thought we were trying to be better. I thought we was gonna do better. In a real world, we need to teach girls not to hit boys, correct?
are you
Correct?
done?
Correct. I agree.
I asked the question. In the real world, we need to teach girls not to hit boys. It shouldn't be one-sided. The same way we don't want the situation to be one-sided with us and men. We want them to learn and evolve. Okay, so with this particular situation, girls need to evolve. We're all growing and learning,
They
right?
have.
When we know better, we do better, right?
Wait, 1 second. Thank you, Keisha. Oh my God, that's so. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for coming up. I appreciate that. Minnie says, men kill for less. Why do y'all just assume you can hit them? Self-control is not promised, no matter how stable they appear. And reflex is a terrible thing. just your reflex. So
But that
Can I
said
say
though, I
something?
said that.
I did just want to say that before the last series of callers came up, the last thing that I said in our engagement about the video that people have not seen, in terms of the people that were collectively both men and women beating on the trans women, was that it's not a. I said something to the effect of like it's just not killing people is not like the standard of like what's of being an allyship, or being a good person, or being that's like not that's the very minimum. I don't think it's a good logic to think, okay, well, well, if a man does it, he can kill you when he knocks you out, and when I do it, I can't kill you and knock you out, so it's basically okay. I feel like that's basically what I was getting at, is that, okay, maybe they weren't there, you know, fully dragging the girl by her ankles and banging her head into the concrete. But if you are also throwing punches, or if you are also kicking at, or if you are also yelling at and involved in the mob, then you are like, if you're complicit, you're complicit. That's that's how I feel about violence against other people. It's like it should just be a zero tolerance. And like the problem too is, like
hello. He- I don't know what happened. Mama Pound Cake. Before you go, that's the next layer of the convo. The first layer is that black men mom need to evolve to not teach their sons to fight little black girls. By the way, if you guys are on the screen, please check the private chat before you go next. Mama Pound Cake, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I've been listening for quite some time and my head is kind of spinning. I'm really astonished. First, at the initial caller's stance on everything. We mentioned nuance, but the nuance is only swaying in the favor of the girl. Um, as far as I'm concerned, and I think we all need to be concerned, it's about human decency, human respect. Gender aside, it's about humanity. If you wanted to support your argument, you could have simply said, to whom is given great power, there's a lot of responsibility that's required to wield that. Like, to whom much is given, much is required, whatever the case. Like, if it's that the man is stronger or the boy is stronger, so they should be taught to like wield that better, that could be true. But ultimately, you pass a lick, you get a lick. Cause and effect is very real in the real world. It's in our daily lives. You cannot hit someone and have them just be okay with it or just take it in stride. The first blow can be the fatal blow. We've seen examples of that in media very recently. There was a woman that basically ended her husband's life on live, and he was not doing anything to her. He was sitting there, and she ended his life. There are plenty of instances where women have gone to prison, and it's there. It's as recent as this year, where they have outright taken someone's life. So I am not a saint, I am not an angel, but I definitely do my work to be a better person every day and to contain myself, to be as differentiated as I can, to process my emotions as much as I can, and think before I act on something. But when you as a woman decide to hit a man, you're just signing up for whatever it comes with, and that's the truth of the matter. That's real life. Not that there's violence in the world, but that people have autonomy and people can do whatever they feel they need to do once they feel threatened. And moreover, when it comes to Black boys and the Black community, these Black mothers tell their sons don't take no crap because that's what their mothers have taken. We're an inherently downtrodden people, and we do our best to rise above it, but ultimately Black boys are taught to defend themselves because they're going to be treated like nothing, and they have to fight to prove themselves at some point or another, regardless of what anyone may say. There will always be someone, whether it's a kid, an adult, an employer, that we all have to fight collectively. So whether it's a girl or whoever, the minute that boy's value, because that's what happens when someone hits you, they're devaluing you. They're devaluing you and they're trying to take from you. So I just don't think that that's the stance on it.
Thank you. And I will add to that. I think part of why we don't, I don't think we take pride in who we are as people, particularly, I don't think Black men here, like, if you care, you wouldn't be on here just trolling and pretending like, oh, white women are the best in the world and Black women aren't. So, like, the fact that people can come out says a lot about how they see themselves, and not just how they see Black women, but particularly how they see themselves. And I do think there has to be a kind of pride in Black men that needs to develop. I think their fathers and mothers need to teach them that kind of pride. And it cannot just be that you go out in the world and get beat up. So I do hope that we can extrapolate from small conversation, bigger meanings. Part of this hopefully is like fun and games, and like actually no one like actually think that like you should be able to beat someone up and not go to jail. So, and I do say they beat people up, but yeah, no, I appreciate you, Mama Pound Cake, your name. Being a victim of physical abuse can cause other mental issues, including creating another violent person. Yeah. Production inquiry.
Hi, Themis. Just coming on to echo the comments that everybody should keep their hands to themselves. I agree with the self-esteem conversation around, I wish Black boys and girls valued one another more, to the point where we were really leading conflict resolution without any types of violence. There's just too much violence in the community in general. And both of my parents were educators. My mom worked in public schools for a very long time. I can also say that in certain homes and certain families, if a father is in the family, maybe the father is the one that is teaching the son not to hit little girls. You know, maybe that conversation is not even the mother's responsibility in that household, But white boys who don't hit girls and Latino boys who don't hit girls still grow up to abuse their wives. That absolutely happens behind closed doors. So that desire to draw this direct correlation between violence at school and domestic violence is a little bit shaky. All men of all races are more likely to unalive their female partner. It just happens to be more frequent in the Black community and in communities with a lot of economic stress. But I do agree. Please teach little girls not to hit boys and teach boys not to hit girls. And I appreciate all the moms on the panel who have spoken to the fact that we should be doing better. Like, this isn't the 80s. You're not Dominique Devereaux. You can't just smack a man and think that that is a romantic gesture. It's not. It's violence. And children who have witnessed violence in their home, which both Rihanna and Chris Brown did, and children who have experienced violence at the hands of their parents, when you hit that child, you do not know what you were going to get. So people should be keeping their hands to themselves.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think Lala and then Vitamin. And I love Vitamin thumbnail.
Hey, so just kind of echoing what everyone said before. I actually am a mom of 3. I have 2 boys and a girl. My youngest is my daughter. And to be honest, she is the one that I've been talking to the most when it comes to self-regulation. Her brothers have been very patient with her because she has swung on them plenty of times in her frustration, especially from toddlerhood. And she always kind of felt like she could do it because they never did anything back to her. But I'd like to go back and like kind of tell a story about my oldest son. Now he's like almost 14. But when he was 7, second grade, we got a call saying that he got into an altercation with a girl. I always taught my children, keep your hands to yourself. You don't touch, you don't hit anyone. You never, especially in anger, ever. You never do it. So this was shocking to me. We get there and I'm thinking like, oh my God, what is going on? Like, how did my son just get into this type of situation? They actually have security cameras at the school. So there was footage. When I got to that office, let me tell you, that girl, I'm 5'3". That child might have been 5 feet tall in second grade. My son wasn't even barely 4 feet, maybe 4'2". So she's already nearly a whole foot taller than he is. She is bigger. She developed a little early. So I'm like, okay, this wasn't even a fair fight, if you can call it a fight, for him. They showed the tape. And they were just asking me what I wanted to do because she was pummeling him and he pushed her to get away because she had him cornered. So what do you tell a child? My son, who's 7 years old, a 7-year-old kid, this child is barely in second grade. He's told not to hit others, but he's also taking martial arts for exercise. So he knows how to like defend himself and he knew how to disengage. So he pushed her and ran away. He's got bruises all on his shins. She apparently had been bullying him for a while. She actually kicked him in the genitalia. So this is a child who's got emotional regulation that no one has really taught her at home. Whereas I've been teaching my son to keep his hands to himself. So for days on end, until he had enough, until he was cornered, he had been bullied by this child.
Okay, so I
What do we
didn't
do?
I didn't think this would have come up in an actual example, but I kept saying, don't gender it, don't gender it, don't gender it. And the reason I said that is because of what you just point out. If a girl is bigger than him and like is like be pummeling him, he's going to have to do something to escape. And I know no one is going to say you should sit there and take that.
Yeah, my son is not, I didn't bring him into this world to be a punching bag for anyone. You know, I know we found out later she's got, things that are going on at home, but that doesn't mean she gets to come to school and take it out on him. He is really, like right now, he's almost 14. And I'm telling you, this child is really skinny and he's barely 100 pounds. Okay, he's going into high school under 100 pounds. That's how small he is. So in second grade, he's just the smallest kid in class. He really doesn't like to bully or he's not an aggressive type of child. He's really not into sports. He's very nerdy, likes his computers, likes, creating things, art, things like that. So he's like kind of that soft child, really soft child. So, and she's very tough. They ended up becoming friends after this. But during that incident, we're thinking like, oh my gosh, my son is just, he hit a girl. He pushed a girl. What's going on here? And then they're saying, hey, apparently there's been an issue here. She's apologizing, but she's been kicking him in the shins. He had bruises all on his shins. He told me it was because he was playing soccer. And I was like, really? You started getting into sports? He never played sports. So it was surprising to me that he was saying, oh, we played soccer today, and that's why I got kicked. No, it's been her kicking him in the shins. And so when I hear this, like, oh, just teach your boys not to hit girls. Yes, I do teach my son that, but I also teach him to protect himself and get away. So it doesn't mean you have to punch or kick back, but you need to find a way to exit. And he did that. And he ended up pushing her in the process. What else is he supposed to do? And just hearing them saying, oh, men don't feel pain. No, my child was feeling a lot of pain. He needed ice packs. He was, and he was hurting and he was scared. And he also had this idea that he wasn't, even at 7 years old, man enough. So he shouldn't tell the teacher. So he shouldn't tell his parents. And so this is why I say, like, this is really toxic, and telling our boys that they can just be the punching bag to girls that have not had this emotional regulation or self-regulation or whatever they're going on in their life. Girls can be bullies too. They very much can. Us girls can tell you that girls can be bullies too. So why wouldn't a boy experience it when we know, when we've been hit by a girl, how much it hurts? Why wouldn't a boy feel that it hurts too? So I'll keep your hands to yourself. It doesn't matter what gender you are, what age you are, what size you are. That does not matter. Keep your hands to yourself. Men feel pain, and you should never bet or rely on someone else's self-regulation. I think that's just insane to expect that, well, because I'm a woman, if I hit you, you should have the self-regulation to not hit me. Heck no. No, that is just a slippery slope. Do not rely on that. Do not teach your children to rely on that. That's putting a lot of trust into someone else's self-control. That's not smart at all. No. I'm kind of amazed that we're even having this conversation, and some of the viewpoints that I've heard tonight. It's shocking to me.
I
But
just thought mine was obvious, but people have been dragging me all night. So I'm glad you came up with that. By far my favorite channel on YouTube. Oh, thank you. I actually really appreciate that. I canceled plans to be here today. Thank you, Themis. Everyone, keep your hands to yourself.
Yeah.
Period. We agree. I think it was vitamin. Let's go to vitamin and then love. I appreciate that, Lala. Thank you.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I'm having like a physical reaction to the conversation, to be quite honest. Like, I'm lightheaded. It's crazy. But first I want to say I'm a mother of daughters, never had anything close to a son. I have two girls. Because I saw some people like kind of trying to disqualify the other caller that says she just had sons. So I want them to know, like, no, it's not just a being protective of boys because you have boys things. You can't expect a parent to center your child in a situation like that. This idea that, oh, you're supposed to prize womanhood and, or, girl power or whatever in a situation like that is really kind of wild. And honestly, it feels very manosphere-ish. You know what I mean? Like that idea that you're not supposed to center justice or, propriety or anything like that over this bigger ideology of upholding, whatever your flag is. And that's just not going to happen. To try to villainize mothers for teaching their child, because these are children we're talking about, teaching their child to advocate for themselves in their physical safety is, again, wild. The only word that's coming to mind is wild. And I'll say this much about, not expecting parents to center your child. Like my oldest daughter had gotten into something before. It was two girls. She got into something and we had to have a parent conference or whatever about it. And I just remember that it was the mom and the dad, and it was me. My mom went with me. But the other mother was just real, like, extra with her energy and was basically almost saying, like, oh, well, if I was you, I'd be doing this, that, and the other. And I had to let her know, you don't know what I'm going to say or do when I get home, but I'm gonna let you know this. Whatever I do is not going to be for your satisfaction. Because it's about teaching my child something and making sure that she gets the right ideas about it, and, trying to appease you by doing what you feel like should happen because you're feeling some type of way about your baby is not the move, and that's not going to help her any. Um, and also when you're teaching girls that under no circumstances, and I'm not talking about, because a lot of people were conflating abuse of girls and women with self-defense. Teaching your daughter that she can just hit boys and men with impunity is setting her up to be problematic within our community as a whole, if that's your focus. You know what I mean? Because what's it called? Absolute power corrupts absolutely. So, what was missing in that conversation for me was a discussion of what are the things that are going to deter girls from feeling like that's an option. Like, it doesn't matter what somebody says to you. If they don't put their hands on you, there's no reason for you to be putting hands on anybody. And it's I mean, and then it devolved into some other stuff. And then the other thing, she just closed it, kind of was like, oh, okay, I see why we were having this conversation. But like this idea that they shouldn't even go to jail, they shouldn't, like, nothing. You're literally saying that there should be no kinds of consequences or repercussions. And you're just playing into all the dumb stuff that we hear and talk about and denounce every day coming from the manosphere. That is that is their bread and butter. I know they're going to get hold of it and they're going to eat it up.
Yeah,
And
well, you know what? I am also worried about that. But as you said it, as soon as you said it, I'm like, but so many of you guys, they're not gonna care. But so many of you came up and said, no, we differ, right? But they're not gonna care. If they cut it, they're just gonna cut that part. But yeah, continue. Sorry. You were.
okay. And then I didn't see what the name was, but the person that's at the top right, she said it so well. Dang, I just
Mama.
forgot that. Yeah, like everything she said, chef's kiss, because like you just can't you can't do that. Like these kids, it's about being able to be safe within your own body. It's about being able to have security within your own body. And this idea that boys have to just suck up abuse, because that's what it is. No need to mince words. Suck up abuse from girls and women just because they're men is the bedrock of the incel and the red pill and the black pill and all of their talking points. That is at the heart and the cornerstone of what they talk about. And like, if this is what you're going to perpetuate, then this is what's going to keep going, because when you do clownery, the clown comes back to bite. You know what I
Not
mean?
on me.
But for real, like I'm a staunch believer that when you do BS, then you court BS. And what I don't think they understand is that, like, if you feel like that is a appropriate way to act under any circumstances, then you're also setting yourself up psychically to feel like the things that come with that. I won't even say, because they were saying like, no, it shouldn't happen, but you're still setting yourself up for it. If your standard is, I don't do things like that, then you're going to staunchly defend your right to not experience the things that come with that. But I feel like people don't understand that when you do crazy stuff like that, psychically, that it comes with some things and you're willing to go through those things. Because if you really weren't willing to go through those things, you wouldn't position yourself to go through those things in that way. And again, I want to emphasize, I'm not talking about outright abuse of women and girls that, was completely unwarranted. I'm talking about when you allow yourself to lose control like that in a space where, it was not warranted.
Yeah. No, I agree. Hi, Themis. Hi, Chad. I'm doing a live and watching you at the same time. No, go watch your live. We're about to get up out of here, but I'm with you, Vitamin. I truly, truly appreciate that, and I agree. And I do actually really, really like the diversity of voices on. Like, I would prefer everyone agree with me at this point, but I do actually like the diversity of opinions just generally. Um, and I think the last person was Love. Vitamin, I also want to talk to you about like reviewing your book again, but I want to reread it before I do that. So just FYI.
Okay. Um, you meant like after this, or just some other time?
Some other time, some other time.
Okay, I'm gonna
Um,
drop down.
all right, thank you. And Love, you are the last person, so you have a huge responsibility.
Well, I did speak, but I do want to speak again. I was very much passionate about what I was saying about having been in a domestic violence situation and having had two sons of my own. I'm sitting here watching this live with my 19-year-old son, and he is literally bugging out over what these women are saying about not being held accountable. Like, we are literally on this thing talking about holding women accountable, and we have women educators coming on here talking about, oh, but that's not realistic, or no, the girl shouldn't go to jail, or no, there shouldn't be a consequence for the girl. That is just so problematic. That is so
Wait, you said
toxic.
how old is your son?
My son is 19.
Oh, he was
He's 19.
watching.
Oh, he's watching still. He's listening. He's
Oh,
here.
I
Michael,
feel
you want to,
lucky.
Michael, he's right here. Michael want to say something, and he's loving euthymist for pushing back. He was like, this is crazy. I don't understand. He's like, oh, but I like, but he's like, I like them is because he's pushing back. My son's going to say
Good.
hi.
Hey, Demons. How are you?
Hello.
I support your channel. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So that's my
I like
19-year-old son, Micah. But yeah, that was just, oh my God. And that just, my blood was boiling. I'm like over here breathing hard. And I'm just like, why do they not see what they're saying is toxic? It's the same as what the men are saying about the baby mother struggle, as if there's not another side of it. So yeah, I mean, that's just where I was with it. I
I
just was.
appreciate it. No, I think part of what happens, and I'll close on this, um, in the same way we were talking about mothers and children taking care of parents who were good to them, I think a lot of people see that women are unprotected and young girls are unprotected. And I agree with we need to correct this. And so I think everything that leans in favor, even if it doesn't lean in favor, if we're speaking positively in a one direction, it feels like an affront because all we hear in the media is a consistent, we need to protect men and boys, how are we going to protect boys, and how are we going to protect boys? And it doesn't always feel like girls are at the forefront of people's minds. And so I can understand the initial reaction. I can understand the not wanting to engage. And I can understand, well, they should be able to take it. I can understand that. What I can't abide is you having the initial reaction and not stepping back from it. Right? Like, now, after being in this space so long, as soon as people are like, oh, we need to do this for men, I'm like, oh my God, no. What about women? And then I'm like, oh, wait, no, 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 no. These men actually do need help, and men need to help men, and men need to help women too. And women need to actually invest in women and not just cuddling men. So I do get the reaction, I get the emotion, but we also have to think about, like, what are we setting up these boys to do? And it's not to be abused by women. Like, I have no, absolutely not. No.
Can
So
I say one more thing?
before you do, I wanted Love to respond, and then yes, you, and then we go.
But yeah, with that, it's just like they just couldn't see. Like I loved how them as you really kept like saying what they were saying, and they couldn't even hear that what they were saying was just like illogical and irrational.
Yeah.
It's like they just didn't get it. And then they kept saying but. And what y'all don't realize is every time you said but, you negated the first part of what you said. It's like
Yeah.
they just didn't get it.
Yeah, but so I'm asking you to do something that might be uncomfortable, which is to extend grace to people who have that reaction, because online it does feel a lot like it's us or them, and there is like this constant fight and pressure. I was hoping my channel is like an oasis where people can like be free to have nuance. This is peak blackmail worship. Love you, Themis, but I think I need a break. Yeah, that makes sense. If you do need a break, by the way, please take time to go and clear your mind. Um, I am not blackmail worshiping, and I don't know if anyone here is. The like I understand the emotion. I understand the rejection of any need to protect like the man's peace or the boy's peace, because no one is focused on protecting the girl's peace. But it has to be said that we are not having a conversation about boys controlling themselves in isolation. They said not me. We have to think about it in connection and relation to other people. We are all supposed to be controlling ourselves. And I feel like we can leave it there because we're talking about what should happen, not what is happening. And I think what should happen. But again, understand fully. I am okay with whatever decisions we have to make. And I do think this can become toxic. So if you need, everyone should take a break, and that's fine. Someone had something. I forgot who it was.
It was me. I'm just really astonished at all the comments rolling in right now. If you didn't see what the discussion was earlier, you should definitely run that red ball back before concluding that we are blackmail worshiping or whatever the case is. My statement was and will continue to be that genders aside, it's about humanity. It's about decency on a human level. Everyone is entitled to a certain amount of respect as a human being. When you hit someone, male or female, you are diminishing their value. You are attacking their value, whether it's a man or a woman. I understand that there are disproportionate things. I understand. I'm a woman. I understand. I've seen it, I've been a part of it, I've been a victim of it. All I'm saying is when you hit someone, if we're talking about the real world, and if we're using words like nuance, which I keep seeing, but the nuance is somehow very imbalanced, where you can't say that on a human level, no one should be hitting anyone, but somehow it becomes blackmail worship. That doesn't sound very nuanced to me, to say that it should only swing one way. It should be a general straight line across the board. No one should hit anyone. And since we're in the real world and real things are happening, if you decide to hit someone, be prepared for whatever consequence you may face. I don't
Yeah.
understand why that's like, I don't get it. But thank you, Themis. Have a great night.
You too. I appreciate you. Your sons are vicious bullies in school and life. I've seen them bully taunt girls. Girls finally lash out, then they beat them. I don't know. Well, I mean, Gia, by the way, if this is true, but not if this is true, in this scenario, then it wouldn't, none of what we're saying would apply. Like, I don't believe you get to mess with people, and then use them retaliating as an excuse to like beat them up. Like, no, that would be horrendous. So I appreciate that. I appreciate all of you. I am glad there is a young man listening to me. So that's great. I've scored 1 point, but I've scored many with the women. So I'm very excited about that. Does anyone have any last thing that they need to get off? You have 30 seconds.
Themis, I'm wondering, are they saying that I'm blackmail worshiping because I'm saying that um I don't think that girls should be hitting boys at all either? Is that what that
I
is?
I don't know because I don't honestly I didn't see any black male worship, but also I'm a black man, so I'm blind to it, I guess.
It,
But
it was
I
coming
didn't
up
see
in the
it.
chat that they were saying that we're black male worshiping.
No,
And
I saw it, but I don't know who they were talking to because I don't know, I didn't see black male
oh,
worship.
okay.
I mean, I think it was basic human dignity, but you know me, I see the good in everything, I guess.
Because I can definitely assure you I am not black male worshiping. I don't agree, but what I also understand is because I have been a woman who has hit a man. And so what I'm saying is I don't think that that's right either. Even being a person who has done that before, it's just like what we're talking about is about evolving and growing up. The same way we want the men to learn a new way of thinking, we too as women are responsible for learning something new and being responsible for how we raise our children.
Yeah.
If that
No, someone
makes
said
sense, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Someone said they were saying it. No, I saw people saying black male worship. I even read the comment. But what I'm saying is, I didn't see black male worshiping happening. So maybe I'm just not.
And that's also another way to hold black mothers accountable because these are black mothers that are raising the daughters as well. So it's all around accountability. It's not just accountability if you have sons to hold your sons accountable, and the mothers of daughters don't have to hold their daughters accountable. It's all around.
Yeah, I'm also not about to hold a mother accountable for a grown man hitting a person. I don't care what the mother taught you.
Well,
As a
that
grown man, I'm going to teach you.
well,
Like,
that I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about that at all.
yeah, no, no, I'm with you. No, I was just saying generally, like the reason it came up is like if you teach them this, and I agree, your past does affect who you are. Agreed. I'm still not gonna blame the mom or the dad for you being a grown person hitting people. No.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, again, once we get to a certain age, it is our responsibility
To
to
either learn or
self-regulate,
unlearn.
and yes, and to
Yep.
unlearn. And that's something that I'm teaching my sons now. Just because I wasn't able to teach you something when you were younger because I didn't have it, that does not mean you don't have the responsibility as an adult man now to learn certain things that I didn't have the ability to teach you. It is still your responsibility. It's not your fault or your responsibility of how you were raised. But once you become an adult, we are all responsible for what we learn, process, and implement into our lives. Like it is your responsibility to evolve and grow.
All right. Thank you. And let me read the super chat and then we are done. Is it with I'm just saying that that first person that spoke was peak black male worship, and you were bringing your son, relishing in his protection is black male worship. I am done. Which person? The person who said their son was getting beat up.
Are you talking about me and my son? I love my child, but I don't consider it black male worship. And he was 7 years old and he was facing someone who was much bigger and heavier than he was. If you call it black male worship, that's okay. That doesn't hurt my feelings at all. I don't consider myself a black male worshiper. Excuse me. But yeah, I think that people should keep their hands to themselves. It doesn't matter. That's all I've said. I don't think that hitting anyone is okay. There is no excuse for it. I understand that people can get frustrated and want to swing and lash out. I'm saying we need to teach emotional regulation and how to de-escalate a situation to both our sons and our daughters. I
Oh,
am a
someone
mother.
said they were talking about Tiff.
Oh, okay.
Oh, gotcha. Gotcha.
I was like, yeah.
Great show, Themis. I appreciate all the callers' perspective. Thank you. And I do appreciate all of you. Let me wrap it up then and say I know this is stressful, and so I do appreciate like all of y'all hanging in there with me for at this point 7 hours. We've been on for 7 hours. So having 700 people in here at the 7 hour mark is kind of amazing. So I appreciate you. Uncomfortable conversation. If I have a channel tomorrow, that meant you guys stuck around. If I didn't, I stuck to my guns and period. So I appreciate you guys so much. Have a wonderful night. I have
Good night,
ox to
Themis.
walk.
Good night, Themis.
Good night,
Bye.
Themis.